Look, yeah, try and go further. Try and go farther than ever without a burner. Feeling like I never quit moving, I am a learner. And learn that the higher you get, they wanna earn you. But I gotta keep moving, I know what the mission is. Eye on the prize, man, I know what the vision is. Train for the fight, man, I'm doing conditioning. If I fall down, man, I'm going to get it in. You know it. Man, I hang out with thugs, stoics, some poets. Told me take a high, don't hang around with the lowest. Shoot for the sky, you aim high and you blow it. Never take no for an answer, keep going, just breathe. Just breathe, breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, non-stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Non-stop, stand tall like Everest. My man, we go, it's time to go. Let's take this thing, woo! Let's take this thing higher. Non-stop, it's time to go. We going higher than this. My man, we keep running, ain't no calling it quits. Look at the time and the risk, ain't no time to coexist. I want more than what they offer, I'm pulling my fist. Out on my own, I do my own thing, woo! Taking it higher than soul flame, woo! Words of the wise, never be okay. With mediocrity, do better than no days. Breathe, breathe, just breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, non-stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Take it to the top. Oh yeah, higher than you ever been. Non-stop, stand tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing. Non-stop, it's time to go. Breathe. Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like
You know, sometimes this life can get rough. You get knocked down, but you gotta get up. Keep going. I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times, yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles, feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere, yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can kick me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Don't quit now, you can last longer. All these wounds only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it your all until the end of time.
We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time.
Yeah. Been through a whole lot, but we overcome. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yeah, we put in these 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can kick me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time.
death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready, into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. Hope you ready, into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the potion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, this the doubters, doubters. To those who don't believe, this is the hour, hour. You'll see that we'll make ladders out of obstacles and stepping stones from roadblocks. Leap over the lines to say we won't cross, but you can't take the nothing. They won't see us coming. Scale all of the walls they built to hold us. We may be invisible, but we'll be unmistakable. We may be invisible.
Hello and welcome.
They may be blind to me, just wait and see.
Hello and welcome to the fast and twisty Watkins Glen. It's the 8 hours, the SARCO 8-hour endurance race from Watkins Glen. Thanks for joining us, hosted by in the Metal State Studios. Alongside me, Dylan Hall. Welcome. It's going to be a long endurance race, as you know. It's all about keeping it on track and getting to that finish line.
Craig, thank you so much. And 100%, we are at the Metal State Studios, and absolutely so. I'm so excited to be here hosting alongside Metal State. And if it wasn't for Moser Racing, this event wouldn't have happened. So thank you to them as well. And I'm so excited, and the reason being is that this is the first SARCO event that we are hosting, and 8 hours. Can't ask for a better event.
Yeah, no, it's certainly going to be a challenge, and the guys are already starting qualifying now. We'll jump to that shortly. But I think, Dylan, it's all going to be, as I said, about attrition, just staying there, no mistakes, bringing the car to the finish line. Often with endurance racing, it's about not going out there and just sort of kind of setting the fastest lap. It's about actually consistency, making less and less mistakes, and just getting to that 8-hour mark and see who's at the front. So I think it's going to be certainly interesting to watch. Please do stick with us throughout the 8 hours. We'll be with you. And yeah, certainly some high-profile competitors joining us as well. Prize fund obviously is first place 10,000 Rand, which I think is probably the highest esports racing prize money in South Africa at this rate, Dylan. So certainly all to race for today, and looking forward to some hot action on track.
So just in terms of some of those teams, like we do have some drivers like Tahir. He's racing this, I'll say this evening, but that time will progress into the evening. Ryan Ottens is here. I almost got it wrong, Ryan. And some of the guys from the LTR, not to mention Flip van Zyl and his team. We also have the likes of Project Vapor, Mohat Musa, a SARCO champion, and really looking forward to it. We are a little bit low on numbers. Unfortunately, the new load shedding schedule has not been on our side. We have lost 6 teams as of this morning. So when you're talking about this race of nutrition, there is going to be a lot of teams that will have a lot of space between themselves, and it is going to be about just keeping it on the track and making sure they are getting to the end. More about racing themselves and their fellow teammates as opposed to other competitors for today.
Absolutely. I think strategy will also come into it. We're going to see, obviously, the guys want to max out the fuel. But which cars will be better? That is the question, Dylan. We'll see. There's a good mix of cars out there today. Not one sort of OP car, which is going to be nice to see. It's all going to be about managing that tire, managing that fuel consumption. Watkins Glen is heavy on fuel. We know that. It's a fast lap. Pretty much a lot of it is actually full throttle, Dylan. I mean, I drove some laps last night and just to get my bearings around the track. And wow, I couldn't believe, you look at the track map and you kind of say, geez, it looks kind of twisty and turny, but it's actually pretty much flat out all the way, and a lot of fast, high-speed corners. The tire wear will certainly come into it. So let's see what these guys can put together in terms of strategy. You want to have, obviously, the least amount of stops you can have, so you want to eke that fuel out and save your tires. But let's see, maybe there's something that we don't know. So hopefully something plays out, some interesting strategies, short stints. Maybe guys want to use the new tires. We'll see. But as we know in ACC, it's not really, the new tires not that big of an advantage. So you kind of just want to stay on track and keep those stint times as long as possible.
And the one thing I love about Watkins Glen is especially those long straights, is that you're able to get in behind a car, get that advantage, specifically going into that bus stop. Lots of overtaking opportunities in there. Not only that, is coming out of the last corner, you're able to set up a good exit. Going into turn number 1 is another great place. And with lots of overtaking opportunities, it is going to be very interesting to see which of those high-speed cars are going to have that momentum all the way through the race.
No, certainly it's going to be a cracker. And yeah, we'll cross live to qualifying just now, just to show you some of the hot laps that are going to be put into place. Qualifying, obviously, for an 8-hour, Dylan, probably, is it that important? You know, with a slightly smaller field, turn 1 might not be as congested. But as I say, 8 hours of racing, qualifying is important always, but not in this case. It's about keeping clean and getting your head down, staying out of trouble. So, but still, nonetheless, it's nice to see these guys on the limit in qualifying, setting those fastest laps. And what sort of lap times, Dylan, are we expecting from these guys?
So before we get into those lap times, I think the qualifying here in a race that is this long, it's more about who's giving the kudos where. Which team wants to have that little bit of that advantage to say, hey guys, we've got the fastest team, and we've actually come here to win. So I'm very excited about the qualifying. We love seeing the qualifying, especially those last couple of minutes. And that's when those lap times come up. The track starts rubbering in, getting that little bit of grip. The guys will run as low fuel as possible just to try and find those few tenths here and there. From a lap time, 43s is going to be a blistering pace, but I think from a race pace, anything in the 45 to 44s, half 44s.
That's the benchmark. Okay, so I think it's also going to be one other factor, if I can just touch on, is that we're starting at 2 p.m. game time with a 2 times multiplier, 8 hours. We're going to go into the night, Dylan. It's going to be, you know, night racing brings its own sort of risks and hazards to it. It's something that I enjoy watching. It's something that I enjoy driving in. It's certainly going to really give that element of an 8-hour endurance. We're going to see the sun go down. Could maybe be some weather, but highly unlikely. I've looked at the forecast.
You say that.
I've looked at the forecast. It looks a little bit, we could get away with it, but you never know, as you say. I mean,
and look, fortunately, we have the ability to run 1,000 simulations in terms of that race, putting the weather together and going in those practice servers. We've had some guys that have arrived there and say, but hold on, the server's wet. What is going on? And then we've had teams that have been there and they've practiced for nearly the last 6 days solid. And they said, we haven't had a wet spell at all. What are you guys talking about? There is that unknown, and that's what we want. We want people to be prepared, but we also want that little bit of what can happen. I would love a little sprinkling late afternoon as that sun's going down, just change the atmosphere, because once you add in another pit stop, all of a sudden the pit strategies change. We've got stint timers that the guys can drive to. All of a sudden that night changes. Strategies need to be revised. I've done maybe 10 endurance races. We have never, in those 10, been able to keep exactly to our strategy.
That's interesting. Certainly. I'd agree with that, because you never know what happens either on track, external factors, rain, a little ding here and there. So definitely going to be an exciting race in terms of strategy, and we look forward to it. So who's your money on, Dylan?
I'm going to remain very biased here. We are looking at the Alpha 1 team. They definitely come here to win us, but the Genius Academy, they're going to have some really great drivers there as well. So can I let you know in the next 2 hours?
Yeah, let's see how qualifying goes as well, and then we can make a little early call. We'll put a little pot aside, and I'll put $20 in there, and then we'll see after 8 hours where we stand. But yes, no driver can do more than 4 hours. Is that right, Dylan?
So yeah, what we've had to do, we have had to change that due to load shedding. Is that no driver can do more than 5 hours and 15 minutes. But if you split that up between the two drivers, we are able to get over and under those different load shedding schedules. And where the likes of 3 drivers, that no one driver can do more than 65 minutes in that stint. And what that does is it just allows the driver changes to happen, and it doesn't give an advantage. We know the Ferrari can do more than 75 minutes flat out. We've seen it. The BMW, Mohat Musa, one of the Project Vapor drivers, in our SARCO season, lost second place by coming out of the last corner and running out of fuel, only because he had to fuel save, and that's how close it gets. So we want to eliminate some of those advantages and just get it down to the pure driving.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's see if maybe we can pop to the qualifying stream, if that's up and running, and take a look at some of the lap times that are being set down. All right, looks like Tariq Adam already 43.8. You called it, Dylan. Anything under the 44s is pretty much where you want to be. That is a good time. Top three, actually, not separated by pretty much a tenth or 2/10 between them, which is insanely tight. Christian Duploy, Ryan Ottens in third place. Musa, as you mentioned, in fourth. Looking good so far. 17 minutes left in qualifying. Just love how they attack these curbs at the bus stop. I was watching some online, and seems like the Ferrari can really club these curbs. It's just suited for that sort of abuse over the curbs, which is nice. It's not unstable. So nice to see that Anrich Sichers is going with the Ferrari. Tariq Adam still fastest.
So I just want to add Fleming Bauer in the Mercedes-Benz. Fleming will be driving with Paul Fenter, and he'd say, "Oh." The point I was going to make is that the comment I had with Paul yesterday afternoon used to say he's obviously trying to find an opportunity, but will the Merc be able to bring it? We know that it is really quick in a straight line, but at any time this thing is going to want to kill you.
Yeah, the Merc is a bit of a handful. I used to drive the Merc in ACC as well. I found it quite a nice car to drive once you get into it, but it is, as you say, it takes a certain sort of driving style to kind of get used to it and to really extract the performance out of it. Just pulling aside there, going to change tires and go back into the pits as we now view Chris Heinecker. He's currently in 7th. No personal best on this lap. The last lap of 45.687. And he is with Flip Van Zyl and Sean Lurerio. Good team there. I mean, I know Sean, I've seen Sean from the old, when we used to do the races in COVID as well. We did a solidarity race there. I remember him being quite a prominent name. And let's see, he's going to start a lap now. So let's see, he's going to want to improve from 7th. That team, strong team. Let's see if Chris Heinecker can put it through and ride on board. This is a fast section here. I love this corner though. It's just literally flat up all the way through to the bus stop. The bus stop is also just a tiny little dab on the brakes, and you flip it right and left.
And just when you're going up through turn number 3, you don't want that rear to be stepping out. As soon as it's stepping out, you're losing some of that rear grip, that drive, and that's slowing you down. Well, that was a little bit too hard onto that inside curb there for Chris, which unsettled the rear. You can see he didn't quite have it turned in enough for him to get a clean exit through there. Let's see if we can't find somebody else that will be going out.
Christian Deploy has just pumped in a 43.6. That's now some pace that we're seeing from the Lamborghini.
And his fastest sector there was in sector 1. Personal best for him in sector 2 and 3. But those are still not the fastest lap, so there's still time left on the table here, because it's Ryan Oattens who's actually got the 2 fastest sectors there, a 33.8 versus, well, say 33.8.4 versus a 33.8.42, and that is how close that sector is. We compare the third sector, we've just missed a bit there. The third sector is a 40.51 there for Christian. Ryan Oattens, 44.4. So still 100th, 10th of a second that we're able to add to this total time.
I wonder if that's just the Lamborghini having immense straight line speed. It just looks so planted through this first sector. And as we said, any sort of mistake coming out of turn 2, 3, it affects you that whole run up towards the bus stop. So really just looking planted. Look how he attacks the curves there. Like, you know, the Lamborghini for me is just looking so stable at this stage. So good job there by Christian Deploy. I'm sure he's going to be chuffed. But as I say, still 13 minutes of the qualifying. I'm sure Tariq Adams got more in the tank. As you say, Ryan Ottens has got sector 2 and 3, the fastest sector 2 and 3s at this stage. So if he can sort out sector 1, he could also be in with a shout for pole. But all nice and tight at the top. Well, I say that 43.6 is still, still quite a way ahead of second place. But as I say, I think the fastest laps are still coming. Guys are just getting their eye in. They're going to come back.
And the track is still getting a little bit hot. It is 12 o'clock on a Saturday in game. Oh, little touch of the wall there. So this track wouldn't be completely rubbered in just yet. But when we go into the race, and that would be Sunday starting at 12 o'clock, the benefit of that is that you would have had all the cars on the track rubbing up, adding some more grip. But I'm just seeing some clouds coming in. Is that the sprinkling of rain that we were possibly talking about?
Oh, here we go. Oh, well, you know, that could affect qualifying. And I hope the guys are keeping an eye on that, because what you want to try and do, Dill, as we know, is that you need to bank those fast laps before any sort of weather change actually happens. Because set a lap time, even if it's a benchmark, because if the rain does come, there will be no chance for the likes of Tariq Adam to improve, or Ryan Ottens for that matter. So, let's see. This lap for Tariq is personal best sector 1. Let's see if he can improve in sector 2. Pull away. This is now, I think they call this the boot. He's on the bottom of the boot, driving towards the heel.
But yeah, that's actually the
Turn
toe.
12. Yeah.
Now towards the hill.
Now the heel.
That's
Yes, so
it.
he came out the toe, going towards the heel. That's how a foot normally works.
And this is probably the ankle.
This would be the ankle.
Or I think it's just safer we say turn 13.
Turn 13,
That's a little
that's
bit
it.
wide. That's, I think, going to just slow down that drive.
I think that's going to affect his 2 time. Let's see. Coming up to the sector 2. Yeah, not an improvement there. Going to come across the line. Let's see if he can get closer to deploy.
Fastest middle sector. That's quite interesting. But
That's
you can see
very
slower on the third sector there. So still time here for Tariq. That's a 1:43.8. That is his best time. So that last lap, even with that little mistake coming out of turn number 13, he has improved.
Yeah, I see he's just lost his overall best in sector 2. So someone else is on a hot lap, gone quicker through sector 2 than Tariq. So let's see if anything pops up now. We'll have a look. The Christian Deploy has taken it back. That's his goal.
So we do have Christian Deploy on
Has
his
improved.
current lap as a possible
Improvement.
1:43.52. So that would be a 0.02 improvement there. So looking forward to seeing where he's going to end up on this current lap.
Very, very interesting. As we said, qualifying pretty much all for bragging rights in an 8-hour race. But you do want to send out a warning shot to all your competitors to say, hey, look, we're here, we're the quickest. It's ours to lose kind of thing. So guys are doing the business, running through the field. Ruan Heineke doing a good job. Bauer as well in the 777. I mean, it's a pretty close field, Dill. If you look down the times, pretty much everyone's in the 44s, which is where you want to be. Yeah, well, obviously pole 43, low 43, mid to low 43s. But to be in the 44s around here is nothing to laugh about. So these guys are all pretty much bringing their A game. A little bit right wide there for Christian Deploy, but he is on it. Can he extend?
Ooh, touch of the
Oh,
wall.
that was so close.
So I need to ask you about commentator's curse. Do you believe that it is actually a thing?
I do. After seeing that, yes.
I'll tell you what, let's go and test this theory. Mr. Ryan Ottens, we are going to be watching you, no pressure. I know that he cannot hear us, but those that are watching, let's see what goes on.
Oh, and right on cue. A little
Thank you,
brush
Ryan,
with the
for.
wall.
Well, there we go. So Ryan improves
Oh,
on
up to
his
second.
first sector, second sector, and that puts him up into second place. So improving one position over Tariq Adams.
Very good. I wonder if that little wall touch just cost him that last sector. As you said, personal best 1 and 2, and just losing out in the third sector. I wonder if that little brush with the wall cost him that tiny little margin. But anyway, good lap for him.
That difference in that last sector is 1.5015 of a second. So with that
Definitely.
touch could possibly
Definitely.
have been the difference.
Well, commentator's curse strikes, as we called it. Ryan Otten's really, he's the Ferrari whirling on the curb on the exit there of turn 9. We come down the hill now into the famous boot. This is the toe, as I'm told, not the heel. It is the toe. Turn 11, we'll just call it turn whatever.
Turn 11 is safer. And look, when I started doing my commentary and I went and looked at some of the research, to go and learn the names, because it sounds amazing when you're going through a Rouge and you're going down the Mulsanne Straight. But the reality is that sometimes those corner names aren't there indefinitely, and they change. So the number can never change unless they change the configuration, of course.
Exactly. And that's actually why in Formula One you hear the guys on board always referring to, as you said, when you go to Spa, we talk about Eau Rouge and all that sort of stuff. But to them, it's turn 3 and 4. And it's specifically designed so that when you're speaking to your engineers, or if someone doesn't know that name, because people come around from around all the world to engineer these cars, everyone knows kind of that turn 14 can only be turn 14 forever. It's not going to change from turn 14. But Ryan Otten's Ulrich de Jager, he's in 10th position, sitting in the pits, maybe just doing a little setup change there, Dill.
Yeah. So I just jumped onto Ulrich, and the reason being is he is driving this often. I keep saying evening. I'm so used to saying evening. Ulrich driving with Adrian van Zyl. So these are two new drivers. Only started sim racing at the beginning of this year. Came and joined SARCO in terms of their racing on the Monday night socials. The LTR team, so that's Flip van Zyl and his gang. They've been helping them out, getting them up to speed, giving them some of the tips on what to be doing. And here they are driving their first endurance together. So two 100% newbies having a go. It's absolutely fantastic.
That's wonderful. Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on them. There's no better way to learn than to race for 8 hours, Dylan. I mean, they're certainly going to get a lot of experience today. And I think only bit of advice would be for them to kind of just keep it on track and keep chugging around. As we know from endurance racing, it's often not the fastest car that takes the prize. It's the one that stays out of the trouble the most and is most consistent. And let's keep an eye on them.
Yeah, I was going to say, we do have a saying at SARCO, and we have proved it time and time again. The fastest doesn't always win.
That's it. Which leaves hope for me, Dylan. I'm sure I must come and join you guys. As we're watching Charles Schneer.
Charles actually joined us. He arrived on the fun Arrive and Drive series we have on a Monday, and won 2 races back to back. He was looking for a team, so he's actually driving today with Agamemnon Veronis, who's actually joining us from Greece.
Wow.
And Johan van der Venter, we know him as VDV. I'd say 3 strangers coming together for an 8-hour, and that's the best way of how to make new friends.
That is certainly the case. So let's see, on this lap, looking pretty tidy. I haven't seen any sort of mistakes, getting close to the wall. Let's see what he puts in now across Charles. Okay, that was his warm-up lap. So now he's onto the hot lap. Turns it into turn 1. Ooh, a little bit bumpy over the curves, but good exit. As we said, this is now crucial to getting this drive through the hill, up through turn 2 and 3. Up to the bus stop now. Looking pretty neat so far. I think if he could get higher than 9th, that would be a good for the... We'll call them the international team, Dylan, because they have, they said, the drivers from Greece joining online. And that's the beauty of online racing. You could pretty much race from anywhere in the world and join your mates or join people that you don't even know and come and race in a 8-hour endurance.
And it is quite a funny story is that we had pictures of...
In the wall! Just lost it on the exit.
I am not taking credit
That
for
you
that
see,
one.
we
Sorry,
stop,
Charles.
stop commentating on people who are doing fastest sectors, because somehow every time we switch to them, something happens. So
No, so we're actually just looking at Ruan Heineke, who is one of, I'd say, my driving teammates. Is whenever there is an 8-hour or an endurance race that happens, is I'm generally in the car with him. And obviously I've stepped out of the driving seat today to allow Etienne Maton and Jason Farmer to step up to the plate and come and have a go.
nice. Well, I can see, yeah, SARCO on the side there, represented on the Ferrari.
So we don't understand what is going on here, because what you're actually seeing is the culmination of not only one livery, but there's 2 liveries deep inside there. For some reason, the SARCO livery is overriding an LTR livery, and it has got something to do with the awesome racing sync that we've done.
It looks pretty
just
good.
Can't seem to get it figured out. But we've got Fleming Bauer, who's on an absolute cracker. He is currently purple on his sector.
Wow, okay. Purple lights, purple sector. Hope we haven't cursed him with our little switch. He's just gone through turn 2, 3, and 4. Now up to the bus stop, which is 5, 6, 7, and 8. Let's see if this will be a good lap for Bauer. Actually, I like the look of this Mercedes. I like the purple lights. I think it's 777, lucky 777. Obviously, we just had Vegas Formula 1. Hopefully, they can channel some of that energy into this qualifying lap of Fleming Bauer. A little bit of traffic there, Dol. Do you think that'll... I wonder if you'll catch them. It might actually help get a little tow. But
Get a little tow up the hill. See what I did there? Because now we're technically going up the hill.
Up the hill.
Guys, we have for the next 8 hours. If you haven't shared our stream, please do. Share the love. Let them come and get involved with us. We also have a channel in our Discord where if we would like to come and jump in, we do have our producer who's ready and waiting, and will give us a link to come and chat to us. Let us know, what you think about the racing, what you think about some of the teams that are driving, who you're racing for. Are you racing? Are you just somebody that is watching? We have an open invitation.
Absolutely. And I think credit, to Metal State. They've really pulled out all the stops to allow this broadcast to happen. And Bauer improves 1 place, 45.5, goes up to 6th. So good lap for them. They have improved. But yeah, just going back to Metal State, thank you for setting this all up for us. Obviously, thank you to NAG and Moser as well. The equipment, if you haven't seen it, please go check out Moser Racing sim equipment. I mean, well, I've seen some of their stuff, and my wife saw me on their website. She'd give me some trouble because I've been tempted a few times to get some of their steering wheels. Absolute top quality, known around the world, around the globe amongst esports races. So do pop onto their websites and check it out. Obviously, Moser, South Africa, is just stopping their AG de Kock, going back to the pits.
That is the end of qualifying.
That's it. Tariq Adam, pole. Christian Deploy in 2nd. AJ de Kock. Jamie Rees, 4th. Musa 5th. Bauer 6th. Heineke 7th. Ruan Heineke 7th. Chris Heineke 8th. Charles.
We've got Chris and Ruan, the 2 brothers.
Are they brothers? I was
racing
going
in
to say.
different teams,
Ooh.
but still part of the same stable, but different teams.
Any team orders there, Dill? Are you going to jump in and say, I mean, this is your team, so are you going to jump in at some point?
The reality is that there aren't team orders, and I can tell you now that Ruan Heineke is going to be very happy that the LTR rookies have out-qualified the LTR main team.
Unbelievable. Okay, so there's some bragging rights there. Well, pretty clean qualifying. I'm sure Tariq Adam, the team, will be happy with that performance. Christian Deploy was ahead for a while, so Tariq to finally put together all those sectors and get the 43.342 is a good lap. And I mean, look how close the top two are. Right.
So that is just the little glitch that we need to get over. I don't know why it does that, because it kicks you out and then you got to go out and you got to go back in and then you got to go back to drive.
Okay. Yeah. So we're just sorting out the stream, right?
So to those that are joining us on our YouTube channel, thank you so much. I am seeing these comments coming through. We'll just start off with Van Volmeran saying, let's go Alpha 1. We got Shamil Mohammed saying, have a great race, gents. Hopefully. And then we do have LC, your best. So that is Lucas saying, all the best to all the teams. Have fun, guys. Let's go. And that's from JB Dube, as well as Paul Fenter saying, how's it? Mr. Paul the Wall Fenter. Hopefully we don't see you in the wall a little bit later. But looking forward to just keeping it all on track. And guys, the comments, keep them coming. We do have the whole day ahead of us. Yep. And we are going to be going into a rolling start. Looking forward to seeing it. And it's not a full rolling start. It is just the short. So that's
interesting.
Quite an unexpected development. And this is part of what happens in racing, is that you can plan and you can plan, and then right at the end something changes, and then Craig, you just got to adapt with what you've got.
That's exactly right, Dol. And interesting to see the short start. That's going to be straight into it. Normally we have a full lap for the guys to warm up the brakes and warm up the tires, but the short start is pretty much from about 3 corners back, or they cross that finish line, and we'll get the 8 hours at Watkins Glen underway. So we're all looking forward to it. It's nice to see everyone joining. As Dylan said, please share the stream amongst your friends. Ask them to pop in. You don't have to watch continuously, but pop in every now and then and enjoy this racing. It's going to be exciting, and we're looking forward to it. But
that is green light, and we are racing here at Watkins Glen for 8 hours. Guys, hang on to your horses. It is a clear start, and it is really a side-by-side between Tariq and Christian Deploy. And out in front, it is the 2 Genius Racing cars. Single file up the hill, and everyone is clear. We're not seeing any instant let me try that again. Issues are coming through, no notifications. But it is going to be 2 wide, 3 wide going into the bus stop there just ahead. But clear drop into single file. So Jamie Rees in a 4th position. He heads Muhat Musa with Ruan Haneke in 6th place. Fleming Bauer 7th. Chris Haneke in 8th. 9th is Scholl. And in 10th place, Ulrich de Jager. I'm sure he'll be looking to get further up the field.
Yeah, very clean start. Good to see everyone away without any sort of issues. We're right on board the rookies. The 2 Lamborghinis checking out in front already. I wonder if they're just going to be playing the long game here, Dill, and obviously being from the same stable, kind of just eke out that gap over the 2 Ferraris and kind of just bide their time and work through the strategy as it goes. But as we know, this is racing. We want to see some tight racing, but there's always that idea to work together to kind of build the gap and then see how things go.
Deploy a little bit wide as he came out of the turn number 13, but you can still see single file. So we are now up to the racing pace, and this is what we want. We don't want those starts where we have to restart, where there's cars driving into each other. And I must say that is definitely one of the things that we try and, I say, breed at SARCO, is just to give the respect to those drivers around you. Make sure that you're not going to be putting yourself out, but those around you. And just enjoy the racing, man, and not get into, I'd say, the politics of the fighting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. At the end of the day, it's all about having a good time and having fun. It's a great hobby to get into. And it literally is a rabbit hole that you could go down to. We look at these guys as kind of sim racing and all that sort of stuff, but I don't think a lot of people appreciate the detail and the effort that goes into getting these cars quick and getting these drivers quick, and how much time they spend actually practicing. So lap 1 done. We've still got 7 hours and 57 minutes to go. Only Dill. It's going to be a long day.
I just wanted to mention that even within the time, I know, guys, there aren't many teams that are racing here this evening. We did mention we lost 6 teams at the start of this morning. Guys, just with the upgrade in terms of some of the load shedding, it just hasn't been on our side. But all drivers that are currently here, it's just for them about bringing it to the end. We have a 10,000 Rand prize fund, and now that we've only got 10 teams, each one of these teams will be walking away with just that little bit of something.
Deploy hit the wall there. Deploy had a little touch with the wall there, Dill. I hope he hasn't picked up any sort of damage. But just coming out of turn 13, had a little brush with the wall. We'll have to keep an eye on his pace and just see if there's any. It didn't look too hectic, but he just ran wide and tapped it with the rear of his car. So we'll have to see if there's any sort of damage. The Ferrari does look a little bit closer because of that mistake. But Christian will be kicking himself so early in the race, making
really holding each other honest here.
Definitely. As they always say, you can throw the proverbial blanket over them. Christian Deploy, as I say, just just dropped back a little bit from Tariq. But what happens normally with something like a damage like that, it might not look bad, but over a long stint like these guys would be doing, it could have an effect on tire wear, and obviously it'll increase the fuel consumption. So it'll be wait to see kind of what plays out, but I don't think it was too bad. He seems to be hanging nicely onto the back of Tariq now. De Kock fastest lap in the Ferrari, in the lead Ferrari, the 647. So they are moving along nicely. And yeah, as I said, this top 5 is just sticking together. I think they're just working out, Dill, where they're quickest and where they could maybe close up the gap. AJ De Kock, yeah, as I said, fastest lap. 45.0.
You said the proverbial blanket, and I don't know if you heard the little chuckle to myself. We actually had Carl Lawrence, who was going to be joining us in the comms box, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out.
He's real racing today.
That's the whole reason, exactly that. And he was commentating one of the SARCO races, and he says, it's just so exciting, just didn't know what to say, and all of a sudden he says, it's the blanket. And
well,
and
there's a slow Ferrari there.
Musa making a move. Side by side into the bus stop. Is he going to let him through? Yes, he chooses. What? Hang on there. Hang on. There we go. Okay, just
cuts the
little
corner.
reset.
Yes, that's interesting. I wonder if Jamie in the Ferrari made a little mistake there, because he was actually a little bit ahead of Musa. There was quite a decent gap, and then all of a sudden they came up. They came up right next to each other, coming out of turn 4.
So what we can get ready is
we're going to see if
just
we can,
from a little bit of a replay. We would have missed it now,
Yeah.
but we've got those settings locked in and dialed in.
good.
So
Okay.
when we get ready and we have another opportunity, we are good to go. But Fleming Bauer closing up onto the back of Ruan Heineke.
yes.
And we just compare those lap times. And this is how close it is. That even though these two are fighting for 6th and 7th place, Ruan Heineke's last lap 145.71, Fleming Bauer's 145.705. So you're talking
That is
0.1 of a second in terms of their pace.
It's interesting. I'm just looking at the pace now. Everyone's pretty much, the top 2 are in the 44.4 mark, 44.6, but everyone's kind of lapping 45s, 46. I wonder if, Dill, they've just kind of turned the engine mode down a little bit, you know, eke out that stint. They're not really pushing as hard as we saw in qualifying. Naturally, you wouldn't in a race. They're carrying a lot more fuel. So, but interesting to see the pace is quite strong, actually, I would say, with a full load of fuel.
Oh! Bauer on the wall.
Little, see, a commentator's curse again there, Dom.
Hold on. Let's go back and just make sure that our replay is working. And here we go. So this is now a replay. And on our screen, we can see it. So we'll just make mention of when we are doing that replay. If you can see, just clipping the wall there on the exit of just not ideal.
Please don't damage the nice purple Mercedes.
I do quite like it. And I must say that color scheme is very much like Agamemnon Veronis's, our Greek international. He's very much into his black, purple, and white colors. So Christian closing up now. He's now just got back into that gap of a second. And this is one of the things that I always forget, because when you go out of the game and you go to redrive, you lose all the settings that you had set. And now we have our
gaps back. There we go. Now we can actually see. Christian Deploy, if he had DRS, he'd be using it this lap. Obviously no DRS on a GT3 car, but he is just sticking there in that 1 second mark. Obviously that damage from the earlier touch not really having an effect at this stage. And AJ de Kock also hanging on there. He's 1.5 seconds behind Christian. So pretty even. Jamie Rees has now dropped back a little bit in the Ferrari. But I don't know. I like the Ferrari. I had a few laps in it. It's very easy to drive, especially on these long sort of stints. It's very forgiving. It's nice over the curbs. And here you need something nice, especially for this part of the track. You can see the Lamborghini hopping the curbs there through the bus stop. The Ferrari seems to handle them, post 1.9 update, I must add, seems to be handling them the best.
Look, to be honest, is we, as the LTR team, remember that while I'm a SARCO community member, I wasn't racing for SARCO because we were very much a online community through the console. So when I had the ability to go across, as I started racing with LTR, and that's kind of where I'm sitting, is I'm still racing for LTR, but I have jumped in as a substitute for some of the SARCO endurance races. The last two endurance races I did on behalf of SARCO. We entered a SARCO team, which is taking LTR drivers and then getting SARCO drivers and putting in a development. So, have we had a disconnect by Ruan Heineke, because all of a sudden he flashed
the pit wall
into the pits. Let's just go back and see. So unfortunately, we actually can't get him. I didn't see him going into the pits. I just saw him appear there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's any of the team that can actually just jump into the Discord and just give us some insight into what has happened there, because it's showing him that he is 2 laps down.
I see the car just drop off the jacks there. Hopefully they come back on. 2 laps down. It is not ideal, but yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Lucas, for the update. Assuming that Lucas is in the Discord with him and saying disconnection on Ruan's side. And it is something that has been plaguing him in the last couple of races. And there's just no warning at all. It's just all of a sudden he disconnects and that's it.
That's very disappointing. Still a long way to go, so hopefully they can sort out their Ruan's connection issues and get back into the race. As you say, top 10, everyone gets prize money, so there's still a lot of racing to come. Anything can happen. I saw Tariq Adam just reacting to Christian Deploy there. Christian kind of, we spoke about closing that gap. The gap is still 1 second, but Tariq kind of saw Christian getting bigger and bigger in his mirrors and said, I'm not going to hang around more. So last lap, 44.407, first lap of the race. And these two are absolutely checking out now from AJ de Kock in the 3rd place Ferrari.
I realized that I got sidetracked because I was telling you the story about me coming in and being the driver. And I started my online ACC career in a BMW. And then with the influence of Mr. Flippinsel, the team captain of That was so close to that wall. My heart did sink there for a
Every
second,
time.
but I'm not going to digress. And the reality is that we went into the Ferrari and I struggled initially to make that that changeover. And eventually, once you learn how to drive the car, it is an absolute pleasure. I struggled to go back to the BMW where you got to
Yeah.
get hard on the brakes, you got
Yeah.
to load up that front, got to get that car turned in, and then the rear always seems to be just floaty, where I found a lot more consistency and a lot more confidence driving the Ferrari, just able to get it brake turned in and get on the power a lot sooner.
Absolutely. Ooh, a little bit wide from Tariq there, but he has it under control. Allows Christian now. He's brought the gap down, Dylan. He's now, he was 0.6 behind him, so half a second. Really nothing in it. One mistake by Tariq, and Christian will be through. But as we said, AJ de Kock just falling back slightly, and we'll see. Maybe they know something we don't, and they're saving fuel.
Sorry, I'm having a little chuckle at just seeing some of these comments coming up. I can
Ferrari
remember
are
Brian
cheating.
saying, go chasing beavers. But the reality is that that wasn't the team that they chose. He was outvoted because that has always been his
I
team
love
name.
it.
Is they actually called Team Vroom. And then he says Ferraris are like cheating. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah. Well, no comment. But some good racing so far between these two.
And a comment here from Heinrich Burnmeister saying, let's go, AJ. AJ, a little bit in the back there, 3.5 seconds between them to this fight. Also, Jamie Reese, 4.5 seconds, just about 4 seconds. This race is still very much on, and we're 15 minutes in.
Yeah. I wonder if AJ and the Ferrari team are just kind of decided, look, we don't have the outright pace to stick with them, so let's turn the engine down. Let's save some fuel. And I can't wait to see the first pit stops, because I want to see who's going to go the longest and who's been a little bit less off the loud pedal and kind of saved some fuel and saved some tires. But now the gap
Christian
still
within half a second. So coming off the gas and going safety, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing Christian looks like he's bringing the race to Tariq.
This is very interesting. And this is where setup plays actually such an interesting role, is because you can have a fast outright qualifying setup, but it's got to be pretty consistent throughout the stint. And I think maybe Christian's just got a few different settings on the car, I don't know, different suspension setup that just allows him to extract more from the tires for longer. We said it's only been 15 minutes, but his car just looks a lot more racy than Tariq's at this stage. So let's just see how he can go, and I wonder if he will make a move. Dill, I don't know if he's gonna. I mean, because they're
I
so
might have
closely
an answer.
matched.
Pick me.
Okay, let's hear it.
So looking at the teams, so the team names, we've got Tariq Adams, who's driving for Genesis Esports. We've got Christian Deploy and Christian Fento, who are driving for the Esports Academy, Red. So this is the up-and-coming drivers, and I'm pretty sure that it is going to be the up-and-coming driver that's going to want to be overtaking
Yeah.
the esports driver.
Okay. Fair enough. So nothing's going to be held back. Let's see.
There is, however, this clause
Oh,
is do the overtake, but don't take your teammate or fellow stablemate driver out.
well, that's always the always the case. I guess you want to have hard and fair racing, but the cardinal sin of racing is never take out your teammate. I've done that once or twice in karting.
I thought it's not be beaten by your teammate.
Not be beaten, but don't take him out. And I can tell you, especially racing, we speak about Kyle, racing against Kyle. We were teammates in karting, and we, being the mates we are, as soon as the visor comes down, Dill, as you know,
No.
there's no more mates, and it's literally everything's on the line. And whoever finishes first ahead of the other goes home with a smile on their face, and none of us wanted to give it up. Eventually, Kyle pushed me off onto the grass a few times, as he does.
Listen, I've also been given the sending orders, so to say, by Mr. Carl Lawrence.
Mr. Laurie,
But we'll have a go nevertheless. Just looking at some of the comments, it is from Heinrich Birdmaster saying, let's go AJ. Come on, AJ. We are only 3.8 now, 4 seconds. There he is in the background there. So this race is still very much on the way. And what you're talking about, the setup, is it all depends on how you've set the car up, depending on how the fuel starts being burnt in the car is going to change how that balance sits.
Yes.
If the balance starts going to the front, you start getting a little bit lighter, you can start getting the rear a little bit loose, and you got to not change your driving style, but just be a little bit more cautious of that. And the car might just be coming to Christian now, where for Tariq it might just get to that optimum within taking another 10 or 15 liters out the car.
Let's see. How's our rookie team doing, Dill? They are in 9th.
Let's jump to our Ulrich de Jager. So up 1 place. So I'm sure he'll be very happy with that. And that's out of Ruan's disconnect. So Ruan 2 laps behind them. And it is going to be very interesting to see whether Ruan can now make up some of the laps that he's lost. It is still a long time to go. More comments coming through. Thank you guys. We really appreciate these comments. Keep them coming.
Yep.
Vanna Volmeran saying yes. TZ for AJ. Memo saying Schnur, hunt him down. So that gap is dropping.
It is
coming
coming down.
In the 3 seconds. It's now dropped down to 2 seconds. So Memo, you might be onto something.
Yeah.
And
Well, it was
Heinrich saying
0.1 quicker.
Alpha 1, number 1, let's go, boys. And Adams won't be easy to beat. The guy is just a beast. And I completely agree.
Yeah, 100%.
So Tariq has put in that fastest lap of a 144.4.
Yep.
And that is his fastest lap. But current lap where he did previously 144.8. So still on pace. And it does look like Christian is just settled behind him. But he is taking out 1/10 every lap now.
Yeah. This is going to be very interesting to watch when when Christian decides to pull the trigger on Tariq. I think, after sitting behind Tariq for so long, you kind of see where, his weaknesses lie, if any. I mean, Tariq's sublime form at this stage. And the consistency between these two, 44.8, 44.7, 44.9, they just keep banging in those consistent laps.
But Memo's just highlighting that down to 1 second, and there's the gap. So that is Scholl now chasing down Chris Heineke. So he is up 1 position from starting in 9th place, and that is now with Ruan Heineke dropping down due to their disconnect.
Yeah, took out a whole second, Charles did, of Chris Heineke in the last lap. A whole full second. So he's really put the hammer down. Maybe the Porsche really coming into their setup that they chose. So this should be a pass for 7th in the next couple of laps still.
We've
Fleming
got
Bauer
a
yellow flag.
Yellow flag for Fleming Bauer. What's happened? So we have just got
the
him
replay.
coming into the bus stop, taking some curb, a car a little bit unsettled. Touches the dirt there. He kept it off the wall.
Front right took a little bit of a hit. But yeah, he kind of just got a little bit too greedy on that last curve coming, I think it's turn 7. And we just saw the car hop in the rear, and then it was gone.
Here we go. So now, all of a sudden, we've got a 3-way horse because Memo on the money there saying a mistake for the AMG. And that's going to bring Bauer closer to Heineke and Scholl definitely closing up, and we have a race on.
This is going to be interesting. So, yeah, Chris Heineke now finds himself the meat in the sandwich, so to speak. He's got Charles chasing him down behind, catching him. Let's just see the last lap. Also, still catching him close to a second a lap. And now with the mistake from Bauer, unfortunately, he is being caught by both of them. So this could be a very, very interesting battle. And we'll see how this turns out. I wonder if the AMG has any damage, though. It did look like pretty heavy hit on the front right. So it remains to be seen. We'll have a look at it. We'll keep watching his lap times and let you guys know. But hopefully not too serious.
Agamemnon Voronus, another comment there from him. Another one licks the dust, and I'm sure that was referring to Fleming. And Shamil Mohammed, one of our Monday night and Wednesday night races, saying Christian doing 44s on a full tank.
He is.
Covering his eyes.
He is. Although last lap 45 too. and the gap has just extended between him and Tariq at the front, just to 1.3. But yeah, consistently in the 44, high 44s, but still, I think 44 full tank of fuel this early into a long stint is very impressive.
So the chat has gone absolutely bonkers. AD Bond has joined us, our king of the emojis. He has joined us. We did have him in the commentary box with us on Wednesday night, and he had an absolute ball with us. Early pit for the MG. Remember, I don't think so. He's going to definitely ride this out to that first stint. Remember, each driver stint 65 minutes. They cannot do more than that. Then they will have to go. Remember, I was asking for the damage flag, please. And I'm sure that's to give the Porsche in the shot there a little bit of an advantage to start closing up that gap.
Yeah, I don't see any bits hanging off of it, unfortunately. Oh, he's sliding through the last corner. Is Bauer, I think, feeling the pressure now. Let's see what the gap is now. 1.2. It is coming down. So Chris Heineke is catching. Let's see what he did on the last lap. Chris Heineke did a 46.2. Fleming Bauer a 46.4.
Ooh,
And Charles had a bad one.
0. So yeah,
I wonder what happened.
He lost something there. Christian Deploy, he's still there.
Yeah,
But now,
just dropped back a
not
little.
within that half a second, so created a bit of space, maybe just backing off a little bit.
Yeah, he's lost DRS then, if he was in a F1 car.
So Heinrich has issued a red card to Memo,
Okay.
and that is on our YouTube chat. So a little bit of interesting banter there.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So we do have some interesting people that will be joining us throughout the day. One of my very close friends will be joining us. You might know him, Craig, Mr. Terry Wolford.
No,
He'll be in
never.
studio a little bit later, and we'll have a little chat with him. It was nice to get I would say, a real driver's perspective
Yeah,
of what
absolutely.
it is we do for fun.
Yeah. And Terry himself also sim races, does the SARCO leagues, and obviously V8 champion. So yeah, good to have the real guys joining the sim guys.
He does always say that he drives a V8 way better than he drives in the fake world.
I don't know. I've seen him in the real world as well. And no, I'm joking. He's an absolute
Terry,
beast.
we love you lots. We hope you're not listening.
No, absolute beast.
But I'm sure that there's nothing we can say behind his back that he hasn't heard already.
No, exactly. I always see Terry and see his arms, and you can see he drives a V8 in real life. You just got to, you got to have the strength to power those big V8s around our South African
Zach
circuits.
looked
Oh,
wide.
Tariq a little
Holy
bit
cow.
wide. Little puff of dust. Christian
right
smells
on
blood
there.
now.
Come, Christian, put some pressure. Let's
Yeah,
see
we
what
want to see a
happens.
pass now.
With that little flash of the light to say, made a mistake, I'm backing off. 45.6 there,
Yeah.
Christian 45.2. So he is definitely closing up there.
Back
sure.
markers already
The
coming.
banter continues here with a Memo and Mr. Burnmaster. So thanks for the stream, guys. Really good to see this kind of entertainment. A great race, great casting. Well done all. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
the
Heinrich.
kudos.
Yeah.
Share it, go wide. And there's Memo saying, stop jinxing 992.
The only Porsche we have in this race. Ah, BMW. Musa chugging along nicely.
So Mahat Musa, as I mentioned, he is a champion at our SARCO Wednesday Night League.
Nice.
And he does it in the BMW. And he is crazy fast in the BMW. And what I'm not understanding is that before we went in, is that we definitely saw his livery was up. And for some reason, his livery is not showing here.
On the stream.
On the
Yeah, I was
stream.
going to ask, does he always race in kind of an all black livery?
No, not at all.
But today, it actually looks pretty cool, all black. I love it. Whenever I see a pure carbon fiber race car, there's just something about it.
Just
It
looks
just looks so nice. Little Batmobile. We'll call him the Batmobile for this race because it really does look pretty mean. I mean, the front end of that BMW pretty controversial when it came out.
Yeah.
But I've actually grown to like that car. I must
wasn't
admit.
a fan.
I wasn't a fan either. It just looked like someone with massive nostrils. But no, it really is a nice car. I think I partly like it just because of Sheldon van der Linde and what he's done in DTM with that car. Obviously, champ in 2022, driving that BMW M4 GT3. Now we got Mr. Musa driving it and representing the BMW camp.
Ruan Hanneke, 145.0, so he's starting to find a little bit of pace. So, and this is just the reality, is that he has done the same lap time as Christian Deploy did last lap around.
Well, there
So
we go.
Ruan Hanneke on pace, and I'm sure he'll be, trying to make up some of those laps, possibly get himself up a few places before the end of the 8 hours. Well, before the end of his first stint.
Yes. Yeah, really unfortunate about that early disconnect. And it's so difficult when something like that happens so early on in the race. It can actually mess you up mentally, Dill, as you know. I mean, it's such a long race, but when these kind of disappointments happen, your driving goes out the window because now you're frustrated, you're not focusing on hitting your braking markers, and you actually just, the lap time is just not there. Often we see that the guys just lose that focus and the rhythm. So it's nice to see that Ruan's put his head down. He's got the pace. He's matching the pace of the two leaders. So I think, 7.5 hours to go. He's definitely going to be up there. Here we go. Ooh, Christian.
Christian was very early on the break, so he got a great drive.
That was
coming out of 3 and 4 and really closed up onto the back of Tariq quite rapidly. And you can see he had to tap on those brakes a little bit earlier.
Yep.
Oh, that looked wide again. But that was actually on point. There was no dust, so he used all the track on that exit.
And a little bit more. But yeah, so last lap for Tariq was a 45.190 and Christian a 44.990. So Christian, he's got the ability to bang in these laps. I'd say at this stage, Tariq's probably more consistent, and that's what's keeping him alive in terms of first position. But Christian just has these moments of epic laps that he just bangs in and crawls right up the back of Tariq Adam. And just fallen away again this lap. I got excited there. I thought maybe we'd see a pass. But not yet, Dill.
Not yet.
It'll come.
I must say, it's probably quite interesting because now you've got the leaders approaching essentially what is a back marker car. And they probably asking, we're not closing up as quickly as possible on a back marker. So that does add a little bit of, why you'll not dwell on it, but you definitely be going, oh, well, we're actually not catching him because it's a 45.5 there versus 45.4, 45.3. So
that's the thing.
Ruan is matching their pace.
He is. And obviously Ruan doesn't want to go another lap down. So, that's going to be crucial for him to kind of stick ahead there and keep that gap to these leaders, because if they do pass him, then he'll be 3 laps down. So, crucial for him. Just going back to the comments, Heinrich Burmeister, are they swapping drivers in this race? Absolutely. As Dylan said at the start of the stream, no driver can do more than 5 hours, 15 minutes. So most teams, probably 3 drivers. Hey, Dill, would you say? I saw a few 2.
Well, we can actually just confirm that for you quickly. So we got Tariq and Daniel. They are in the let's see, the Genesis eSports team.
Yeah.
We then got Mohat and Ishan Domingo. They are Project Vapor. Christian Deploy and Christian Fenter are in the Genesis Esports Academy Red team. Jamie Reese, Jean Viviers, and Heinrich Diegers, they are in the Alpha Esports team.
Okay.
They are Alpha 1 Esports team. There are 2 of them. So they are in the 6921. Then we've got Ulrich de Jager and Adrian van Sale, currently 9th place. They are racing together as, I think it is, there we go, BBR is their team name.
Yeah.
Charles Skür, Agamemnon Veronis, and I'm absolutely butchering that name. I'm so sorry, Charles. Please just help me with your pronunciation. Because I can say Agamemnon Veronis, no problem. Because I am directly related to him. We are cousins. And then Johan van der Venter.
Okay.
So 3 of them there. Ruan Hanneke, Etienne Mouton, and Jason Farmer. They are racing in the LTR rookies.
Yep.
AJ de Kock, Ryan Otens, and Leclerc Besson. racing in the Alpha 1 Esports, the 296 team. Fleming Bauer, Paul Fenter, and Neil Greening. They are in the Eleanor Shenanigans, so you know what they're getting up to. And then the car ride in currently 10th place, that's Flip and Sell, Sean Lorero, and Chris Haneke. So a mix of 3 and 2. And I think 8 hours, you could do it with 2.
Yeah, I did a. I'm sure you did that race as well. There was during lockdown, we did a 9-hour of Kailami to kind of
Pass the time.
pass the time. And yeah, so I've done 2. I've done a 9-hour of Kailami. I've done a 12-hour of Silverstone. And for the 9-hour, we had a 2-driver setup, and that was actually, it was tough, but it was certainly doable. But for the 12-hour of Silverstone, we did have 3 drivers there, and that really made a difference in terms of fatigue. The nice thing about sim racing is, if you're not driving, you can pretty much go to your living room, cook a pizza, chat to your wife, pet the dog, and then just kind of climb into your setup and off you go.
Unfortunately, for me, it feels like a race day. Is that I set myself up in the room, I get my snacks, and I kind of camp there.
You hermit the whole
day.
time. I'm opposite.
I just love being, and also I get my stream going from my perspective. But then because I have the ability to do the outside and change the cars, and I really get into it, and I talk to the people that are on the stream. And so I really do make a meal of it.
That's good.
Exactly what we're doing now. So we've got Lucas saying, love watching this, hoping to be at a better racing level in the near future to participate in races like this. Well, Lucas, come and hoy, man. We'll definitely get you up and running. We'll find you a team that can get you going.
Yep.
Shamil Mohammed will be racing later, saying, man, I'm going to ask what happened to Ruan, but it's a long race, 100%. So Shamil is going to be driving with Mahat, currently in screen. And then Memo still carrying on with Burnmaster. We're running a special setup because there was a comment just about the tires. We know that Porsche is heavy on tires, but if you can get through the 65 minutes, you should be okay. And Memo saying just reliable power supply has happened.
Yep.
And I see Christian has just dropped off the pace a bit. Now that gap to 1.8.
Yeah, no, it comes down to that consistency I was talking about earlier from Tariq. If you look at his last couple of laps, 44.9. He's probably within maximum, I'd say 0.3, 0.4 of each lap. Oh, Christian Deploy was sideways there. Nearly lost it there, Dill. That was, I don't know if he's just getting...
Let's just go back and have a little look-see.
I think
just fine through the curb, and I think maybe just too much...
too early on the power.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Dial that traction control back up. I know these guys, especially the top guys, like to run very, very low traction control. Even sometimes 0, Dill. But I mean, in a race like this, would you dial the traction control up, or would you keep it on your known kind of 0/1 traction control?
So I just hope I'm not giving away too many track secrets here, but I know that there are teams that would use variable traction control. So you're going to use a traction control in specific corners. And when you're coming out, you're going to push another button to change it. And then when you go through another corner, you're pushing another button, you're changing it. However,
that's now interesting.
Do not have the brain power and the mindset to be able to focus, because I'm singing a song when I'm driving. I'm like, this is where I'm braking, this is where I'm turning in. It's all about turning point, braking point, exit point. To try and add another step into that to push a button, I've tried. I just can't do it.
Bill, I'm going to jump in here. Ulrich de Jager has got damage on that Ferrari. Something must have happened. I see he's got damage on the front, damage on the side and on the rear. He's dropped back quite a bit from Schnür and just creeping there, letting the Foster guys through.
Yeah, so what you're seeing is that little white highlight around his name is just saying that he's now currently going slower than his normal average expected pace. And that just gives us some of the insights of what's actually happening on track.
I just worry. I think the way he's driving this car, Dill, it looks like he's going to actually have to box. If the car is that slow, and I don't know if he's maybe just letting the Foster guys through, so he's... car is not straight at all anymore. Let's see if he boxes.
Remember saying Ferrari nerf. I think put it in the wall and every car is going to be nerfed.
Oh, shame. Please. Coming out, and unfortunately an accident. We didn't quite catch it as it happened. Apologies for that, but definitely an off-track excursion. And just looking, yeah, that last lap was a 2:09 for them, so really must have been quite a big off. And as I say, I mean, front, the side, and the rears all got damaged. So he won't be enjoying driving that car at the moment, Dylan.
So he does only have about 27 minutes left.
Okay.
And that's just to bring it home and then rather get the car fixed in the pits. And then you're losing the 3 seconds or 4 seconds, or I suppose it's going to be longer, closer to like 18 or 20 seconds.
Yep.
But then you're adding that to a general pit stop time. So if you're changing tires, it's already 30 seconds. Well caught. You're already adding 30 seconds to that pit stop. But rather do that than go in now, fix the damage, and then have to come back and do a fuel and tires later, because
Makes
you're
sense.
just adding a complete new pit stop. So somebody who we haven't really given much love, apologies there, Jamie, is Jamie is now just dropped into that gap between himself and Mohat Musa.
Yep.
3 seconds behind there, but then 10 seconds ahead of AJ up at the top there. And he's still doing 46 zeros and is, it's at about half a second quicker than Mohat Musa's. Ooh, so Jamie, as I say, the 46.0 goes and bangs in a 45.8.
Nice.
So going quickly. Heinrich on our chat saying load shedding ruined his sim race for me. So unfortunately, he hasn't been able to race in months. It's just that bad. That's absolutely terrible to hear. Lucas saying that was a spin out for Ulrich at the bus stop. Early stop. No, he mustn't stop. Tell him don't stop. He must keep driving
going.
until he goes into the first pit window. Otherwise, you're adding a complete stop. Heinrich saying, yeah, unlucky there for him. I wanted to see whether we had a rank for Jamie, but new in our league, so we actually got him as unranked,
Okay.
but driving with the Alpha 1 esports team. I'm pretty sure he's not unranked in his normal racing.
Okay. But Alpha 1, yeah, that Ferrari is looking very nice. So, green on a race car, I've always been told, is never a good thing. Although we have the Aston Martins, I guess, which are pretty, but I never raced. I never raced with green on my race cars. Very, very unlucky.
And it just shows you, if we speaking to the different people, because now if we jump to
The hybrid livery.
the hybrid of the LTR and the SARCO car, the front is green and the back is blue, which essentially represents the SARCO colors.
True.
But there was this thing that I created, and I promise you, Mamba Fever is a thing. And what we did is that we started creating this persona in the teams that I was racing with, that once you got behind someone, you'd always say Mamba Fever is a thing.
Okay.
And generally, because Hanukkah running wide, coming out of turn number 13 there, and generally what happened is that people started believing that this Mamba Fever was a thing, that we actually created this whole Mamba Fever. So I will get into a green car as often as I can.
So you're the direct opposite of me, basically.
So what's going to
Okay.
happen is I think we should take in a green car together and just go see what happens. Just
Oh,
for
sheesh. It might
some
cancel each other
coconuts
out.
and giggles.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're not going to be great, but we
But let's
might
see.
just be average.
Yeah. That's good. How's the gap looking at the front? Still 2 seconds. So Christian just chugging along nicely. The pace has dropped off a little bit. They're both lapping in the 45.2s. And it looks like Ruan has been lapped now again by Tariq and Christian. So,
Ooh, do you see that Ruan was a little bit squirrely?
yeah.
Actually,
So-
want to just get that from... Oh, we're going to miss it.
Yeah.
Right, I've missed it.
You've missed,
Missed
the,
the window,
You've
and that's
missed the
because
20-second window.
We've
Dom.
dialed in that 20-second window to go back 20 seconds to watch for 20 seconds, and we've missed it.
Yeah, huge crowds, as you can see in the stands. Hopefully they are entertained.
Well,
They are
they've-
braving the... It looks pretty cold out there, to me. I mean, sun's going down. It's winter in the United States. So a huge contrast to us sitting here in South Africa. Although the temperature I see now, I'm just having a look at it, is 26 degrees ambient, track temperature 33. But I was just going by the spectators. A lot of them are in
T-shirts.
yeah. So well, there's a guy with a jacket on. So I thought it might be cold, but it's not cold.
But the guy next to him was in a white T-shirt, and it looked like he was enjoying
But
a refreshing beverage.
They enjoying. Christian always looks wide out that corner, but it's working for him.
You know,
So
what I'm going to do is let's just change that angle, just so that we can see what
Okay.
happens the next time he comes around there.
do we have on board footage?
Yes, we do.
I'd love to climb on board one of these guys and see.
So are you going to give us the lap, or should I give it
You
a
talk
go?
us through, Dill. You the main manner here.
The only challenge is that he's in the Lamborghini, and I can't really drive a Lamborghini. I can't talk for what the gears are going to do.
But there's a number there that tells you what gears he's in.
But it's an anticipation of a gear, because now normally in the Ferrari you just lift.
This
turn
is
in,
just
then
okay.
it does he gear down.
No, 4.
Yeah. So he holds the gear. So I would have done the same thing, run wide, and then little tap of the brakes, gear down onto the inside curve, accelerate
Nice.
now on the way out. Right. Oh, I missed that wall. And now we're going to be looking for the 300 board on the left hand side. And as you go past that, you hard on the brakes, down into second gear is where I would go, then short shift into third, accelerate on the way out. Then you want to straight line up the hill here through turns 3. Don't let that car slide. I try to stay off the curbs, otherwise it can just bounce it off and make it a little bit unsettled.
Yeah.
And then you want to just gently straight line now. Now we're looking for the Marshall's Tower on the left hand side. There it is, brake down into third gear now as I use that to help slow down. Because he rides fourth gear, but I would have been on the power, go down into third, short shift into fourth and straight back on. But I suppose this is the difference between the Lamborghini. Then now as you go past that little white thing on the right hand side down, and I would go into second, short shift into third, get on the power way earlier, but that's a traction control thing for me. Now we're looking for this 100 board on the left hand side, brake, ride the curb on the inside, then accelerate straight, let the traction control do its work, then up the hill, stay off the grass, that kicks in your traction control, slows you down. Then just before the second board there on the brakes, second gear, just clip the curb, accelerate, but don't go too wide there, because then you're wasting time to try to get all the way back to the right. As you go past the board on the right into second, just ride the curb on the inside, just watch the little snap, then past the 100 board, off the gas, turn in, back on the power, past the little strip on the inside there, now back on the power, and that is one lap. Little sideways there for Christian, but hanging on like the veteran he is.
Very good. Thanks, Dill. What was that? A 45.2. Good lap.
So I can actually talk my way through a 45 too.
That was very impressive. 0.2 quicker than Tariq as well. So he brought the gap down. Maybe he had inspiration from you telling him what to do, if he was listening. But yeah, good. Nice to see some on board and give you guys an idea of the track if you haven't seen it. Quite a lot of undulation, I must say. I didn't think it would be as up and down. It looks very, as I said, very, very fast. These curbs are really attacked hard. But this gap still remaining around the 1 second, 2 second mark between the top two. Jamie Rees there, well, AJ de Kock pretty much in no man's land. He's just carrying on and minding his own business, 14 seconds behind these front two, but doing a good job. Jamie Rees in fourth. And
So just yeah, we got a comment here from Heinrich saying, unfortunately, those tickets were sold at the track and he wasn't able to get to the US.
Yeah.
But Luke is saying you can see way much more online anyway. Otherwise, you just get to see the one corner. So thanks
absolutely.
for tuning in and not making the trip to the US to go and
Absolutely.
watch this race. And you're saying there's a caster's curse? Phew.
Not at all.
Not at all. We're
Not
definitely
at all.
not seeing it now.
Yeah, it hasn't.
Here's some insight here. I've just seen a comment here from Shamil Mohammed saying the Lambo and the BM has the same shifting. So that's interesting. Gear for gear, that would have been the same. Where
That's interesting.
in the Ferrari is that because it is the 2-liter turbo, is
Yes.
I'm opting for
Like a longer ratio.
I've got to get the revs back up to get
yes, so
the
the
turbo
powers.
into
Okay.
boost, and that's the difference.
Aha. Well, there you have it, folks. Some insight into how these cars work.
Memo saying remove the F. I don't know what that means. And we never really announced it, but we are under this special code that was actually invented by Memo Baronas, believe it or not. And that was because we had some very passionate racers that would race on a Monday night back in our console days. And some of the drivers would just drop a few words that were not family friendly.
Oh.
And he just put up a message to say, please guys, that his kids do like to come and sit behind him while they're watching. So instead of using one of the words, we just replace the word coconut? So we created this thing called Code Coconut. So even in the driver's briefing, I said, if you want to go and insult somebody's mother's coconut, there's a way
A lot
way
more friendlier.
adult
Yeah.
family friendly to come across. So yeah. Just a little something that Memo has added to the world of soccer.
Yes. No sign of rain yet, Dill. Still sunny out there. Local time is 51 minutes past, 10 to 3. So I'm not sure what time the sun would go down. Probably still a couple of hours from now. But it does look like to be getting a little bit dark.
It is grey.
Yeah.
It definitely is getting a bit grey. Otherwise, we've just been staring at the same screen for too long.
So we're expecting how long each stint?
But it's weird because it's saying it is giving us the rain info as saying clear.
Okay.
But that cloud cover is definitely not speaking the same language.
We could have, as we said in the intro, we could have a little sprinkle. Could spice things up.
Heinrich,
Definitely.
I promise you there is a coconut emoji. It has been used many, many times. So there we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Elsie Jabir. Coconut
Lucas
for the win.
The coconut for the win. That is fantastic. I do want to mention something. And it is now, we've been racing for 50 minutes.
Yeah.
On our display, if we just run down what we're seeing, and sorry if, to those at home, you're not able to see this. We've got yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow flag, best lap time, yellow flag, then best session lap all the way down. There has not been one contact.
Nope.
So that means we had 10 drivers that
Keeping it
started and not one of them made contact with anyone.
A few contacts with the wall, but that's your own mistake. I mean,
We won't mention any names.
no, not pointing any elbows, but certainly very clean racing.
So Shamil's saying the shifting choice around here is what I meant. Cool. Understood. Thank you. Mr. George Smith saying the Genesis drivers are
Genius.
Genesis.
Genesis. Oh yeah,
Yes,
you're right. Sorry,
Genesis.
can't read. They are in their own league.
Drivers in their own league, absolute nuts. That they are. Heinrich just saying, meh.
George Smith, is that old G-Max? Nice to have him in the chat.
It does look
I'm
like
pretty
in
sure
that
it is.
picture.
G-Max, if that's you, a big shout out. Nice to have you with us.
If it is G-Max, I'll tell you what happened. It was about 3 years ago. We, at the F400 karting endurance race, I entered a soccer team. And
I remember that.
Medal State were one of the invites, and G-Max was actually one of the drivers.
Okay. Yeah, it is him.
No ways.
It's G-Max in the
G-Max
house.
in the house.
Welcome, G-Max. Nice to see you.
I believe we have a guest.
I think so. Let's see if
looks
we can
like
get
a-
him in here.
There's something happening in the background there, so that's pretty awesome. G-Max, welcome, man. And thanks for jumping on and enjoying us Well, enjoying us. That's not what I meant.
No, that's just
That's
not.
definitely
It's
not.
a family-friendly stream.
Family show. We are Code Coconuts. That's not what we're about. But awesome that you're jumping in and coming to say how's it.
Now, Christian just flashing the lights there. I wonder if that's sort of some inter-team communication that's going on between him and Tariq, just telling Tariq, hey man, just chill a bit there. I need to get back to that 1 second. But yeah, these two have just been in a class of their own. 16 seconds now, the gap to AJ de Kock in third. But
And
long
that's
way
just
to
a
go.
consistency thing.
It's just consistency. It
It's
really is.
incredible.
And good driving display by these two.
So that's interesting because Christian's last lap was a 1:45.03,
There we go.
which is actually.
It just crossed the line now.
He just crossed the line,
Yeah.
so it just ruined exactly what I was going to say. But it was quicker than his best time, which means that that's possibly an invalidated lap, which means he's got a track warning.
Ooh. Track limits coming into play. So we'll see. Invalid lap. You only get 3 of those before the game will give you a penalty. A flash of the lights again there. So, yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to tell him.
Code, definitely.
It must be some sort of code.
So George Smith saying, enjoying the broadcasting. It's cold in the UK. So great to watch some sim racing. Well, George, thanks so much for joining us. Listen, Heinrich, I know that George has given you the go-ahead, but just be careful. Ah, that is a safe question. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Well, let's see if we can get our guests coming in soon. We're going to get the legend himself, Terry Wilford, on the mic. Give us some insight to see what some strategy could be employed here, Terry. He's hazards now on for deploy. I don't know. Is he apologizing for the track limits? He must be watching our stream.
Or maybe just put it on and...
Forgot to...
Oh no, he's
flashing again.
Looks like he's cycling through his lights or something. So there is something.
Electrical
going on there.
failure.
Yes, imagine adding that in. Holy cow. It's this code and just push enter, right?
Yes. I wonder if that's something that might happen in the future where you could actually forecast certain failures at random on a car, because that's what happens in real life. Yes, SpongeBob SquarePants.
George definitely got the brief there. Thank
Yes.
you, G-Max, for reciprocating there.
Brilliant.
Let's go see what's happening with Mr. Bauer, because after that little contact with where he went backwards after the bus stop, he is still circulating in 6th position, 35 seconds behind Musa.
Yeah.
The front right, there's not much damage on that.
Yeah.
And the AMG is actually one of the cars that Terry Wolfer drives in our league, and I'm sure he can give us a little bit of insight. And I wonder whether he'll have the same opinion that this car is great until it wants to kill you, which seems like it's nearly every exit of a corner.
Yeah, exactly. Just see now.
So that gap closing down now, and the light's still flashing. I wonder if it's not just a glitch that we're seeing on our side, or whether he is actually flashing those lights. So if there is any teammate members there, just let us know what's going on. Is there something that we are possibly missing?
Very interesting. I wonder, I mean...
Okay, George is saying 100% flashing.
So, George is a man who's got a lot of experience in the sim racing world in terms of commentating and being in it. So he's going to provide some insight, hopefully, to see. Maybe his button is stuck. That's a good point from Heinrich.
And he keeps pushing
pushing it
to try and unstuck it.
But what's interesting, I've noted, let's see if it happens here, but I think it flashes every time he brakes. So let's see as he goes into bus stop.
Okay, so Tariq's car, that's not the flashing we're looking for.
No.
We're looking for the actual ones that are on the top.
So now he brakes. No, okay.
No.
So that theory is out the window. But yeah, it must be a secret code between the two teammates. I think just Christian just saying, like, Tariq, please stop being so consistent. There it is again. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if anyone can enlighten us.
So just an update in terms of where the teams are.
Yeah.
Jason Farmer, one of the newcomers to the LTR team, as well as SARCO. He is coming up and racing.
Yes.
I think this is his second endurance with the LTR team.
Okay.
I'm sure Lucas, if you don't mind just giving us the update, but I think it is his second one. Has jumped in the car, so taken over from Ruan Hanika, and we'll just monitor how he's getting on. But his last lap 146.8, and sort of about just getting back into the rhythm.
Yeah.
Finding those breaking points again, and quite a bit of cloud cover. We're definitely seeing that cloud cover.
Definitely.
Track temperatures actually dropping. So while it's saying it's sunny at 26 degrees, the track temperatures dropped, but the ambient temperature has remained the same.
So, hopefully Jason Farmer doesn't live up to his surname and keeps it on track. And yeah, so they've made their first driver change already. And is that pretty much in line? Are we expecting stops anytime soon? What's the expectation, Bill?
So the driver stint should be set to 65 minutes.
Okay.
Which means that now that we're going into that 1 hour past, it's going to be now. Because the last thing you want to do is leave that last 5 minutes. You say, let me just push one more, make a mistake, go off, and you miss your stint timer, because that's an automatic drive-through, which it's not us as the admin team putting in place. It is the game implements that drive-through.
Yes.
So that's 30 seconds you're going to lose from that drive-through straight away.
Okay. So, interesting. Pit stop's about to happen in the next 10 minutes or so.
Well, the next
5.
It's got to be within the next 5. Otherwise, stint timers are done.
Well, there you go. And
unless the stint timers have been stuffed up and it's a free for all. We'll know in the next 5 minutes. And this is the beauty about live TV. We'll ask the question. We don't know the answer.
And
and then we get it.
No, true. And you got to watch the pit lane speed limit is crucial, because I mean, if you just one tiny little K over it, that's also a penalty. So those are things you got to watch out for
on the entry. Well, we have got our man in the studio wired up, Mr. Terry Wilfred. Good afternoon.
Hey guys. What a race.
Yep.
Yeah, so we are not hearing Terry, but our producer in the background is going to sort that out. So, Terry, hold that thought. Hopefully we can just rewind that, and we'll get you up and running shortly.
And as we look, let's see. I did see, I think it was Chris Heineke there, had a little white flag, so slow car. I wonder if something happened. Just looking at the gaps now. He's dropped from Fleming Bauer. He's now 8.6 behind. Just looking at his last lap, 47.4, so not too bad. But we'll have to wait and see. He's about to complete this lap. And let's just see if he did run into a little bit of trouble. I definitely saw a brief flash, Dylan, of yellow. And then he had the white ring around his name, which obviously means slow car on track. So I just want to see what lap time he pumps in now. Looks all good to me. Yeah, 48.1. It's a little bit slow, maybe just a slight little issue. Maybe at the bus stop. Again, those curves are treacherous. But this track, not really, track limits, not really an issue. Hey, Dylan, probably the bus stop a little bit, but not like the modern tracks where you got a lot of runoff where people are kind of worried about track limits, say like at Spa. I know there's a huge one through Eau Rouge on ACC especially. Track limits definitely comes into play.
Well, yeah, part of this is the bus stop, because there are some curves that you can cut. But generally the rest of the track has got walls on the outside, a little bit of runoff. There also is on the exit of turn 10,
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a wall there, but you can run it right up against the wall, and that can give you the track limit. So where they're coming through now, you can see just on the exit there,
Yeah.
and you can just overcook that acceleration. And right on the money, you can check all the drivers currently going into pits. And while we have got the guys going into pits, Mr. Cherry Wilford, let's try this again. We're just looking to get the nod from the producer. That's not the nod that we're looking for. So it is now 4 drivers in the pits.
Okay, Terry is live now. Welcome.
Guys, I think I'm connected up and ready to go.
Good.
Is
Welcome.
there a invitation guest curse that we get him in and now he's here and now we can't actually get him to talk to us?
Shame. He's tried this.
Producer shaking his head saying this is not a thing.
He's tried
Well,
such a beautiful intro 5 times.
I think,
Okay, Terry, from the top.
I think it's my fault for being late. But guys, yeah, obviously great to be here, and these amazing. I must say, I'm just absolutely blown away by the amazing, studio and that, and obviously thanks to Metal State for hosting us here. But yeah, I was having a look. What a race! Tariq and Christian obviously putting an impressive show. I mean, just the way that these guys can just peel lap after lap, so consistent. And the one thing about these sim races is that most of these guys are probably racing on good equipment, and it's a proper good workout.
Definitely. So it's pit stop time. Be interesting to see, especially Terry, how this, if the gap between Christian and Tariq will change after the stops. And new set of tires, some new fuel.
Well, I think arriving in the pits here is one thing. It's making sure that your car is positioned absolutely perfectly. You don't want to overrun your pit markings or stop short. They obviously have to move you around and get you into position in that. But
Yes.
I think these guys have been doing it for so long, and we've got it's an 8-hour race. But at the end of the day, with what's happening up at the front, the slightest error is going to make the difference of keeping position or a changeover. But just watching the race, obviously the starts and that, we're having a look at Tariq. He's him and Christian. Obviously, it's always nice to have somebody behind you that he's not going to have a lunge or whatever, because we have seen moments where he has got up quite close. We saw Tariq run a little bit wide earlier, and all of a sudden he was right on him. But I see, earlier flashing his lights on that. Maybe that's a strategy, not an error in any way whatsoever. But what a great race, and I think well done to SARCO and everybody involved that have put this 8-hour together. It's exciting, but I think in an hour or two, when we start seeing the sun going down and all of a sudden lights coming on, they run these big endurance lights in this form of GT racing. Corners light up at you like you cannot believe. Everything just sort of glows.
Yeah.
And I think that's when you're going to see the cars perform. You might see drivers changing, going up on their engine maps, with the extra power that comes from the cool air. And you might see the guys going into a bit of fuel saving as a strategy, and saving the tires and keep holding position or trying to make it up.
Absolutely. Now, Terry, I think one of the burning questions that everyone asks, and I'm sure you get asked a lot, is that, being a real-life racing driver yourself, and also competing in ACC, what would you say is the biggest difference? I mean, obviously there's the feel is obviously the biggest thing. You don't have any sort of G-forces on you. You can't really feel the car, some say, in ACC, and now you've got these amazing setups with the force feedback and what have you. But for you, what's the most standout thing? I mean, coming from real life and then competing in something like this.
So I think the biggest standout thing for me was that these guys are very good at what they do. We've in this race here, you've got some of the best in the country, and the thing about sim racing, and sim racing is pretty dear to me, because it's something that through lockdown, all of a sudden I was scratching around looking for something to race with, and knowing that we're going to be stuck. And yes, in the world of real racing, you've got that fear factor, and that there's no button for return to garage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes you have to scare the hell out of yourself to realize you're alive, but at the same time, you know, sim racing like this, the dynamics of setup and things like that, you know, tire wear and that are pretty lifelike. And you know, obviously you cook the tires, cool them down, and and the same applies. But you know, sim racing I think I've been running in it now for 3 years. And I've got to just say that it's something that I suggest to anyone who loves racing, racing, motorsports, cars, etc. Is something that you've got to go and get yourself in and actually have a go at it. And you might surprise yourself. It's sometimes the guys that come in without any know-how that impress everyone, and all of a sudden they find that rhythm, and this is a new world for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can certainly attest to that. And it's although online racing, I think it's a lot cheaper than the actual motorsport side of things. But in saying that, some of the equipment nowadays, Terry, is really, you know, I think lockdown has, as you said, you touched on it there, lockdown really was a catalyst for sim racing. I myself as well, we had all that time just sitting at home. But it's really expanded the sim racing community in South Africa. And I think it's a great way to get it involved in motorsport. If you don't know how, it's pretty much accessible. This is obviously being run on a PC platform, but the game is available on PlayStation and Xbox. So anyone kind of with those consoles at home can pick it up and give it a go and find that it's that love we have for motorsport. And I think that's what drives everything at the end of the day. So it's good to hear. And I love the comment of, in ACC you could pretty much push the reset button and you're back in the pit lane. There's no, but in real life it's, you can't just try that corner flat out and see what happens. Although sometimes you have to.
No, you find the limits, and you find them fairly quickly. And sometimes you pay the price. We call it school fees in motorsport. But yeah, it's you know, sim racing is just something that I think is totally accessible for everyone. And you know, equipment sort of comes in at entry level, and what you'll find is that most guys get some sort of a starter rig to get themselves into it. And I can guarantee, I've seen it, that all of a sudden you'll see guys that'll be doing upgrades and changing their pedals and things like that. And you know, we started this whole process racing in SARCO in PlayStation on it was on Project Cars 2, and I think everybody from that series has evolved to racing on a PC now. And all of a sudden you look where we are today. We've got people following, there's messages coming in left, right, and center, you know, interaction, and then you have the guys on the track that are throwing it around. And you know, I take my hat off, because you know, when you're doing an hour stint or a 2-hour stint, firstly it's not comfortable.
Yeah.
It's giving you a workout, and the biggest thing that I think you know, people come short on is the concentration. You know, you've got to be pinpoint. I mean, you look at Tariq. You know, Tariq earlier, I think every single lap he positions the car exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah.
And I heard Dylan talking earlier about through that bus stop section. You know, there is just absolutely got to be pinpoint. You brake too early, the corner's not lined up. You brake too late, you're starting to bounce on curbs. And you know, it's just I take my hat off to the way that these guys can honestly set the car up and maintain such a pace that there's hardly any deviation in their sort of lap times on what they run. You know, no matter what, they seem to just put a good lap together.
Yeah. And as you said that, Tariq, Adam setting the fastest lap of the race, a 44.747.
Well, I can tell you now, he's taken a chunk of fuel there. Obviously, they've thrown some good tires at it, and yeah, no, these guys are masters at what they do. And it's obviously, you know, the strategy around ACC is just incredible. You know, your driver changes and things like that, double stints, and strategy is key. 8 hours is never won on the first corner.
Yeah.
And you're going to get your drivers that are a little bit off, a little bit off their number one driver. But I think everybody finds that they have that sort of dynamic within their team, you know. And I mean, we've got at the moment I see we've got Ryan Ottens. He's lying in third at the moment. He is one of those guys as well. We call them sim racing aliens.
Absolutely.
They just seem to be able to do what they need to do. And I foresee that Ryan is definitely going to be pressing to try and make up a bit of time on the two guys, the junior. I think it's the junior team and the esports team. that are in front of him. But I think once you start seeing the gap close,
Yeah.
all of a sudden this race is going to open up.
Definitely. Ryan Otten's one to watch. He's in the car. Last lap, 44.6, so not far off Tariq at all. And Christian Venter in second place only managed a 45.0. So definitely Ryan is one of those aliens that we know. And he's definitely going to be closing that gap down. So 17.5 seconds to Tariq. So we'll keep a close eye on that to see how Ryan brings that down over time. Christian Venter now in the 213. So they also did a driver change, 5.1 seconds behind Tariq. But yeah, we had confirmation, all pit stops clean, no speeding in the pit lane, so no penalties there. Everyone's got new tires, as Terry said, topped up a little bit of fuel, and we are good to go for another 65 minutes session. Few driver changes. Interesting not to change Tariq there. I think he's double stinting for this one. He's got the pace, so the team are obviously happy to let him go for another run. And definitely two aliens up against each other with Tariq and Ryan Ottens in third.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see, I'm just having a look at obviously our full top 10 drivers at the moment. We've got Jason Farmer lying in 10th at the moment, but we know that he is a very, very consistent driver. Maybe not pressing on the fastest laps, but can certainly maintain a good pace all the way through. Ulrich as well. Flip is absolutely amazing. He is, we call him our wonder child in the way of doing setups and that, because he just understands the dynamics of, you know, change this, change that, and all of a sudden, you know, you were battling, and now you've got a car that works for you. And Musa obviously is extremely fast. He's won. I think he's just won the recent SARCO championship, driving in the BM. And that's you know, we've got 10 drivers here that are certainly on pace and doing what they need to do to make sure that they get to the finish line.
Absolutely. And so Terry, have you noticed any kind of, since you've started sim racing, do you think there's any kind of benefit to your real life racing? Has it made you, I don't know, more consistent? Has it helped you in the car in any way, would you say? I mean, you see like a lot of the top drivers, even Formula One teams, employ sims, you know. So it's a crucial part of these F1 teams.
Yeah, so my biggest challenge at the moment is that I race a H-pattern manual racing car, and I tend to try not to do any sim racing the week before, because going down the back straight at Swartkops and pulling pedals that are non-existent are it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out at the 100-meter breakboard. But I think the one thing that the big advantage of sim racing is going to a track in a real racing car requires a lot of effort, a lot of help in that. It's loading cars, you know, going to make sure you have your fuel ready, things like that. Whereas, you know, you can get home from a tough day at the office on at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock you're in, you switch on the computer, you're in your rig, and you're in a racing car.
Absolutely.
And you know what the thing is that, and we see it time and time again, all of a sudden you've got 40 to 50 cars on the grid, got guys racing from all over the world, and they're all there with the same purpose, and that is actually to race, you know. So I certainly think that the whole sim concept is obviously a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
And you know, like I say, your interaction. We've made so many good friends, maybe one or two enemies as well, through the process. But you know, you always got that rivalry. You always know who's going to be quick, and it's something to work towards to actually improve in how you firstly drive the car. Obviously how you set it up, and thirdly I need to say that the world of sim has brought a whole lot of people together who are actually helping each other. I know that there's people that do driver training. I probably need a little bit of that myself, because it is such an interesting technique on how you have to drive on a simulator, you know. And you talk about like F1 teams and things like that. I know that in the world of GD3 racing, DTM, and that sort of thing, they will actually, weeks prior, use their sim to go and do simulation of tire degradation, how far they are going to get, and actual stints. And, you know, they don't have the luxury of just going out to a track to go and test. So they use the sim to actually go and work out how far they're going to run and what they're going to do. And it's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
Yeah, it's just amazing how. And I think it's probably just recent years, and that's just the advancement of technology that enables them to do that sort of thing. Because As you know, when real life teams do a lot of testing, they gather a huge amount of data. But to now be able to simulate that and to predict how a race weekend will go before it even happens is just something that's incredibly powerful to these real life teams. And good to hear that sim racing does have an actual benefit to real life racing. So even if you do want to race one day, start out in sim racing and develop those habits, those driving habits. I mean, it's the same. Although it's digital, the driving is pretty much the same. You need to brake in the right place, hit the apex in the right place, slow in, fast out. It's the same principles apply. So if you could be good here, you could apply those things in real life, and it's a good place to start to anyone thinking of joining motorsport in real life.
Well, you talk about good, you could be good in the real world, and we've seen. You've had a few friends who have progressed through GT Academy and have actually ended up being official works drivers for Nissan teams and things like that. And these are guys that started out behind a monitor, a TV screen, sitting in a rig and just working out how and what needs to be done, and progressed into the real world of racing. And it is a platform. And in this GT3 racing now, you obviously is made up of your different licensed drivers as well as the different classes. So you've got your Pro Am, and you've got your Am. Now, I can tell you now that there's Am drivers that are arriving, obviously striving to upgrade to what would be the likes of silver licenses, and obviously get into golden and platinum, etc. But they don't have the luxury of getting out to all the new tracks that they're going to be racing at, and that's where I think sim racing has also assisted in that. Guys have been able to get onto a track and know every single corner, know the line, know the apex, know which one is going to bounce you off, which apex you can ride a little bit without doing anything, to the detriment of damage in the car. So that's kind of like
like Nordschleife comes to mind, right? I mean, how many corners are there?
Absolutely.
It's impossible to learn. The access to the track is almost, you could probably go on a track day, but I mean, if you're a GT3 driver, never been there, you could hop onto a sim, do some laps around the Nordschleife and learn kind of your way around. And I think that's very powerful. Another driver that comes to mind is actually David Perel, who is, he runs Coach Dave Academy and huge in the sim racing, and applies those sort of principles to his real life overseas GT3 career. So, very, very interesting.
Yeah, and the other thing that I must just say, if you look at, I think I can tell you now that as far as top sim drivers in the world, our South African driver Calvin van Linde is ranked 3. I think Max is rated 1. Lando's ranked 2nd. And then obviously you've got Sheldon, Jordan, and Dave, who are as fast on sims as they are in the real world, and as fast in the real world as they are in the sim. Know, and that, I think, when you can get that balance of being able to do it lap for lap, like for like, from the actual the real world to the sim world, it's just a crazy technique. But it shows you that they understand with their engineers what the car is going to do, and perhaps it helps with giving them more info on and feedback to say, we think we need to change it. But I see now guys are getting a bit squirrely on the track at the moment. We're seeing, and you're getting to that time now, guys, if you haven't done the driver change, you're starting to feel it now.
You're starting to feel it, definitely. And it's depending on what rig you have. If you have one of these modern, nice Moser rigs, throw in the sponsor there, they have a lot of force feedback, and it's, Terry, it's not as easy as people think. It is obviously a steering wheel, and it's not real life, but they do have force feedback, and it does take a lot of effort to turn. I mean, that's what gives you the feedback in the car. Got a yellow flag there for Varonos. Let's see, the Porsche just been struggling. We saw him a little bit wild through the bus stop.
Memo certainly pushing, having a few moments there, but you always the nerves are obviously hit as you're sitting there waiting in pits to do that driver change and come into the car. So Memo at the moment running 8, so he's doing a good job. He's just got to keep it on track, and I think that he can get an hour or hour and 15 in a stint. Hand it over to their next driver, and go and rest a bit, and get some hydration in, and get ready for your next one. But we just saw there, I think Tariq taking a passing flip at the moment. And all of a sudden, I think we're starting to see that the leaders have made up enough time to actually start threatening the guys in the lower position. So that, you know, getting past is going to be interesting, but I think this is what's going to make this race work, is obviously feeding your way through the traffic once you actually reach it.
No, and Terry, guys, I'm back. Thank you very
No,
much.
Dylan's back, guys.
These guys were just sitting, having such a great conversation. It was nice just to sit back and listen and just marvel at the racing excellence that we've got behind the monitors here. So thank you very much, Terry. Thanks for popping by and making a little visit here.
Yeah, no, it's been a great pleasure. It's, as I say, sim racing is dear to me, but I certainly wish that I could put in a few lap times like these guys in the front can do, and as consistent as they seem to be able to run at any given time. But Bill, 10 drivers, guys are pushing. It doesn't look like they're running a kind of an 8-hour endurance type pace. I think that they are pressing us. We're running heavy fuel loads. I'm sure they obviously using up their tires as best as possible, but the guys are certainly giving it stick out there.
And look, I think whether it's 30 drivers or whether it's 10 drivers, they're on the track, they're here to compete, and they're going to be putting everything they can at it. Even though we've got some teams have got 2 teams within that same stable, they're still going to be pushing as hard as possible, because they not only want to beat their teammates, they want to beat themselves as well. And I think that's what's vital, is that I take my hat off, because generally if you try and running an endurance event, and as mentioned, we've lost 6 teams through the start of today, just because when we had the upgrade of the load shedding schedule to load to 6, is that all of a sudden I had a team that said, but all of us have now just been upgraded to the same time, when normally they would have overlapped.
They would stagger it.
It was staggered, but now it's just bang, everyone's off at that time.
Well, stage 6 hits and we just lost 6, unfortunately. So, but Dil, I think the one thing you got to realize, and you can look at it any motorsport around the world. Yes, you can make up numbers, and it's always great to have so many cars, but you only need 4 or 5 or 6 cars to make a great race, and I think that's what we've got here.
Ooh. That so I just
Ulrich de Jager just having a bit of a
through
moment.
the bump stop.
And
Looks like he turned in a little bit too soon, so that angle is going to be difficult. And as he comes through the exit, a little bit too wide, you can see just touching that curb on the exit. Try to catch it. Looked like he kept his foot planted, and just a little snick off the wall. So that's not going to give him too much damage.
Yep.
And Ulrich should be able to get back on track and drive that car. Maybe 2 or 3 seconds of damage just on the front, but it shouldn't hamper him too much.
I don't even think that he would repair that kind of damage in their next pit stop. That's not going to make any difference to their performance. And that, yeah, they've lost a little bit of time on track now, but we've got a couple of hours to go still of good racing. So, but that's what Craig and I just touched on while you were just out the studio, Dol, is that the bus stop is such a critical area, because like we saw, brake too early, brake too late, you're offline. And one of 2 things: you're either clipping the first section of it or the second section and running wide and bouncing the car around, and that's exactly what's just happened there. So perhaps a slight lapse in concentration. You're starting to feel it now, but at least one thing I can say, there is pretty much no damage. The car looks good. It's got all its knacker ducts and canards and everything else, so they should just be able to get back into a rhythm and find their feet a bit and get going.
And one of the crazy things, and this is how quickly this time actually goes by, is that he's already been in the car for just under 30 minutes. He's only got 35 minutes left, and that's the end of the stint. So whatever damage he has been able to pick up, he can then get it repaired. New tires, new fuel load, and off he goes. What I do love about the endurance racing, what I love about Assetto Corsa competition as a game, is that as the car gets older, it just stops feeling like it did when it started. It has it just feels like there's something missing. So you can start your race, you can have full fuel, you can hit a rouge flat out, but by hour 18 of a 24 hours of Spa, you're a little bit more cautious, because it just doesn't feel as hooked up like it did when you first started.
Well, Dol, not only that, you're starting your stint with new tires. Temperatures are changing. There's track temperatures, ambient temperatures, all of that. These cars are critical to their tire pressures, and it's the outside extremities that obviously affect how the tires perform, because you're obviously starting to see the difference with the track. And that's one of the things that the guys will have to manage. You know, a new set of tires always feels absolutely amazing for the first 3 or 4 laps until you actually get it to that point where it's either working for you or you've made an error in your setup. But you know, you can't really change much once you're in the car. But obviously, these guys will be playing with their tire pressures of the new tires that they're going to be putting on as they're preparing for a pit stop, hoping that they get the tire pressures and tire pressures right.
So interesting that you touch on, like, tire pressures are quite critical specifically in this game. And before the new update, is that everyone was trying to get that tire pressure to that 27 and above.
Yeah.
Where now you had to drop it down to 20
6.8.
to 26. But apparently, it, like, within that range, as long as you're within that 26 point something. But depending on the softer, it adds more yaw in terms of the wall of the tires flexing, which helps the turn in, but then also creates more heat. The harder the tire, you're able to get a little bit more straight line speed, but then it doesn't really turn in with the lower pressure. Just from a real world comparison, how close is that to the real world?
Oh no, it's exactly the same. We monitor tire pressures. We measure temps along the face of the tire, inside, middle, and outside. This track, Watkins Glen, does not have a lot of slow corners in it, and the load on these tires, because of carrying such speed and momentum, you know, it puts huge amount of flex. I mean, you know, strain on the sidewall. You know, with flex coming into the tire. You know, it's and I think that's the critical thing, is that these guys have set these cars up to make sure that they can carry the momentum into you know, all the way into the corner and exiting at high speeds. And that's a GT3 car as well. You know, you've got huge amounts of downforce, and that's where they make up so much speed, is their cornering capabilities.
Just watching Neil Greening here in the AMG, and it looked like when he's turning in, that car is just about sideways. We know that this is your car of choice, specifically in some of our leagues. Would you say that feeling of getting that car sideways, is that an AMG thing, or is that something that could be fixed in a setup?
Well, I've spent hours and hours and hours on this Mercedes-Benz trying to get it and understand the balance of it. It sits with the engine obviously in the front, which is the way that I believe. You know, Enzo Ferrari always said the horse must pull the cart, not push the cart. So,
Yeah.
but you know what it is. The Mercedes just seems to be a very oversteer type car, and just the way that it balances out. And once you start trying to move weight onto the front to try and you know, to try and balance, you know, move the weight around to try and balance the car, you tend to all of a sudden create this car that's just got severe understeer. So I mean, I'm looking at their car now, and I can tell you that they are probably riding quite a loose car as it is now. It requires a bit of driving technique, but it keeps you busy, and I think that you know, they'll be, you can see just by their pace that they're obviously just trying to keep it within a lap time and stroke it through. You know, we've got a long race to go.
I've done a few laps in the AMG, and it was just, I just couldn't get it right. I just couldn't get the feel. You're talking about that oversteer. It's like, for me, it had a lot of understeer on the way in, but then you hit the accelerator, then all of a sudden the rear starts stepping out. And for me, it was just such a difficult car to get my head around. Is I would have had to have changed my driving style and the fundamental understanding of 12 years of karting background. The engine at the back, understeer in the front, you bang it in, hit the accelerator, and away you go.
Yeah, and I think the Merc, the Merc is actually where you really start to feel that it starts to get a bit loose on you, is obviously under braking, you're going into mid-corner. It's not so much that it's an oversteer out the corner car, but it sort of wants to let go mid-corner on you. So it requires, you know, I think the brake balance is critical, and I know that the guys will certainly be playing with the brake balance, and obviously at the same time the the traction control is what's keeping the Merc on track. Once you start getting sideways, you actually can hear that engine really working to keep the car as balanced as possible. But certainly, you can see that there's only one of them in this race, and there's a reason for that. It's quite a challenging car to drive.
Well, we know him as Paul the Wolfento. We had a little catch up early on before the race, and he said that he just wanted, to bring the Merc, understanding that it is a high-speed track, is that from out of turn number 1 all the way through to the bus stop, it is quite a long straight, and try and just make use of that straight line speed. Currently ahead of the LTR Ferraris, you can just see that car just stepping out as he got into the power coming out of turn number 13. Do you think that this up against some of the LTR guys in that Ferrari, is the AMG the better car from your perspective?
Well, I think that if you have a look at the motor, firstly, the altitude that we're running at, obviously, I believe a normally aspirated engine is the way to go. We've seen that the two front runners are running in Lamborghinis with their 5.2 liter V10s. But yeah, a long track like this, I mean, the Merc has definitely got the grunt. I think it's got huge amount of power and torque in that. So definitely for a track like this, it is suited. However, looking at the way that the guys are running, I mean, it seems like this Lamborghini has just found and the drivers and team have obviously done their work. They've found an unbelievable setup. You've just watched it through, cornering and that. It just seems to be pinpoint. They put the car exactly where they want it, and it certainly doesn't keep anyone guessing. They've got it sorted. So the Merc still looks a bit loose, obviously, but Paul's a very, very good driver, and I'm sure that he'll be playing around there just to try and get that Merc to work a little bit better. And once he's done with his stint, he'll hand it over, and the guys will be chatting within their Discord group, with all their drivers, and discussing what they're going to do for the next pit stop, and work out a strategy. But it's I mean, it's just a great race, I think, for all the guys to be in. And the LNR guys are very, very competitive drivers, and you got Fleming is extremely fast. He's just proven. I saw the lap times. I caught a bit of the qualifying before making my way across to the studio, and I think everybody was just pushing, and it was actually going to be a guess who was going to take that final pole position.
Yeah.
I have had Fleming in my rearview mirror driving at Laguna Seca. Fleming is definitely not somebody to be laughed at, and most definitely just looking at some of the speeds that we are getting, we have just locked that in. So on the little track map, you'll see there's a little green marker, and that marker on the track map will monitor the speeds. Interesting enough, the fastest speed set is actually Mohat Musa in the BMW. Who would have thought?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, 264. A couple of Ks quicker than anyone else, actually, as well. So, but very, very interesting is that Ryan Ottens hasn't really made headway on closing that gap. Just after the pit stops, it was around 17, if I recall correctly, and now just eked out to 19.2. So maybe just also monitoring fuel and saving his tires towards the end of the stint. But definitely thought that we'd see Ryan Ottens bring that gap down a lot. But as we said, I mean, these top three guys are all pretty so close that it's going to be difficult to close those gaps down, unless there's obviously a mistake by the first two.
Well, there's one thing I'll say is that you might have dropped 2 seconds, but you might find that Ryan now has completely changed strategy. He might have gone up on the fuel map, and Ryan also might decide to jump in for a double stint and turn up the wick in his second stint. Fresh set of tires. We know that we all know that he can certainly run the pace of the guys in the front quite comfortably. So, don't be mistaken. Time lost is all of a sudden time found at some point in this race. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve. But I'm not even sure how many drivers are running in Otten's team at this moment. But they might be working on a few things to do in the pit lane.
Definitely, and I think that's the beauty of endurance racing, is that we can sit here and monitor gaps, but we never really know what the team's strategy is, what the driver's thinking. So definitely playing the long game, I think, at this stage. We're just looking at pit stop times as well to see how the pit stops. Old Ryan's pit stop was a 1 minute 2:48. And then let's just have a look at Tariq's. Had a 1 minute 4 pit stop. So Tariq's pit stop was actually slower, yet the gap increased. So that just shows you that Tariq's driving really well, as we know. But
Well,
it also
Tariq might have taken a bit more fuel. That Lamborghini is a thirsty and a big engine.
Well, there we
So
go. Yeah.
you know they might have required, and that's 2 seconds lost just in pit lane where you are filling the car. You know, so
Yes.
all of a sudden you're doing four pit stops, and all of a sudden that's 8 seconds.
To counter your argument, Christian Venter in the sister Lamborghini had a 1 minute 2:29 pit stop. So they could have just been a slow pit stop from Tariq. Maybe he wasn't lined up. But yeah, interesting to see there.
So guys, while we are still alive, we are seeing everyone who is currently watching. There are lots of comments coming through. We haven't missed them all. It's just that the conversation has been flowing so deliciously that we've kept it going. Sean Lorero saying, hello, Albo Scrobanti boys. I don't know where that comment has come from, but Sean, how's it?
Oh, that could be a couple of the guys from, I know that in Aldo's Scrobanti in PE. Obviously some of the racing guys there. So yeah, welcome to watching a bit of 8-hour endurance racing.
Heinrich said that the lockdown gaming was the best. Man, oh man, it was. I was one of the fortunate ones that still had to put in the online work. But I think our SARCO league went from 1 or 2 nights a week, and all of a sudden we're racing 4 to 5 times a week in the evening, and it was absolutely awesome. George Smith also commenting, also nice to have so many new companies that have gotten into sim gear space. The driving ingenuity, improving quality, and just making prices more competitive. 100% George.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you guys have kind of seen that I've stayed away from what equipment that I use, but I actually have a Moser setup at home.
Well, there you go.
And I freaking love it. Heinrich saying, let's go Alpha 1. So Heinrich's still there. And then we've got Johan van der Venter VDV. We also know him as Toki, saying his power's back on 15 minutes and he's feeling anxious about the 992. He is doing a stint after Memo in the BMW, in the Porsche.
Tox, good to have you in the race. We've had quite a few battles over the past few years, and obviously racing in project cars, and all of a sudden you're back in for an 8 hour. So yeah, good luck. Tox, I just want to say keep it on the black stuff, but we need you guys to finish the race, and yeah, good luck with that.
Leon de Villiers joined us as well now, saying, hey guys, loving the race. Thank you so much, Leon, for the comment. And yes, the race, for those who have just joined us, we did mention earlier on, we did lose 6 teams before the start of the race. The load shedding 6 sent us for a 6, but we are still here. We are still racing. We are 1 hour and 40 minutes, some change into the race. Still 6 hours 20 to go.
It's a long way to go, and a lot of racing still to come.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the changeover from day to
Yes.
sunset to night time.
So Craig and I, we've got a little side bet going, and we're hoping that when it starts getting to the in-game time, so it's currently sitting at
Like 3:45.
3:45, but at that 7 o'clock, just a light little sprinkle of rain would
please.
do wonders.
I'm going to do a rain dance as well.
Well, all of a sudden, there goes your strategy. And
Oh, a little touch of the wall there.
the question is, are guys going to, if we do have a bit of rain, the question is, will it require a changeover to wets? Because you just get that point where that track still maintains a good dry path, or do you need to pit for wets? Do you change your driver? Do you leave your driver out there? Strategies have just gone for a ball.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw it at the start of a previous endurance race where we started the race itself. We had practiced. All of a sudden, we got into the server. The server was wet. panic stations, started in on dry tires, never got that right, and it's the unpredictability that happens. Is that when the track goes greasy, you are between wet and not, and if you've got the wrong tires on, you heat them up, you lose the grip, and guess what? That's the end of your grip, and you can start losing between 4 to 5 seconds at a time.
Yep.
Memo is struggling with that.
He's-
Porsche
That
at the
car is
moment.
loose now.
It's
That
very
car
loose.
is not working the way that Memo is going to want it. So I think he's just going to have to slow himself up a little bit, try and get it balanced as best as possible, and try and peel off some laps and get him. I think he just needs to get himself back into a rhythm. Dylan, just touching on that whole thing of the wet and changing for tires and things like that, and I can guarantee you that these guys have set these cars up for dry conditions, endurance racing, looking after the tires, and all of a sudden, this is not a setup for the wet.
Yeah.
So it's going to require a good amount of technique to make sure that you can run a good pace in the wet.
So I know that some of the setups that we have used within the team environment is that we would set the car up, and when it's actually not worth trying to run a hybrid,
Yeah.
especially in the new update, is you rather make the tire pressures work for you, because we've already mentioned that you can set how the car changes, how the car moves, just by changing the tire pressure.
Yeah.
So you keep a dry setup, change the tires, and you use the tires to help you with that extra grip. Some more comments coming through. AJ de Kock saying these Lambos are quick. Can't agree with you more there, but come on, AJ, you guys are still definitely in this fight. You're only 17 seconds behind. 1 or 2 little moments and anything can happen, and you guys are right back in there. Chantilly's Ottens, I got it right. Ottens, like otter. Now you cannot unsee it,
Yeah, I can't answer
because
that.
I was corrected. I have been saying Ottens, and my apologies goes out to the entire Ottens family. I've now been corrected, and I will never get it wrong. Toki saying, no, stop with the rain. And Heinrich saying, ach ja, no, lekker. So maybe rain it is.
I don't know how that works, but no, yeah, lekker,
lekker.
Heinrich. Thanks for that.
We know exactly what his face looks like.
We certainly understood that one, but
And Shamil's little thing here saying, the rain is loading. Great.
now this race is gonna come alive all of a sudden.
Just imagine. So talking about Shamil Mohammed, Mohat Musa is currently in 5th place. Shamil, we do need to get you to come and race in these longer ones, man. Like, what's going on?
Just going back to the Ryan Ottens gap. I see it's come back down again, so maybe his team was listening to us and told him to pull finger there a little bit. But showing his class now coming back down now under 17 seconds. So maybe.
Well, Craig, we've just given them the Derek Van Dam weather report,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden
Now they know.
maybe Ryan has turned it up a bit to say, right, we better start getting onto this now. Strategy is not strategy anymore, and if the rain's coming, it's time to try and close that gap. And I must say, I mean, I saw Ryan race at Spa on slicks on a very wet track, and he certainly knows his way around the field and how to throw a car around without actually stopping for wet. So maybe all of a sudden it's time that he's realized, okay, right, let's close this gap up and try and see if we can make up what we've lost through weather conditions.
Okay. Yeah, and especially you don't want to be caught, as you correctly said, you don't want to be caught on the wrong tire at the wrong time either.
Get caught with your tires down.
Yes,
Yeah.
caught
Well,
with your tires down.
I can tell you now that timing is going to be critical, because you can all of a sudden think we're going to wing it for one more lap, the clouds open, and you all of a sudden you are scratching. So Yeah, that's the one thing I think now the weather, the guys are going to be watching and saying, all right, when and where is this rain coming?
Yeah.
And where do we get, when is the ideal time to come and bring this car in?
Well, I'll keep an eye on the crowd, and if I see an umbrella go up,
I'm already seeing a raincoat.
okay.
I'm telling
So
you,
there's one
there's
guy
preparation.
who knows what we know as well.
So I'm looking at the track temperature that has dropped to now 31 degrees. It's still sunny at 26, so that temperature hasn't changed. We mentioned it in the opening to say that we have the ability to run a multitude of different things. We got a pit
Christian
stop.
Fenter
So Christian
coming.
Fenter has gone into the pits, but that seems to be about 20 minutes too soon. So that's quite interesting.
Putting on the wets already.
Wow.
I'm joking.
We
No,
spoke about pit stop time, strategy.
their pit stop was
Two,
3 seconds
seconds
shorter
shorter.
than Tariq's.
yeah.
So I'm wondering now if we're just seeing that he had a little bit less fuel. They obviously maybe short fueled it just to get some pace and try and close that gap to Tariq. Maybe they just, or maybe they know something that we didn't. Maybe they're playing something with strategy. We can't really see if they're changing tires yet. But let's see how this plays off. Very interesting. Very early stop.
Yeah, that's 12 minutes out of sync, and now all of a sudden they're going to have to try and make that up. But Christian Venter is still in the car, and off he goes again, and that's now dropped him down into 5th place. So, yeah, we're not too sure why it would have been too soon, unless it was a fueling error and not enough fuel went in, and had to
Pull an early pit stop
pull an
to,
early pit stop
to
just
make
to
up.
try recover.
Yeah, absolutely. All of a sudden now Ryan has jumped up to 2nd. So all of a sudden his pace, where he started pushing, has pressed Christian to...
Whoa, you see that?
In the background.
AMG in the background.
That was definitely close there. That was almost another the wall in that Mercedes-Benz, but well held. But yeah, all of a sudden you're pushing. They've pulled the trigger to pull another pit stop, and I think this is now the strategy.
Definitely. Maybe even like they're trying a little undercut. Maybe put new tires on, get that pace early. I was just looking at the pace now from Tariq and Ryan. They're in the mid 145s, which is not the fastest we've seen them. Their fastest laps are in the 44s. So maybe they've noticed that just the pace has gone off. So we'll keep an eye on Christian to see if maybe that pace will pick up and those new tires will pay dividends. But new tires really not such a big advantage in this game.
Well, have a look at the lap times at the moment. Tariq's last lap at a 45.6 and Ryan at a 45.6. I mean, there's a thousandth of a second there in between them, but certainly not running the 44s in that we have been seeing. So are the conditions changing? Are the guys saving fuel?
I wonder if it's not just the tire pressure issue that you come back.
So, Heinrich, everybody asked me, can you sing? And I know I can sing. I just
let's
can't
hear
sing
it.
very well.
I
But
want to hear.
the comment that just come from Heinrich is a little bit like this. Is that, I want to know, have you ever seen the rain coming down on a spa day?
I think we'll stick to commentating.
I'll stick to the commentating. I think my driving is actually better than my singing, so I'll stick to that over the singing. But yeah, thank you for that. Shamil saying that he will definitely join the next time was too late to enter. Come on, man. The entries were out for a month.
Come on, guys, get those entries in for the next one. It's going to be exciting.
I see Chantalise did enjoy my little Ottens
Dedication and
dedication.
apology.
An apology.
A live apology on air to the Ottens family.
And recorded.
And recorded, so it's
You
there.
can
all
go
there.
back
You
and
won't
keep
get it wrong
playing it.
again.
We'll send you the timestamp so you can play it over and over and over. The other thing that's happened is with Christian going into the pit so soon, has this now given Ulrich Siegers the opportunity to actually jump the place. If I look at Christian's pit stops in terms of that time, that's going to give us a much better understanding. He's in trouble because that was a 147.
That almost seems like there was damage then. if they had to do a repair.
Did we miss something?
I honestly don't remember missing something. I don't remember missing a yellow flag.
That sounds very much like a quick damage repair, damage control to obviously fix the car before you start losing serious pace. Possibly also why all of a sudden we saw Ryan start to pull a bit of time back.
No,
Definitely.
but that doesn't make sense to me, because with only 12 minutes, you want to just nurse that car, because now they're out of sync in terms of the pits.
Yes.
So they're going to have to do another pit, unless that little 5 minutes that you're going over into that hour, they're able to recover somehow.
Yeah, so maybe obviously a damage repair, chuck some fuel, and maybe a new set of tires, which obviously all adds up to that sort of time frame in pit. So let's see. But yeah, definitely an unexpected stop for them. But who knows? Maybe they are working on something different to try and see if they can get past Tarek and his team at some point within the next 6 hours and something minutes.
Well,
Yep.
we are going to know where their cards land, and that's within the next 17 minutes, because that would have been when the next driver stints need to be reset. Because remember, it is 65 minutes per driver per stint. You are able to double stint, meaning you can go in, just put fuel, tires if you need to. Your driver stint then resets, and off you go.
Yeah.
And generally, the guys like to do that. Craig, I don't know if you have a preference to double stint, or rather get in an hour, have a go, and then give the car over to somebody else.
It's interesting. I was just looking. I think it's Musa and Adam are the only two that have actually double stinted this. And touching on a point that Terry mentioned earlier, is that fatigue actually does set in. I mean, you get into such a zone, but eventually you do actually start to get tired from looking at the screen so long. And it is a long time, so it's hard to keep up that level of concentration for a while. So I'd actually lean towards more doing shorter driver stints, pretty much 1 hour stint per each driver. Especially if you've got a team of 3, it makes sense to use your drivers. But then again, it depends. I mean, if Tariq's obviously happy and Musa's obviously happy in the car, then let them go for it. If they can do it, they can. But if you look at Musa's pace now, last lap 46.2. We got Jason Farmer, who's in the pits. Is this one of our first schedule stop? They were a bit out of sync as well.
Yeah, they had the disconnect, so
with the
they were kind of
disconnect,
in
so
between. But again, now what happens is that now that they're pitting, they're still 15 minutes out of sync to when the second stop should have happened.
Well, let's just have a look at the time of that pit stop and get an idea of.
That was a 1:53.
These guys are doing extremely long stops for.
That car did have damage though earlier on, so I wonder if they've just kind of spaced out the repair times per each pit stop, because that's their 3rd stop already. So I know it was in the wall in the early sort of first hour. So I wonder if they've just kind of, instead of repairing it all at once, kind of said do the essentials and now slowly starting to do the rest.
Well, it is Jason Farmer that
Jason's
would be
still in the car.
double stinting now.
Yeah.
So from my point of view is I kind of give it I'm happy to drive from here to Harrismith. You can do it in about 2.5 hours on the way down. Anything after that, just get uncomfortable. Racing rigs are generally not comfortable.
Yes.
But when I say over 40, and the racing chair is not as comfortable, and you put in a nice car seat, you can go for a little bit longer.
We tend to, over 40, try and find those reclining racing seats to get a bit of comfort here and there. But
There's
I
nothing
see
like
Jason
an E72 BMW seat on your racing rig, I can tell you that.
with air conditioning.
I was going to say, I think with the heat in Joburg that we've been experiencing as well, that also is a factor, how good your fan is as well. It depends on how long you're going to do your stint for.
So I'm interested to see now. Jason's come out. He's just ahead of the Merc. But that Merc still is not looking as hooked up as the Ferrari, and that getting close on the wall there as well. So, but we'll see how. Yeah, I saw Heinrich said something about the Merc in the rain. Heinrich, just to let you know, that Merc only works in the rain. It's actually one of the best cars in the rain.
Now that I think about it, you actually did a sterling job in Barcelona in the rain.
Unfortunately, I just cannot get this Merc to work in the drive, but I pray for rain every Wednesday night in SARCO. The Merc is brilliant in the rain, so let's see what happens. Maybe their fortunes change now. They are running a bit behind, but maybe if it does start to split a bit, then we're going to see something good from this Mercedes-Benz AMG.
So I wanted to just double check on the top speeds, and now we can start getting an idea of the fastest car on the track. And fastest car on the track is Mohat Musa in the BMW.
Well, it's tied with the Merc.
264, tied with Neil Greening, 264.
Well, there you go.
Well, that tells you that we know the BM is fast.
So it was
But
Musa fast in a straight line. On the way out, it's a little bit
But
sideways.
he is definitely getting a good exit at some point to pull that kind of top speed. It's not so much what the car's doing on the straight; it's about what Musa's actually doing out the corners to get it up to that speed.
So with the sister team or the LTR rookies having dropped down a position, that has put Flip van Zyl up into 7th, having started in 8th in that, not Flip van Zyl himself, but him and his team. We had Chris Heineke, who did start in the car with him, racing up against his brother in the LTR rookies. And yes, I say we collectively have a challenge, because that is the hybrid version of an LTR car and a SARCO car all merged into one, and we are not able to find where the gremlin is.
What's interesting is, going back to my point, Christian Deploy last lap, 44.5. Tariq, 45.2. So I wonder if this undercut might be coming into play. He's just done another 44.9. So he's definitely taking time out of the top two.
Pulling a second a lap.
He's pulling almost a second a lap, yeah. So I can't wait to actually see these pit stops to see how Christian will filter back into the order once everyone else makes their second stop.
Well, fortunately, we don't have much to wait. There is 9 minutes left where those stint timers would be the maximum that the guys should be making. And then we'll start seeing, all of a sudden, it was actually quite awesome to see the first stint that everybody kind of left it, and we had 7 people going into the pits at once. And that's the beauty about when you are on the same lap. Jason Farmer, in that LTR car down in 10th place, with that stop, he has gone that lap down with Ulrich de Jager. They were on the same lap just over about 20 minutes ago. Are still in the fight. There's still a lot to happen, but I'm sure he would want to just start getting up the order. So I'm seeing Jason Farmer, meanwhile, on the stream. There's Flip. So Flip van Zyl, the team boss, and the influence in me as to why I do PC racing.
Yeah, you were a PS boy for a long time.
Die hard PS boy.
PS4 all the way.
But that's not
But
true.
look at me now.
No, because you did racing with me in lockdown on PC.
Yeah.
So you had a PC, but
I
you didn't.
dabbled. Because remember,
Okay.
the PC was there to do the stream.
We got a yellow flag, Jason Farmer.
Let's go back and just. Ooh, he might have just gone off.
Just
But
run
we can
off.
go
He's
back.
probably run just off track. That's brought out a yellow.
Oh, yeah, we'll clip
Oh,
off the
yeah.
inside.
Maybe not.
Run. Does it touch
Stop,
the
stop,
wall? Stop,
stop.
stop, stop.
Oh.
There we go. Well
Okay.
saved.
Brakes. So
Yeah, Farmer went farming. I told you not to do that, Mr. Farmer.
Rolex Magnum.
So Heinrich saying, AJ de Kok, ek soek nommer 1. Steek hom bra. How's that for a gooi?
All I can say is, ach ja, nee.
Wait, let's
For
just
all
go.
our
Go
international
find that
people watching
comment.
the stream,
Ach
it
ja,
means
no lekker.
it's time to push on.
So Heinrich, we hope that we got the correct translation there for you. Ach ja, no lekker.
Yeah.
It's a good race with all these green cars
Yeah.
pressing along.
Terry, earlier myself and Craig were talking about a little thing that I created, and with
Green
you
cars.
being an outside driver and the green cars.
Mamba fever is real.
Yes!
I don't
Because
believe.
Craig was telling me that it's a curse to drive in a green car, and he said that he'll never, and the people that he has spoken to will never put him a green car. And I said, that's interesting you say that, because I have a very different view, because Mamba fever is a thing.
So, 99.9% of racing drivers in the world will choose probably not to have too much green on their car. However, there's the 1%, the 0.1 that I'm
All
referring
racing
to
SARCO.
is Dylan and Jake's with Mamba fever. But the design and the SARCO cars and that certainly does stick out. And funny enough, we have quite a few of them running in this race with the dreaded green color. So obviously things have changed in the world of motorsport as far as superstitions around colors of racing cars.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think next year we should all be in a team as well and do this. Or the next long race. I think it'll be nice to have a little go as well. I just want to say I'm faster than Terry as well. Maybe it won't happen, but I'll have to practice a lot.
So I must say that driving online is that we haven't really raced much online, but we did have a one invitational karting race, which we were both invited to go and join with Mr. Jones, my current karting partner. And it was literally a little arrive and drive with us, and we actually podiumed that day.
Yeah, we did. No, that was a good one. Felt like, they told us we were Schumacher driver because we literally rocked up and just jumped in the cart. There was no
Good old arrive and
yeah,
drive.
arrive and drive.
Arrive and
Sometimes
drive
that's the best. I know a few sim races that do it every Wednesday.
We're not going to mention
Sean
any
Loureiro.
names like a Sean Loureiro, who we've now dubbed the arrive and drive king.
And our team captain, Flip Van Zyl, seems to be doing it on the odd occasion these days with his business and focuses and things like that. But I must say that Flip's been an amazing, leader of SARCO, and if I can tell you how many people he has assisted to actually get into the world of sim racing, it's been absolutely incredible. Adil, I'm sure you'll agree. He has done upgrades to computers, supplied PCs, all sorts of things, just to get guys into the sport of sim racing.
And just in terms of the mantra that the LTR guys have, and how the whole team just functions, is that they're kind of like an ecosystem in themselves. Each one has like a speciality that they are able to do and make use of. The partnership with MSI is basically how that being able to help other drivers and get people into the sport is even just some of the individual contributors. I know Ruan has donated some of the parts that he had privately, and that then gets passed down the ecosystem to just allow it. I say we, but as part of the SARCO/LTR development, is that we're always looking for new drivers, new opportunities, and we'll definitely see what's happening.
Right,
but we
Pit
do
Lane
see
has got some activity.
Pit Lane is now going to be active, ladies and gentlemen. We will be watching this closely, because now third place, Ulrich comes in, and we're going to be watching how long he's going to be staying there. Just over that 5 minutes barrier. So remember, the limit in terms of that second change would have been at 5 minutes 50, because we would have carried over the 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. 5
So
hours 50.
5 hours 50.
5 hours 50, yeah.
I say 5 minutes.
It was a quick race.
Quick race. Okay. Thanks, guys. It's
Time
been
flies when you're having fun.
Yes.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that within the next couple of weeks is that there will be a nice little announcement, and there might be somebody else that we're able to help. So we'll see how that goes.
Just see, Dylan, that you're good at maths.
Yeah.
If you just calculate the gap between Tariq and Christian Deploy, I'm pretty confident that Christian's going to come out in the lead here. He's been banging in solid 144.5s, as Terry touched on. Pretty much a second a lap, taking second a lap out of Tariq Adam consistently since they did that early stop. So, I think this is going to be a very interesting pit stop session.
If you look at the time, I think they are going to be pretty close.
They're going to be very
They're
close.
going
to
to be
each other.
close. We're almost going to get back into that whole starting, call it half an hour, where Christian was sitting on Tariq the whole time.
So,
So
in the background, you
has
can
he
see.
managed to pull a move that they're going to be able to jump them?
This could be very interesting. So Otten's in.
Well, we'll know now because this is the
This is the
time
lap.
where Tariq will have to come in. Where is he on track? So he is now heading towards the heel, and that is heel as in the heel of your toe, not up the heel. We are,
He's going up the calf almost now.
yeah, now the Achilles heel.
Achilles heel. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a long day.
Dad jokes are coming in fast and furious. So Christian Deploy now up into second place because now he's jumped Ron Ottens, who's now on the way out. And I was about to say, how did Muad Musa almost go out of the pits with Ryan? That
His box is right at the end.
jeez. So Tariq.
Oh, Tariq's got traffic as well.
Oh.
Well, that
Wow.
so that was actually very good there of
Wow.
Ulrich, seeing Tariq coming, just moving over, making the space, and that's not impeding the race leader. So big ups to that man. And that's what we
Right,
want.
let's
We
see.
want to be able to drive with people that will just give you a little bit of respect, right?
Yeah.
Christian
Okay, so
Deploy, where
where
are
is
you?
he?
Okay, so
He's
now-
going to the toes now.
This is going to be close.
This is going to be very, very close. I think he might have him.
So we should have about a 1 minute to 1 minute for pit stop for fuel and tires, if I'm not
You
mistaken.
see, he's right there on
Yeah.
the exit. So as he leaves, he's literally going to be putting that pedal flat. See, I don't think Christian's close enough yet. There's Christian now coming through turn number 13. Tariq still hasn't moved.
Tariq definitely has to take a lot of fuel.
Yeah.
So here, there's Christian
Okay,
now
so
out
Tariq's-
of turn
Yes.
number 15. So he is not really going to be close enough. But that gap has definitely now closed up. Let's just see when he crosses the line what that gap is. So now 8, 9, nearly 10 seconds. We'll just wait till Tariq crosses the sector, then it will reset. There we go. 13.7 seconds is
Nice.
that gap.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I thought it would be a lot closer than that.
so there was some time gained, but that was because the stop that Christian had done. Remember, we've got Christian deploying, we've got Christian Fencer in the same race, so it's just easier just to say Christian, and we got them
Just
both
Christian.
covered. We do have a Daniel who's currently now taken over the car from Tariq. Now the interesting thing is, what is his pace versus Tariq? Will he be able to get into those low 45s that Tariq has been banging out?
Well, the thing for Daniel now is to get his head down. You know, it's always difficult when you jump in the car as a driver change to build up your pace. I mean, you haven't been in the car, so you don't know how it feels. You don't know what the conditions are like. So it's always going to take a couple of laps to get him right down to the pace. So that could also play into the hands of Christian. So let's see.
Christians.
The
Christians.
Christians.
There we go.
And yeah,
See that? Tariq Adams, 2:08 was that pit stop.
wow.
So they're kind of all now in that 2:08, 2:05, a 2:02 for Charles, who's now taken the Porsche over, and then 2:07 for AJ. Also, that's actually gained some time. But our still not understanding is how Christian made up 13 seconds there.
Yeah.
That is a lot of time.
Yeah.
New driver in the car is Jean.
Yeah, maybe let's just go through all the drivers, because
Yeah.
I think we have had quite a few driver changes now, Adil. We've got Domingo in the, I think he's in the BMW, taken over from
Mohad.
Musa,
from
yeah.
Mohad Musa, yeah.
So
And
let's
Paul
just-
the Wall Fenter has jumped into that AMG that keeps you guessing at the best of times.
So
And
there's
Chris
a
Heinicke
shot
back in.
of Daniel. Then we've got Christian Deploy taking over. AJ de Kock, he's now back in from Ryan, so it looks like they're doing a one stint at a time. We've got Jean, who's now joined in. He's taken over from Heinrich, so still got to get Jamie back in. So pretty nice to have the three drivers that can have a little chill. Then it is Isham Domingo, who's now taken over from Mohat Musa. Both Fleming and Neil Greening have done their stints. Paul Fenter, and we know him as Paul the Wolf Fenter. And man, oh man, him in that Honda, when he joined us, that Honda was all over the place, and that didn't help him with his name. Chris Haneker back in the car, and you can just see there's LTR stickers all over their car, but the coloring is all wrong. And myself and Sean Herrera have troubleshot this, and it all worked. And then you refresh on Sim Race, the Awesome Racing, and then you get the hybrid.
Get Senag.
Yeah. Charles back in, taking over from Memor. So VDV must be doing the stint after Charles.
I think VDV is, as a rain master, he's waiting for that rain to arrive still. So maybe he set this one out.
So VDV, he did say that he's doing his last race on his G29. Is that his Moser 9 has just arrived, and it just wasn't enough time to get that set. So VDV will upgrade there for him.
Nice.
That's a big upgrade, actually. Well done. And you know, I think that there's one thing, Moser certainly stands by their product. I believe that they probably offer the best support as well in terms of, you know, looking after their customers and offering that service that if you need it, you know, if you ever do.
Yeah, I must say I am extremely happy with my Moser, and I would like to get a little upgrade so that I can get my young one in, so that he too can enjoy the life away from PlayStation racing. Lots of comments coming in. I'm just going to have to do a little bit of a scroll there. A memo saying that for some reason that the 992 wasn't working for him, so the Porsche looks like it was definitely struggling.
Yeah.
Heinrich did say, "Oh, jy try nie, jy doen." You see. Thank you, Heinrich. Here's an interesting thing: the Days of Thunder car was green.
Mellow yellow.
There we go.
Still not convinced.
Still not convinced. Come on.
Cold Trickle was lucky.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. We're going to set up a server.
Okay.
I'm going to chase you. I'm going to get in a green car, and I'll show you how awesome Mamba Fever is.
Okay. Now I look forward to that.
And then the thing is, I'll remind you, and I'll say, remember, Craig,
The Mamba's coming.
Mamba Fever is the thing. And then you're going to keep watching your mirrors, and then guess what?
The Mamba's going to strike.
And you're going to go off. Mem was saying that their practice was in the 46s, but it was all over the place. I wonder where that had to do with the lower temperatures. No, but it was at 26 in the practice anyway. Track temperature now, however, has dropped down to a sunny 25 degrees, partly cloudy. Track temp 31 degrees. Heinrich saying you think it's because you gave a Ferrari a hard time. So Heinrich and Memo still having a little go, and got a little dab after that just to say, how's that for a comeback?
Just a little dig.
So thank you to... Stand by. I realized what was happening is that's coming through my PC Discord, but we'll just get our director just to sort that out. So everyone, if you are watching, thanks so much for joining us. Just jump into the SARCO Motorsport Lounge, and then we'll be able to get the director to come and come and gooi you with us, as I believe, man. So it looks like we're going to have Ruan Haneke that could be joining us. It's nice to have a little chat to some of the drivers and get another perspective. Member saying, seriously, half of the cars are Ferraris. Should have given them at least 69 of ballast. Memo,
Why 69?
because the number of Ruin's car is 69. I'm sure that's where it comes
Okay.
from.
I was just trying to also keep it a
At
family-friendly
the moment,
stream.
I don't think we should be worrying about Ferraris. I think it's two Lamborghini Hurricanes that are causing the biggest chaos and problems in this race at the moment, guys.
So, update in terms of those times. Daniel,
Yeah.
44.6.
Yeah.
Christian Deploy, 45.1. So,
Yeah.
the car ahead is pulling away.
Starting to open it up again.
I think Daniel's past that phase that you have when you get into the car that I was speaking about. He's found his groove and seems to be, as we say that, runs a little bit wide. But he's in his groove using all the track there. Gee, really close to the edge. And yeah, just turning in the lap times, extending the gap again on the Christians. So
Christians.
Christians.
Stiaan.
Sorry, my taal is nie goed nie.
Myne like delicious, but ek try. Well, Heinrich, ek try nie, ek doen. So in other words, I don't try, I just do.
But yeah, gonna be a very interesting race between these two Lamborghinis. It has been close the whole way through. But just looking at AJ de Kock, he's also got some pace. Last lap 44.937. So they're also hanging in there. Just 17 seconds adrift of Christian Duploy.
And with that, Mr. Wolford, it seems that you unfortunately have to leave us.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have some pre-organized arrangements. I didn't organize them. They were organized for me. You know how that goes. But yo, guys, I just want to say thanks very much for having me. It's been fantastic being in the studio here with you guys, and thanks to Metal State for hosting me. And yeah, don't worry, I will still be finding a way to keep an eye on the race, and when I'm home a bit later, I'll be in touch with, and we'll catch up.
Awesome. Terry, thanks so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you to get that real world perspective.
Yeah.
And as well as the overlap in terms of real world versus the virtual world. So thank you.
They're both fantastic, and I think that you know, as I said to anyone watching out there, if you're sort of undecided on whether you want to get into the world of sim racing or not, so you won't regret it. It certainly does rob you of a bit of time because you're having a good time. So yeah, get out there, get yourselves a rig, get it whatever it may be, a G29, a Moser, whatever. Get yourself set up and come and join SARCO and come and live in a world of speed, and you know, it's exciting.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Terry.
Thank you, guys.
So everyone, that's Terry Wolford, Mobile 1 V8 chairman, racer, champion, and just a good guy.
Okay, it looks like we're going to chat to very shortly Ruan, one of our drivers. It'd be nice to get a driver's perspective, Dylan. We sitting here watching this, we don't know what the track's doing. We don't know how it feels out there. It might be nice to yeah, just have a chat and find out how things are going and what it feels like out there.
So, Ms. Producer, will you be in my ear? Fantastic. Ruan, just checking, is jy daar? Loud and clear, hoe gaan het?
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, hello,
Wow,
hello.
Ruan.
Meneer, let's start off this connection at the start. Coconuts, coconuts, coconuts.
Yeah, we have been unfortunately have disconnected at the start, but at least we're back on track now. And I see Jason's making good progress here. He's actually gaining little by little.
And I see
It's
you
still
guys,
a long way
you
to
guys
go.
have gone up into 9th place, so you have made up that place from Adrian and Ulrich. So up one position, still 2 laps behind the gentleman in the Porsche, but it looks like they're not having a good time. They are struggling a bit. So are they your next target?
Yes, I believe Veranos is our next target. They're still quite far ahead, but I see Mimo struggling on the Porsche a little bit. And we're also on a completely different strategy at the moment. We pitted early, so we run a shorter stint for on this one. So because load shedding is a bit of a mess for us. But it's all good. The track feels good.
So there
Not much traffic.
there was a period where you were ahead of Tariq, and you were basically matching their lap times. They were in the low 45s, and they were only really catching you by 0.1. So it looks like that the Ferrari definitely does have some good pace out there today.
It's got good pace, yes. At that stage, I was on fresh tires because of the disconnect, and I ran a bit lower fuel than normally I would to try and keep the stint timers balanced. So that's why I could have kept up for a bit.
Okay. So, and with you guys now out of sync with that disconnect, have you now got yourselves back in sync with where you should have been pitting?
After our next pit stop, when Jason hands the car over to Etienne, we'll be back on in sync with the rest.
Oh, that's actually awesome. And then, quite interestingly enough, is that we went into turn one. We know that there wasn't any, there weren't as many teams as possible. We still had 9 cars going into turn one, and absolutely, we've had no contact warnings the entire race, and we're now an hour and 23 in, but no, sorry, 2 hours 23 in, and not one driver has touched another one. How does that make you feel as a driver?
Well, that's awesome. Always. I don't think I've seen a yellow flag in this race even yet. So everybody's keeping it on track, it seems. That's a good, clean race.
So yeah, what you're not seeing, we definitely have a little bit of a different picture. We've had a few guys that have spun off, but no massive disasters. A few little offs, then back on. The bus stop has been claiming quite a few people, unfortunately.
Yes, bus stop is definitely a killer. It caught me once, it caught Jason as well, I think twice now. If you just lose a little bit of focus, and you can lose it there.
Yeah, definitely run. And so what's the goal? What's your guys' goal for this race? What sort of, you think a P7's on the cards?
P7 might be possible, but I think at this stage we'll be happy if we can settle for P8.
Okay.
We're also a long way down, and I know I think our other car, LTR car, is in P7 currently. And Sean still needs to drive. He's quite quick in a Ferrari. Flip is quick. My brother, is quick.
Okay.
It's going to be hard letting ourselves on them as well.
You think it's going to rain, Ruan? Have you got your umbrella ready?
I hope so. I actually hope for rain.
Well, there does look
did a lot
like a
of-
bit of cloud buildup on the track. Is it getting darker? Because we can see that the ambient temperatures now dropped down to 25 degrees. The track is now 3 degrees cooler from when it started. So when the sun goes down, it could possibly come.
From my current view, it definitely looks darker than earlier. So yeah, maybe in an hour or two, we might see some rain.
Sorry, Ruan, we just got a little bit distracted. We've actually got Jean. It looks like he's had a little off, but that's we've actually just missed it. Him coming through the bus stop. He's just been overtaken by Mohat Musa. So there is a position change. I say Mohat, sorry, but it's actually Isham who's in the car. So there is a position change. The Alpha 1 second team has now dropped down to 5th place. Ruan, from a track limits point of view, how strict are the track limits on this track?
Especially turn 1, it's very easy to get a track cut. So far, we've been lucky. We are clean so far. But yeah, it's still a long way to go. Anything can still happen. I believe there's a few cars with track cuts already, from what I've seen when I was driving. But yeah, anything can happen. It's a long race still to go.
So that's a confirmation now. We've got Jean going into the pits. So that's going to be an unscheduled stop. Damage going to need to be repaired, and then they're going to have to try and fight from the back. I wonder whether that's going to now bring Paul Venter into play and get him up into 5th place and just drop Jean and the guys down. Ruan, just another question for me is that from the Ferrari, We understand that the fuel is linked to your stint time, but how are those tires lasting on the warmer track temperatures?
It's my first stint after the disconnect. I was a fresh tire, so I didn't complete a full stint. But the last 10 minutes, the tires went off a little bit. I can see my lap times dropping a bit, but they last quite well. But I was also pushing super hard to try and catch up to the guys for the last time.
Very interesting. And fuel, Ruan, how's the fuel economy in the Ferrari, would you say, compared to the other guys?
It's quite decent. We can run a 65-minute stint on 94 liters plus minus.
Okay.
So I think it's much lighter than the other cars on track currently.
As we
Well, Ruan, all I can say is thanks so much for coming to chat with us. We'll let you go there, and looking forward to possibly chatting later on once you've done a little bit of a later stint. We definitely want to chat to you when it starts going, as that sun starts going down and the brake markers start going into the night. We definitely want to have a chat then.
100%, guys.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Ruan.
Have fun. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Ruan, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good one.
Pleasure. You too.
Okay, bye. So that is something that the real world does give us, that we have the ability to talk to some of the teams after their stints. And that's the one thing I just love about endurance racing, is that you get people that want to come and have the chat, they want to give you that insight, just be part of exactly what's happening. So again, a big thank you to everyone who's currently on the stream, still watching, getting involved, and letting those comments fly. We do love seeing them, and we do try and keep the conversation going. And when we get that little gap and we're part of that conversation, we read all the comments, we comment, and then we have a little bit of a little draw with you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, great insights there. I think it's Heinrich's going to go eat.
Okay, my stint is finished. Time to eat.
Time
Like
to
Heinrich, we'll see you after that.
Yes.
And when you come back, just bring a little cold beverage.
Yeah.
His viewers stood. Thank you, Heinrich.
Bluetooth us a burry roll there, Heinrich. But yeah, no, fascinating just to find out from the drivers. I mean, you know, we have one's perspective and that's from the outside in. So it's nice to get a little inside out perspective and see how things are going. What's interesting to me was that the tires seem to be holding on, Dylan, and I think what will be the real true test is, as you say, is as this track temperature drops, they would have done their research in the practice to try and work out exactly what tire temperature to set before the next stint. And what's interesting is, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the driver actually has to set the tire temperature. So that's where it's actually a bit of a team sport, because the other guys will be telling him, okay, well, track temperature is currently X, and we need you to change the tire, the next tire pressure for your next stop to, I don't know, 26.5 or whatever it needs to be. And they all need to do that while they're actually driving the car as well. So it can get quite tricky, and Heinrich is literally making force rolls. Please, I can smell it from here.
But Heinrich, we are at the Metal Stage studio. Sane, Papa. We're here. We're waiting.
Oh, wonderful.
So just to pick up on your comment, and I'd actually love for everyone just to see what one of our Discord chats looks like in one of these endurance races. And the reason being is that we've got somebody who's currently in comms with us during the race, feeding us information, saying the car behind you is a leader. Even though you have a HUD up and you can see that there's a car coming, it's just good to get that insight, have somebody spotting for you. So that's the one aspect. The other aspect is the tire pressures. Is, believe it or not, between the different drivers, is that you could be using the same setup, the same temperature, but on a different driver is going to use the tires differently, which means that you're going to be overworking them, heating them up. So you actually got to drop the pressure one more for that person versus somebody else. Myself and Ruan, for instance, we drive at a 0.01 PSI difference, just in terms of our different driving styles. I have had lots of, training to get over that karting drive, hard on the brakes, let the rear step, turn in hard, accelerate early, which is the karting style. And you can't do this in a GT car.
Yeah.
So I've had to learn how to drive the car, let it settle, get onto the power. So I have a different karting style and online style. When we're doing the stint, is that we obviously have a base setup, and that base setup gives us a tire pressure within a change, and we've got to make sure that we are selecting the right strategy that has been pre-selected.
Yes.
We've got to make sure that the white dot is on that strategy to show that you've got a new set of tires going on. The last thing you want to be doing is giving your teammate who's ready for his 65-minute stint to now all of a sudden has now got an old set.
So just to build on that, I mean, I think a lot of what people don't see is the prep that goes into a race like this, right? So the week before, even 2 weeks before, you're going to be testing with your teammates to find out. I mean, Dill, I'm sure there must be a compromise. No two drivers are the same. So there has to be some sort of compromise in what sort of setup everyone's comfortable with. So behind the scenes, before these guys even turn a lap in the 8 hour, they're spending the time to find out where kind of everyone will be happy in the car, what sort of strategies work. And I mean, how do you compromise? I mean, you have as you touched on there, you have a certain driving style, but someone else might not like the way that the car is set up for them. So where do you find the kind of middle ground on setup, just to kind of make sure that everyone's comfortable in the car? Because you don't want one guy to be smashing low 44s and the other guy just can't drive the car and is doing like 146s. So is that something that you guys really work hard on, to find a middle ground?
But as I've progressed, and I've mentioned that I've driven quite a bit with Ruan, and I could give you a setup, Craig. You can drive and say, I don't like it, it's understeering.
Yeah.
I have a setup, and there's a certain base that I would use, and then of that base is that I know that I'm able to short, and I just watch that AMG going so sideways there for Paul. It actually looked quite spectacular.
That's nice, Tokyo Drift.
And that setup is, once you've got the base and you understand that off that base is I'm going to make this tweak or this tweak.
Yeah.
Myself, for instance, and Ruan, was that we were driving, he could send me a setup and I'm going to take to the setup very quickly, and just learn how to drive it.
So you pretty much learn each other. You learn each other's driving styles, and you know what, like, if we drove a lot together,
Yes.
I would learn what you like and what you'd learn what I don't like, and so on and so forth.
And you're touching on it. What happens is the more you drive with someone, the more you're expecting the car to handle a certain way. You're expecting the car to do this. So the beauty about it is that we are racing through quite a few different teams, and that is a Porsche in the wall. Let's see if we can get it. So this is now Charles coming
into the heel.
Those actually in the toe, and it just got sideways on him. Did he keep it off the wall? Yes, he did, but he did beach it up there on the inside curb. He did have to allow one of the leaders to go past, but a safe return and back up. That is going to close the gap between the LTR boys.
I was going to say, this
and
is Ruan, who we just spoke to in the 69 car. This is his teammate Jason Farmer is in the car. They're chasing down Charles. So definitely good for them, but bad for the 76 Porsche 992.
So they are still a lap behind, but that little 13 seconds, 14 seconds of time that Charles spent there is 14 seconds that they don't have to drive away, if that makes sense.
Well, that's the thing, and that's the beauty of endurance racing, is when you think everything's okay, something can always happen, and more than likely it does. And that's exactly what happened there. Maybe just a little lapse of concentration, and it happened so fast still. So really unlucky for them. Hopefully no damage. It didn't look like a huge hit though, to be honest. Quite a slow speed spin into the wall.
I'm sure Memo will tell us now if there was contact on the wall. Memo, we know you're watching. Just drop us. Is he okay? Needs a little pit stop. Ooh. We definitely have the wrong angle there. I see Adrian van Sales also got a little yellow warning, so that's just him getting out of the way. Sure. But Mohat, I keep saying Mohat. See, I see that black car, and I just think
the
Mohat, but
Batmobile.
it's Sham. Sham and Mohat. Sham and Mohat. Getting out of the way. So just going back is that LTR have 3 or 4 teams that they're able to put together, and it just so happened that load shedding didn't allow some of the teams to go to drive an upgrade of some parts, and all of a sudden we only able to get the 2 teams in. But we practiced together, got lots of guys together, lots of people putting in input, lots of people working on a setup. Flip will have a setup, Ruin will have a setup, Avria will have a setup, and I'll have a setup. And generally, we know who we're going to be driving with, so we know what that person's going to like. Avria, for instance, has a lot of rear grip, and I always find that I overwork the rear tires, so I struggle on a longer stint with Avria's tires, but in a sprint race, his setups are really good. Flip, you got to be so smooth, and that's just because Flip drives like that.
Yeah.
Where I don't know, maybe with myself and Ruin, is that because we've spent so much time together, is that we've developed the feeling together. I actually can't explain how or why it does that, but that's kind of where it is.
Sure. Just looking at Adrian van Sale. Lapping 153s, but that was, I think he had traffic on that lap, so not really a representative time. But they are our rookie team, first season in SARCO. They've only done a couple of races, hey, Dill?
Yeah.
And so I think they can be proud of their effort. They are...
Your first endurance race is about you just getting it to the end.
Absolutely.
Then the next one is to finish higher than where you qualified.
Yeah.
Then it's how do I get myself into a top 15 or a top half of the grid. Then it's like a top 10, and then how do I get into a top 5? So there are all these little milestones that you need to build yourself up to. Is that our next milestone is how do we finish in the top 10? And it is it's make or break. It really is. And you put in so much prep, but anything can happen in that race. Is we did our little Watkins Glen race, and we were plagued by just the car not feeling like it did. Like it just was nowhere from the practice to the race. Then we had a disconnect, which then drops you back. But we persisted, and we got through the 10 hours, and that's what it's all about. Is it is that persistence.
Just looking at our top 2, they literally did exactly the same lap time last lap. 1:44.170. So the gap is pretty much stabilized.
The gap has not changed.
And it is literally, they are locked to each other. So, yeah, for a change in the lead, it's going to be down to either someone making a mistake or some outrageous strategy, or the rain that we so want to come and join us.
And we are not narcissistic people. We don't want to punish
No.
the races. What we want to do is just throw a little spanner in the works that can just bring that unpredictability that, oh no, what do we do now? Do we wait an extra lap? You take the gamble, you have a little off,
Yep.
you now lose 30 seconds, and now the guy that was behind you 20 seconds is now 10 seconds ahead. That's what we want.
Yeah.
Kick of the dirt for Daniel on his exit of turn number 13.
You see how he uses all the road on the entry to 14. Even there, it's just, I mean, that takes hours and hours of time in the sim to know exactly where to place your car. I mean, it's difficult because, you know, in real life you can feel if you're on the grass, right? I suppose you could to a certain degree here, but just to find that limit, to place his car placement has just been absolutely...
And
to
that's
me,
knowing your track limit.
It's, yeah.
So the track limit on the exit of turn number 1, it is quite wide. But you've got to be so careful, because the more you push it, the faster you get, the wider you make it, the more speed you're carrying, you're able to just make a little bit of a mistake, then it's a track warning. I've had the pleasure of being given a car with 3 track warnings.
I was going to say, I wonder if there's a way we could check what everyone's on. So I know Ruan mentioned in his interview that a few guys are on 1 or 2 counts. So just a reminder to everyone, if you don't know, you get 3 track limit warnings, and if you go over that, you get a penalty. So it is something that could, I mean, if we look at the gap as 17 and a half, and I think that's a 10-second or 5-second penalty for track limits. 10
No,
second.
track limits is a drive-through.
Drive through. Well, there you go. So it's not impossible to do. One of these top guys runs a track limit warning. That's a drive through. There's the change in the lead. So it's things like that that could really come into play.
So that was quite a good example, that when we talk about the track limit, is it about making sure you've got at least one wheel on the inside of the track, which is the white line. But you're going to see here, as he goes quite wide, he's actually going to cross there, but the game picks up that there is a margin that it allows, that once you go over that margin,
there's no time improvement. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Ah, that's good to note.
It is not as hectic as the likes of the previous game that we were so emphatic about, and that was Project Cars, is that if you went wide, it doesn't matter whether you were making up time or not. It kind of just gave you the limit, and there was that dreaded sign. If you ran wide in the last corner, it would just say current and next lap invalidated, which means that on your qualifying, you couldn't just push the little reset and have a go again. Is you would have to do another lap before you were able to actually put in that qualifier, which made things very interesting. So Christian Deploy 17.2 seconds behind Daniel. So that gap has definitely opened up.
Yeah. Although he was slightly quicker the last lap, but these two are the two front runners just trading lap times, pretty much matching each other. If anything, Daniel just increasing the gap ever so slightly.
So that's actually quite an interesting comment. I've just seen something that has said that almost load shedding, we'll check back later, because I know that the people go off the stream, but they come back and they go off, and I don't even think of load shedding as that being the issue. So Leon, thank you very much. We'll see you later. See you later.
See you lekker, man.
We'll see you later. What's it? Ja, no, lekker.
Ja, lekker.
Ach, no, ja, lekker. Ruan saying, let's hoy team LTR. Ruan, thanks again for jumping in, just giving us some of the insights of what you guys are dealing with. It is always awesome to get that. AJ the Cock was on the stream racing, and that's the other thing, I suppose, that happens is the guys race and they get off, watch the stream, and then they jump back on to do their stint. So always going to be changing.
Yeah.
100%. That's what Ruan said.
Okay, thanks, Ruan.
So after Jean and his stop, you can see that he is down in 5th place. After that little off that he had some damage on that car. So we do have the BMW who is in 4th place, and it is Isham Domingo and Brad Musa.
But they've actually been really impressive, I must say. I mean, they haven't been the fastest outright by any means, but they've just been consistent. I mean, we haven't seen one mistake from them. They've got the fastest car in a straight line, which we know, and they've just been slowly chipping away. And unfortunately, the teams around them have had their own little troubles, and they now work their way up just off the podium into 4th. So I think that's, yeah, it just embodies the spirit of endurance racing, where you just got to keep going and keep it clean and keep it on the track.
And the spirit of endurance racing is keep it on the black and bring it home safely.
The old cliche of what, to finish first you must finish.
That is 100%. It's almost as good as the saying, catches win matches.
Or if in doubt, flat out.
And that is quite synonymous, because while it might not solve the problem, it will get over the anxiety.
There we go.
And we do have a Mr. Flat Out himself, who is one of the SARCO members that moved on to PC a couple of years ago. And that is Mr. Christopher Radloff.
Ah.
He is known as Mr. Flat Out in the SARCO world.
Sun's definitely starting to go down now. Local time is just gone past 4:45. So couple more hours. I'd say probably another hour and a half till we'll be starting to get even darker. But we'll have to send someone out north or east of the track. I don't know where the rain comes from in Watkins Glen, but we'll have to send out a little bot or something to tell us if there's any rain in the vicinity.
Yeah, and the track temp down to 29 degrees, but
Sure.
we know we do look at the ambient temperature, so it's all at 25. So it only has dropped 1 degree in this entire time, but the track itself has now gone down 4. So that is going to impact slightly on the tire pressure, and we want to keep it to that. And for me,
What would you be doing? You'd be
oh,
adding.
that's wide.
You'd be adding, hey?
That's wide.
That is very wide. You'd be adding tire pressure once it gets cooler.
Correct, because you want to make sure that you're maintaining that pressure. So as it gets colder, it loses pressure. So you want to just increase that by 0.01 psi, and that is with the ambient temperature and not the track temperature.
Yeah. Kicking
So
up a little bit more dust.
I did mention earlier on is just some of the things that we'd look for within the endurance. We spoke about having the team in your head. Well, it's one spotter, not necessarily the team. We try and keep the chatter down because in times of mass pressure, you don't really want too many people in your head, but they are feeding you that vital information. And it's just about making notes of what the current tire pressure is and what the pressure should be when you're going in to make that pit stop.
Is there a formula? Because I remember when I was racing, they used to say, like, for every degree that changes, you need to go 0.2 or 0.1.
So
Is there like a secret hack, or you don't want to give the listeners any sort of
I'm going to say
top
it
tips?
very quickly, but it is 0.1 degree per 1 degree of ambient temperature.
Okay, I must get my notepad out because that's valuable information.
Never to be repeated
Never
again.
to be repeated. Almost
No,
like
look,
almost like the Otten's apology.
Everybody knows in terms of the guys that they put in the time, put in the pressure, and once you have that base, it is very important to track that base, because remember, you're going to be starting that race with that setup.
Yeah.
That setup and that tire pressure is set for that time of the day.
So Jason's in the pits. Jason Farmer in on the 69. Spoke to Ruan. He said they were expecting the stint, so pretty much bang on schedule.
Yep.
Be interesting to see. Did he mention if Jason was doing a double stint? I think he did say Jason
Well, I
was going to
think
stay in the car.
when it goes out, it will just update
Let's see who's
in
behind
terms
the
of the
wheel.
name. But so far, it is still saying Jason, so maybe he is double stinting. But wait till the next sector. Once it crosses a sector, we'll know, who's in there.
Seemed like a pretty good stop.
It was quite quick, actually.
Hmm.
But that might have just been a splash and dash to possibly just get into sync, because Ruan did say that
Yeah, he did that. After this one,
we'll
they'll be back
in
on
sync.
Yeah. So that was the back in sync. That's probably why they kept Jason in the car. Is just to get everything. Etienne's in the car now.
Yeah,
So
there we go.
perfect. So everything's back in sync. Etienne's going to do his stint. Oh, a little bit of dust there.
Yeah, stays wide. Just allows the lead car to go through, and that's great awareness there by Etienne, and that's what you want. You want to be able to race knowing you're going to come back in behind a back marker. The back marker is not going to keep you guessing, because trying to guess in a race is not always not always interesting. Then just the last point on the strategies is that we word what's going on here. There's two cars that are slower. It does not look like they're related. It was just a coincidence. So shall back to speed. Is that you got to just take note of that starting time, so you can have the ambient temperature dropping 4 degrees, which means that your pressures are going to be 4 degrees too low. So after every driver stint, you're making a note of what that pressure was and what you've made the change was for the next driver.
I see.
So that at least when that next person goes in, that information is somewhere for them to see, okay, the tire pressure needs to be 24.6, 26.7, 24.6, 27. Then during the stop or getting ready to make a stop, they're already presetting that in the tires, and you're not doing that while you're driving down the lane.
Here's Christian coming in now.
And
that is due to that out of sync stop that we saw earlier from them. So would be nice to chat to someone from the team just to find out what sort of strategy they're on. Will be interesting to see how long this stop actually is now. But it's not, as far as we know, it's not out of schedule per se. They did stop early on their second stop.
Yeah, and this is the thing about, if you think about it this way, is that we've got 65-minute stints. We've got 8 hours. So for every hour you're doing, you need to add on 5 minutes. So if you've got 8 hours, you're adding on 40, which means there's a 20-minute stint at the end that you've got to make up somewhere. And that is where you could possibly add in a shorter stint in the middle, or do you go longer, you try and push it as long as possible. For me, personally, I want to make that last stint as short as possible.
Yes.
Even if I'm able to not have to pit, try and push it, and then,
Yes.
but then you're driving on the limit. Or what you do is you say, okay, that driver 1 and 2 is that you're going to run your first stint or your next 2 stints. You're not going to do 65 minutes. You're going to do 40 minutes, and we're going to give you a longer one at the end.
Yes.
So it's all part of that strategy and what you're doing with the fuel. Just had a little slowdown warning. Just going to go jump on and see what happened there to Paul. And this is a replay of him heading into turn number 1. Did he just get it a little bit sideways? No. So that doesn't make sense then. So what's that? No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
So AJ de Kock is going 0.2 of a second this previous lap, quicker than Daniel in first place, but that gap 37.9 seconds. So definitely opening up. And Paul Fenter 8.4 seconds behind Jean Viviers. And we saw Jean have that little off, have to go in, do some repairs, and that dropped him down into 5th place. He was sitting in 4th. 3rd. He was 3rd.
He was third, yeah.
Have I got the wrong car? No, that was 4th. They were 4th. He was ahead of the
Yes.
BMW. Paul Fenter, what's
Fenter.
happened?
Oh, that is a big off.
Oh, no.
That is a big off.
Where is it? Oh, no
Turn
way.
14.
That's coming out of turn 14.
So, luckily not too far from the pits. Big damage there, so he's definitely going to have to box. Oh, and again.
Oh, put it on the inside.
Oh, you can see the bonnet flapping around.
So
Just lost.
that's a place up there for Chris Heineke, who this is part of the replay because now Paul's going to have to go into the pits. Where is Charles in the greater scheme of things? He is a lap behind. Okay, well now that
He'll get the lap
that's
back.
going to add
Yeah.
that lap back from Paul to them. Chris Heineke is slow. Okay, just getting out of the way of the lead car. And I don't know what it is, but Daniel's car seems to like he's using a controller, but I know that that's definitely not true.
I think it's just a latency issue there that we're experiencing. But yeah, it's definitely, he's not using a Xbox or a PS controller, although it looks like
Nothing
it.
like using your keyboard and leading a race in an 8-hour endurance.
You joke, but the first time I started playing this game, I actually started on controller on my PC, which is like a cardinal sin if you tell a sim racer. But I didn't have a wheel. It was just before lockdown actually, and the game was pretty new. Oh, a lot of damage. They're still in the pits. That's sad. But yeah, I started out on controller and wasn't too bad actually, but against AI. And I soon realized that if you want to really maximize it and enjoy it, you do need a wheel.
Yeah, I also went from the controller and got myself one of the original driving forces.
Yes.
And that thing was amazing. Like, man, this thing pushes back. And now if I think just in terms of the generations of wheels that I've been through to now being with the Moza, I absolutely love it. It's just such a great experience. And that's what I love about it. And it's not about needing it to be heavy. It's about what is the information it's giving you. How is it replicating what the normal seats of the pants would feel that I'm now feeling through my hands, and that for me is very important.
Mo's obviously one of our main headline sponsors bringing this to you today. So a big thank you to them. If you haven't already, go check out Mo's of South Africa. They've got a pretty epic website. I popped on there the other day, I must say, Dill, and they do have currently a little bit of Black Friday specials on there. So if you're looking at upgrading or getting into sim racing, definitely the place to go.
Just a quick update. So Scholl was a lap behind the L&R boys.
He's
Oh no,
Oh,
Fleming's
no.
in. He's just binned it. Oh my goodness. So that's Fleming, who's just taken the car over from Paul, has now put it in the wall, because here comes Scholl. He's coming up through turns number 3. Fleming is now up and running again, and oh, you can just see the corrections that he's making. That car is going left and right, and I'm sure Scholl would have seen the yellow flag ahead of him. He's now coming through the bus stop.
Chuck already down 12 seconds. Yeah, okay.
So closing up this gap quite dramatically. Listen to me. Dramatically. I was going to say drastically and
Well, that's a new
dramatically
word.
together. Dramatically.
Dramatically closing the gap. I think Fleming, do you think he'll box again? I mean, that was a heavy hit.
It just depends on how much damage it's got.
Oh, he's
what I'm
not-
looking to
yeah,
see,
he's
whether that
slow.
car is just flicking left and right. Maybe we can jump on board and have a look at the wheel.
Oh, the wheel.
So there is some slight damage on there. You can see how he has to correct that.
Oh, it doesn't look like it
Oh,
wants to
that
go
car
left.
is not looking happy at all, especially from the inputs.
We call that a Zoolander car because it doesn't want to turn left.
Ah, it needs Magnum.
Shame. That's very unlucky, and you don't like to see stuff like that, but
Oh, this is
painful to watch.
Painful to watch. And unfortunately, Fleming taking the car, going into the, coming out through the bus stop, binning it, and now having to go in. So this is now going to put Scholl up into 7th place, and I'm sure the grin on the faces of those Porsche drivers is going to be amazing. So there we go. Position has now changed. The L&R Shenanigans car has dropped down into 8th place, and Scholl Team Vroom, used to be called Chasing Beavers, are now up into 7th position.
And I mean, the Porsche has also had its fair share of bad luck throughout the race, so it's kind of ebbed and flowed between the two of them. And I suppose they're kind of thinking, karma, it's coming back around. So there'll certainly be some happy faces in the Porsche camp, being the only Porsche as well. And we know how heavy that car is on tires. Hasn't looked, completely stable the whole time, if I'm honest. But doing a good job, and now back up to 7th. They're still 1 lap down on 6th place. So still a lot of work to do. But in saying that, a heck of a lot of racing. We're not even at halfway yet.
We still got 5 hours, but
So-
think about this. We've got 3 hours that have gone.
Yeah.
So we're not doing too badly. Just some comments coming through. I've
yeah.
got Dirkie Kellerman. Looking good, guys. Missed this so much. Dirkie, come on, man. The best way to get racing again, come and see whether you can't... Ooh, no,
Shaw running
Shaw's
wide.
off wide. Okay. No wall there. Come and speak to us. Let's see if we can't find a way to help you with some parts, get something together, see if we can get you racing. That's exactly why we're here and what we want. We want to be growing the racing. The PlayStation world, unfortunately, as you know, it kind of just slowed down to a point where it just wasn't going to be working. But at least now you get access to some amazing events like this one.
And just touching on that, I must say the sim community as a whole, especially in South Africa and looking at the SARCO League, the help and just the support. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are all competing against each other if you actually think about it. But if you jump into the Discord channel, or if you see what's actually going on behind the scenes, the amount of assistance and sharing of setups and, as you touched on earlier, Flip helping with people's, helping building people's PCs. It's just insane. I mean, where else are you going to see that sort of camaraderie and support? That is a bit wide there. Got away with it. But it's just so nice to see. And I think, Jean in the pits from 5th. This must be a scheduled stop.
I think this is just to get back into sync.
Okay.
Because within that now pitting, within the less than 5 hours to go.
Yeah.
So from here on in, it is 4 stops and they're okay.
Okay.
So Dirkie was actually one of the guys that joined us on PlayStation, multiple SARCO champion, believe it or not. And where he really shone was in the older stuff, like the Ford Escort of the
Oh,
world.
wow. Okay.
And that's where Dirkie really shined there.
How come we don't see any? I mean, so in ACC we've got, these are all kind of the Evo spec, the latest kind of cars. We don't see many Bentleys. Sure, we got a small field, but you don't see the Bentley anymore. No one's using the Aston Martin. Are those cars still good, or they're just in the game but no one uses them anymore?
So look, there's been a lot of, I'll say, work done. We're seeing Charles coming into
popped
the
up with
pits.
a yellow. Yeah.
There's been a lot of work
Okay.
done by a community called Low Fuel Motorsport, LFM, and they are a massive international community. And they have been developing their own balance of performance to try and get all the cars closer together. And that's to make sure that Kunos would go and see what's happening in terms of what's happening within the real world.
Yeah.
Then they do their own balance of performance, which is the BOP, get the cars aligned, and then you race until the next update, and then so it goes. What Low Fuel Motorsport have done is that they've created their own balance of performance. They then put that out into their community and to say, this is what we're using. And a lot of the professionals, Jardia,
I was going to say,
for
I think I
instance,
saw this on Jardia's channel where he was talking
went
about how
and
epic
said
it is.
how epic that
Yeah.
balance of performance is. I say SARCO, however you want to phrase it, wasn't at the point where I was anticipating Kunos to go, hold on, LFM, you're a community, we're a game developer,
Yeah.
we should be owning this.
Yeah.
So in hindsight, or whether it was just my ignorance, thinking that we had a small update a week or two ago, I thought that that's where it would come, and it never came. So in hindsight, I should have applied that balance of performance
I
here,
see.
and there would have possibly been a bigger spread.
Yeah.
What that has taught me, and I'm all about transparency in the community, if I try something, I make a decision, it doesn't work, we change it.
Yeah.
So there were a few questions saying, are we applying the balance of performance? And my route was, no, we weren't. But in the new year, we're definitely going to keep our finger on the pulse a lot closer. And that's just to make sure that we are opening it up. So it is not half the field in Ferraris.
No, that makes sense. And I think, I love seeing the Boatley, as they call it. I love seeing the Bentley on track. It'll be nice to see those older cars. Especially when we started with the game, that's what we were using. And some of them were actually really nice to drive. So it would be nice to see the older cars and even, other manufacturers being equally representative. Change of driver then for the Porsche. They've dropped down to 8th, but bearing in mind they've just completed their stop. So after everything evens out, it should be net 7th. But Johan van der Vente, I think it's the first time we've seen him.
This evening. And
this
we
evening.
know him as, he came in as VDV was his name, but we also know him from the PlayStation days as Toki. So it is Johan VDV Toki Vente.
Yes. Well, Toki, welcome.
The name that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
I just lost my train of thought.
Well, he was in the chat earlier actually saying that he's
Yeah.
he's dreading getting behind the 992, but so far doing a good job. We haven't seen any. It's only been a lap or two, but we haven't seen any. It looks pretty good. So
So I know that Johan VDV or Toki, however we're going to speak about him, I just know him as Toki. He actually called me on Tuesday to say, I'm looking for a teammate, please can you help me? I said, well, what are you driving? Well, caught
commentator's
their
curse.
talks. So what are you driving? He says, I'm in a Porsche. I said, well, I know somebody who's looking for a driver. Speak to Memo, and maybe there's something there. So this team was put together on Tuesday.
Wow. Okay. And it's an international team.
That is correct.
Got
our Greek international.
Oh, yellow flags.
And I know that from. Yeah, oh, no. That was into the wall.
Cheers, Devet. Enjoy your year-in function. Thanks for watching the stream. We'll hopefully see you a bit later. Oh,
Yo.
that was
That was
very
coconuts.
close.
Holy cow, because that was that Daniel that went past there? Yo, that was close.
There was a Ferrari that went past. Let's see.
So that was car. Yeah, it was actually second place.
Yeah, AJ de Kock.
AJ de
Yeah,
Kock.
but that
So
would have been
I
a
wonder
disaster.
if AJ, when you do come later, let us know how that coconut moment worked out for you.
Well, definitely a change of underwear is going to be needed. You know, the bus stop's not.
The bus shock.
The bus shop is not slow, and yeah. So when he pitched up there and found a Ferrari parked sideways, definitely a code brown moment for AJ de Kock, but got away with it.
I must just say, big up to Ulrich. He got into the brakes, just kept that car stationary, didn't try and
That's
do
it.
anything funny.
Yeah, that's actually good driving from Ulrich, because a lot of the time when you spin, you just kind of bin it and trying to get back onto the track
As quick as possible.
without often checking who's around you. So yeah, big ups to him for avoiding contact there as well.
So
Batmobile.
Isham Domingo, they're up one place. And just looking at current lap time, so he's actually not going too bad. 146.8.
Yeah, they
So
just chipping away.
0.4 of his fastest time. So that's actually a pretty decent, consistent time. 'Cause I think if you're keeping it within 0.5, you're actually quite consistent. I wonder what the professional variance is from average lap.
In terms of how a professional
What
in real life.
what is expected for your average lap to be
It's-
considered as that was a great stint?
Well, the same every lap. Ideally, if you're an alien. But
No,
yeah, reality of
understand
it.
what I'm
Yeah, I
saying,
know
right?
what you're saying. I don't know.
For
I'd
me,
say
in the
half
karting,
a
is that
second.
I know that if it's 0.3,
Yeah,
obviously we're doing a minute lap. But if I'm consistently within that 0.3 or just trying to get
Yeah.
to that,
then you're on it.
I'm taking like, holy cow, that
Yeah.
was a great
Yeah,
session.
for sure. As we see Isham bringing it in to the box. I think it'll be a driver change here, because Isham has been in one stint. So going by
It does feel like one for me because I've been calling him Musa for
yeah.
for most of the race.
Good to see the crowd still there, Dill.
Yep.
Yeah.
No umbrellas yet.
No
And
umbrellas.
I'm sure they're looking towards the south side of the track, and I'm pretty sure the rain normally comes from the south.
Yeah.
Well, that's where it comes from here in Joburg.
Yes.
Durban, it's generally, no, it's the southeast. I think Cape Town, it just comes from anywhere.
It just comes sideways. So, but yeah, I'm sure you burries being sold in the stands from Heinrich.
That was his plan. Now we get it.
He's yeah, he can supply the crowds. As we look at Daniel, yeah, he just gets so close to the edge of the track there that my heart just goes into my mouth. I know he's got it under control, but look at that. It's just insane. Lap in, lap out. We've done 106 laps still so far, the leaders.
We've done it with him.
We've been here.
107 laps. There you go.
So
Plus the qualifying, plus the practice.
we've done actually the longest stint of any of these drivers.
That is correct.
That's impressive. I'm going to put that on my CV, on my LinkedIn.
Because now it is a 3-hour 10 stint that we've done.
That's impressive.
Sorry, I did stop for. a
Yeah,
little-
I've had one stop as
Yeah.
well.
I have had one stop.
So, but still, that's good going. We refueling currently as well.
What's happening to Chris Haneke? We got a little slow down warning.
Oh,
Yeah, that didn't make sense, but let's go back and have a look.
so side by
so-
side. Teammates letting teammates through.
AJ de Kock in the pits. Oh, that was weird. I think he was on the inside. Oh, okay. So Chris was on the inside, obviously Etienne thinking that he would go through.
Yeah.
Chris didn't, but he has now gone ahead, and you can see they are up 3 places from where they qualified. So qualified in 8th and are currently 5th. So
That's good going.
not a bad running there for them.
Definitely. Goes back to that consistency theory of ours.
Because they've pitted.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
Unrecha pitted, they have done a driver change. Because that was Jean that had his little off there.
Yeah. AJ de Kock's in the pits, so that hands second place back to...
This for me is one of the greatest angles
That is a pretty good
of
looking
a
angle.
shot. And it actually is called the pit angle.
Huh.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as C4 on
Uh,
our producer screen.
Custom for.
Custom 4.
I chose this one
okay.
specifically.
No, I like it.
One we haven't used often. 'cause you-
Helicam. Well, because of the clouds, you know, we
Yeah.
had reports from the chopper pilot that they
We just
couldn't-
hope it does rain.
Yeah, they weren't doing a lot of flying just because of the low-level cloud, but they've been given the clearance for takeoff, bringing you these wonderful helicam shots of AJ de Kock in his Ferrari.
Ooh, that's quite interesting because Chris Haneke has now pitted and they're now going past, so that should be the place coming
Yeah,
back.
there
it
we go.
is. Okay, clear.
So
clear,
everything's back to normal.
When sometimes you see something, it doesn't quite make sense. You just got to wait just a little bit, and then
Yeah.
eventually the story will unfold and let you know what's actually going on. Ah, we got Mr. Ryan Ottens back in.
Correct pronunciation, and we are good to go. So
That was a
Ottens-
focused
I
pronunciation.
saw Dylan close his eyes briefly. to
Take
make
it all
sure
in. Take a moment.
that is what he said.
See the otter emoji icon
Hold
and
the
deliver it.
Otter. Ottens back out in the Ferrari.
Chantilly's is gonna send me some coconuts, I'm sure.
Looking at
So
comments.
Isham did a driver change. Isham is still in the car. How is
Whoa.
that possible?
Double stinting.
No, wait. No, hold on.
It's
Okay.
triple stinting.
No, he hasn't. Because Mohat double stinted.
Oh, so so Isham's double
So
stinting.
this is Isham's double stint.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. I wish it actually told us, but yeah, in my little box of tricks here, unfortunately, I don't have that. So to everyone who is still on the stream, let us know you're there. Give us something to talk about. What should be the next conversation point that myself and my fearless co-commentator? What is the word that you prefer? Is it are we commentators? Are we casters?
I like broadcaster.
Broadcaster.
This sounds British and formal. I'm a broadcaster, you know.
So, yes. So we'd
we're
like to,
broadcaster.
we'd like to a new topic for broadcasting.
That's
Caster
yeah.
just sounds so.
Costa Semenya.
I've met Costa Semenya,
Okay.
and
I didn't think this is what we'd be talking about today, but let's go for it.
No, and true as nuts, I actually have.
That's true. Dude.
That is not what I meant to do.
Hey.
I think I just need to walk away. I'm so sorry. That is not what I meant to do.
AJ de Kock confirming that he needs to change his underpants. After that, I called it and I told you. He would have come through there flat out. Ooh, yellow flag. Diacha might be off. We've got 20 seconds to put.
Bus stop, yeah.
So, yeah, AJ, sorry, man. At least, see, this is a beauty sideways for Isham. But AJ, at least you're at home, so you can change your underpants without without being embarrassed at a pit lane. See, that's, you know, if you're in real life.
In the real life, you had to go into the pit and like, yes, like, what does that smell like? Bus stop. Well, yeah, AJ, we do give Ulrich some kudos there. Sorry, Greg's is actually dying in the side here. Is that Ulrich did jump on those brakes and kind of just like stood still. Okay, what needs to happen now? And it does look like you jumped on the brakes just to get that car stopped and turned in just a little bit more. But I'm pretty sure that your life did flash before your eyes there.
Okay, now you need to finish your caster story because now you.
No, so I've met Caster Semenya, and when I just went, hi, how are you? Like, pleasant. But in terms of she's actually a lot taller than you actually think she is.
Oh wow.
She's my height, and
Jeez.
I'm 6
And
foot.
you 5 foot now. Okay.
I am 6 foot.
Ooh, Johan van der Venter, yellow flag.
This bus stop is catching people out.
Oh,
Let's just
push
see.
the magic button.
There we go, and we got a little 20-second run up. Go into the brakes. Is he on the brakes? A little bit late. That's part of the problem. We can just see
Way
it's
too
getting
much
too
speed
hot.
today.
But well caught. No wall.
Nappies, there we go. Now that, you see, now that's Elsie. That nappies are actually.
Oh, wait.
Hey? He had 2 spins.
Wait. Hold on.
We need to check this again.
Ooh,
Oh.
no wall. No. Oh, that's a big one.
That is a big one.
That is a big one.
VDV. And Etienne.
And Etienne is also a yellow flagging what's going on here. So all of a sudden.
Is this rain?
I don't think so.
No. Oh!
Oh!
Something's going on.
So it does seem like track conditions are changing. Has it? So the track has dropped to 28 degrees.
Let's maybe if we hop on board, we can see if there's raindrops. No, no wipers
so
yet.
those wipers are definitely not moving. But that was a big impact.
VDV is off again. He's
No, I
lost
think
it.
he's just slowing down, trying to get this car nursed back to the pits. We'll just see
That's
here.
so
Oh,
unfortunate.
let's just jump into this cockpit. You can just there we go.
Oh.
So it was just that snap of the
Oh.
wheel,
Oh!
trying to keep that car going in a straight line.
Jeez. Looks like he's cutting down a tree there.
Oof. So, Torquay now into the pits, and I'm sure he'll be happy just to get this car fixed, have a little
Yeah.
reset.
He'll be kicking himself because they just made up quite a good, that unfortunate Ferrari had trouble, so they were back in up to 7th in the Porsche, and now all that hard work is unfortunately undone.
And it is just something can happen so quickly. You don't expect it.
Yeah.
The tire pressure could just not be hooked up yet. You overcommit into the corner, and unfortunately that's becomes the end of your race, but it definitely does make it harder for you to get to the end.
Oh yeah.
So the reason we've jumped onto Etienne, because now he is approaching Johan. They are on the same lap. So when Etienne goes past, this should be a position change.
Yeah, he's through. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
See it now.
So that is the LTR rookies now moving up into 8th place, but still a lap down behind the car 777 of Fleming Bauer, Neil Greening, and Paul Fenter.
Just looking at lap times to see if there is sort of any drop off because there's something on the track. I can confirm that there isn't because Tariq is now in the car and have just set the fastest lap of a 44.0. So certainly some people finding it more tricky than others, but Tariq absolutely flying.
But there's still time left in that lap because he got this fastest lap on 2 slower sections, sectors, and a fastest last lap. So we can go look at that sector there. So Ryan Ottens, I did it again, Ottens.
Oh, you gotta be
Damn
so
it.
careful.
He still has the fastest second sector.
Yeah.
And the third sector goes to Tariq. But then who's got the
Who's got the
fastest
first?
That doesn't make sense. It's not showing us a purple on the first sector.
Ah.
So Johan out the pits again and looking to go. That looks a little bit more tidy.
Yeah, it does. They could have, I think, just at least wiped the mud off. But I suppose time is of the essence. You just want to get repaired and back out there. So let's hope Johan can get his head down now, get back into a rhythm, and get back to where they were. Going to be a tall order, Dill, to get now back up to the 7th that they were in, because they are a lap down effectively now.
Yeah, 64 seconds
Yeah.
behind. But out of sync. And they're going to be out of sync in terms of the strategy.
Flip Van Zyl going well. Personal best last lap for the car.
Yep, so he's taken that car over from Chris Heineke. So another stint here for Flip Van Zyl. And we still haven't seen Sean. I know that Sean will only be in the car from about that 5 o'clock this evening, and that's our SA local time. That's the only time that he can start. Because that was part of the challenge that Flip had, is that he could not get 5 hours to himself, and that's why I had recruited Chris Heineke just to come and do a few stints, just to reduce some of the pain until Sean Larera joined up. It is Sean Larera's anniversary today.
Oh, how did he get that right?
Well, that's why he had to do what he had to do in the morning,
Okay.
and there was no questions asked.
Okay, well, that's serious commitment, actually.
But then you also choose your priorities. My son was 3 days old, and I was at the go-kart track because my son, unfortunately, was in the incubator.
Oh yeah.
And I said to my wife, "Well, there's
not
nothing
much
I can do."
So I'm going to go race.
And 12 years later, I am still racing, and now he races.
Well, there you go. It was written in the stars from day 1 or day 3.
You know what they say? Your destiny is inevitable.
Yeah. Well, funny story actually in terms of motorsport, because when my daughter was 3 weeks old, you know what it's like with a newborn. Those of you who have kids as well. I spent the whole day at the Kailami 9 now. Safe to say, when I got home, I was not the most favorite person. But yeah, that's what we do. It's our passion.
Change 1 or 2 diapers and you make up those brownie
Yeah.
points back.
No, exactly. So,
I know my wife is not watching.
yeah, I hope mine isn't either.
We love you.
Hi, Mom. Yeah.
Look, Mom, I'm on TV.
Well, I hope Costa's not watching, because she will be very upset.
Oh, no. If ever there was a Freudian slip, and that was so not intentional. My gosh.
That's going to be like the highlight of my broadcasting career.
Some of the silly things you have said, that wasn't silly. That was just right.
Someone please timestamp that and put that as a clip, because that was
We are not clipping that.
hilarious.
We are not clipping that.
Okay, so Tariq's decided that he's not going to play anymore, and he's dropped into the 43s.
43.8 is the fastest lap.
That is qualifying pace. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But we're going to see the times drop because the temperature's dropping. And
Oh my gosh.
was that a little touch?
No.
Close, but not.
But let's just go back and do it like this.
That looked very close.
Mr. Beast, exactly. What? Yo!
Very, very, very close. Now Tariq coming back on some back markers. Yellow flags for Ulrich de Jager
And it's in.
and Etienne.
Whoa!
No!
Hold it.
No! Oh, man. That is heartbreaking. Ruan, if you're watching, don't look now. I'm sure he's all over it, but that is just not what you want to see. lost it even before the second chicane.
Yeah, that car just didn't
Ah.
get settled. When he hit that curb, that rear just didn't look like it had the grip. And unfortunately, that's into the wall there for Etienne.
That's certainly going to be a stop.
Yeah, that's for Mr. B. Aina, most definitely. And I can just tell you, this wheel input is not going to look pretty.
That is seriously bent. He's going right, but he's turning left. That
Uh,
is never a good sign.
And that's quite a hard thing to get your mind on, because this wheel is actually pulling you, but you almost a full lock to the right hand side. This car's actually going to snap oversteer now, and there it is.
Yeah. Whoa. See how it's like crabbing almost.
So now he's going to have to get down to basically a crawl pace to try and get this car rotated around here.
Oh, does well.
Don't clip the wall, because all you're doing is adding more damage. And we do have Isham Domingo coming up behind him out of 13. So I'm sure Etienne was just going to want to get
Yeah, he's
through
going to.
here quickly and not have this
Yeah, he should make it.
limping
Yeah.
Ferrari in the way. But yeah, that
Yeah.
is clear.
That is so unlucky. I think maybe he just got a little bit distracted, because I mean Tariq just went through on him to put him another lap down, and I don't know if he was watching Tariq's car or whatever, but just a slight lapse in concentration, and that's how quick it can go. You hate to see it.
So lap from Ryan Otten's 44.6. So that's 0.8 of a second off Tariq's pace there. And his fastest of 43.8. And we did mention that. That is a qualifying pace there.
It's just ridiculous.
So that Lamborghini is most definitely hooked up and ready to go.
But in saying that, we are half an hour away from halfway, and the gap between Tariq and Christian's is remaining the same, pretty much. It's been
15
17 seconds,
You're
15
right.
seconds
Yeah.
throughout the whole race. I mean, that's incredible. You think of 4 hours of racing to be that close and to have that gap maintained. So hats off to them, because that's been really, really interesting to watch. It's kind of ebbed and flowed. The Christians have tried a different strategy.
Here's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Is if you think of that, so let's just round it off to 17 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. We've done 117 laps. So if you take that 17 seconds and you divide it by 117, it just shows you the difference per lap.
Be minimal. Got a comment there. Let's have a look.
Mrs. Otter.
Are you in trouble?
No. Somehow dodged that one. Maybe she wasn't listening.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Good.
she's saying that
Yeah.
her
His son's starting now.
her son starting. Well, my son also has one. Ryan's old rig, and only fun racing to get him some practice, as he will be faster than his dad. Well, I keep telling my son he needs to come get faster than me, but we are working on getting him racing, because he's still into the whole Fortnite and that. And I said, dude, you are racing go-karts. You should be wanting to race as often as possible.
Yeah.
Because when I'm not go-kart racing, I'm online racing.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that Carl Lawrence, love him to bits, is that the one day he commented on me to say that Dylan is a sim racer. The reality is I've been racing go-karts
Yeah.
longer than I've been racing sims.
Well, there you go. And that's true. The Sims have only been around for, well, ACC and what we race have only been around for probably the last 10, 15 years. So,
And back then, I never had money for
Yeah.
3G. 'cause
Yeah.
that's all you
no,
had.
exactly. Joke. Had dial-up. So Ulrich de Jager in the pits again. I think should be a scheduled stop.
Mr. B asking what karts are we racing. So I'm actually racing next weekend, and that is the last round of the F400 karting series. So it is endurance karting. So what we're seeing here at Watkins Glen are the 8 hours in partnership with Metal State. Thank you to Moser Racing. But I do it in real life with karting, and we do, it depends, because the last race we had was actually supposed to be a 9-hour endurance race, and that unfortunately got cut down. But it is the 394 strokes.
Yeah, 400cc.
And the difference is that the guys in the 2 strokes, while their karts are way faster, and I do not deny that, they're going to do a race of between 10 to 12 laps,
Yeah.
where I'll do a stint of 30 to 40 minutes at a go, and you're looking at doing close to 30 to 35 laps within a stint. So I think I'm way more hardcore than a 2-stroke driver.
Yeah.
Hashtag just saying.
Hashtag. Definitely. Well, Dilla, I think I'm going to also box. So I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, cool.
You do a quick fuel stop.
A little fuel stop, maybe a little sandwich,
Yeah.
and
And,
we'll get we'll see you shortly. So if there is anybody that is out there looking to come and have a little chat while we allow, I was going to say Craig to relieve himself, but to relieve him of his duties, come and join us in the Discord. Come and say how's it. Let us know how the race is going. We do like to hear. We heard from Ruan Heineke a little bit early on, gave us some of the insights. And Ruan, unfortunately, him and his team, disconnect put them down. Etienne, we've just seen him about 2 laps ago have quite a big off, putting it in the wall, and is back on track, but now on the same lap as the Porsche, but are a position down. So 76 seconds in 9th place, trying to catch up to now Johan van der Venter Toki, aka VDV, aka Johan. He responds to all 3, so it's all good. So in terms of total pit stops that have been done, Tariq and Daniel, they have done 3 stops. Mohat Musa and Isham, 3 stops. Christian Deploy and Christian Fenter, 3 stops. Then Jamie, Jean and Ulrich, they have done 4. Ulrich and Adrian have done 4. Charles, Memo and Johan, that's 4 stops for them. Then the Ruan, Etienne and Jason Farmer combo, 5 stops there. One of them being a disconnect, so we can't really count that as a stop. AJ de Kock, Ryan Ottens and Leclue Besson. We'll see Leclue later on. We haven't really seen much of him because it's been AJ and Ryan have been swapping. There's 3 stops there for him. Fleming, Paul and Neil, they have done 4 stops. And then Flip, Sean, Herrera and Chris Heineke, they are on 3 stops there. Let's see if we still got the top speeds. And that's Isham Domingo in this stint has got the fastest speed, and it's still tapping out at 264 kilometers an hour. And that average, the interesting thing is that Christian Deploy actually has the highest average top speed down that straight, even though they are 1 kilometer an hour slower.
Wow.
But now we've just had a change because Christian is now doing, Isham Domingo is a
Still fastest.
58.3 as an average. Yeah.
I'm back. I did a splash and dash.
Sure. Splash and dash. No tires required.
No, I wanted to do a short stint.
There we go. So
Okay.
Etienne allowing a
Back through.
flip on cell to go through. So Chantilly is saying that that would be awesome, and that where that comment came from was Mr. B saying that wanted to get a father and son team going.
That's a good idea.
I'll tell you what, that is life goals for me, and that is what I'm trying to work myself towards. But do you think my son wants to reciprocate?
No.
He does not. Does he have daddy issues? No, he does not. So what is the problem? He needs to just come and race with me.
Mr. B, will it rain?
We're hoping.
I think, yeah. We're keeping a close eye on the umbrellas in the stand. The chopper is flying, so that means that there's nothing too hectic out there. But we're hoping that somewhere along the lines of just going into darkness, we might have a little sprinkle or two. So yeah, keep watching.
We hope it rains. Whoa, what's happening here?
He's just letting the leaders through.
Okay. Okay. I was a little bit concerned there of what was going on. The producer's giving me this weird hand signal. I'm not too sure what that. Oh, I get it. It's the signal for Discord. So it looks like we do have somebody who is in there, and we got Daniel. So Daniel currently in this race, and Daniel racing with Tariq, car number 1. Daniel, do you hear me? It almost sounds like I can hear him, but no, I'm not getting sound coming through. Told them, Daniel, we'll just try again. Our producer saying that we should be getting the sound. Okay, Daniel, are you there?
I don't think you guys can hear me. I don't
Yes,
know why.
we can now.
Now we can.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Daniel,
good? How
how's
you
it?
guys?
Welcome
good,
to
Good.
the live stream. Just from your
Hello,
perspective, everyone, so Daniel driving with Tariq, currently car number 1. A smaller grid, but it still looks like you guys are having fun out there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been nice driving here. The car feels good. I enjoy driving the Lambo, so around Watkins Glen as well, I don't mind it. Just your left rear especially does not feel happy. Literally five corners into the stint,
Yeah.
and your left rear is
Oh, wow.
complaining. But yeah, it's been nice, and the track, it is a bit quiet, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's almost like you just focus in, you get into a rhythm a bit easier instead of like having to constantly maybe dodge traffic or something, and then that breaks your rhythm. So no, I'm not really complaining about that. Yeah, I mean,
And I suppose that left rear takes the strain because it is a clockwise track, so you're putting a lot of the weight on that rear wheel, and that's where you're getting all the drive out of the corners.
yeah, exactly. And the thing is, like one slide, let's say even especially in the middle sector, just one little slide, one little overcorrection, and then that's it. Your temp spike, and then for the rest of sector 3, you're kind of just trying to manage your exits a bit more. I was actually very surprised because it's like after about 4 or 5 laps into the stint, and you kind of find your groove and your rhythm, and then you immediately going into like management mode where you just focusing on keeping the tires within a certain window. So that's definitely something that I think all the drivers are thinking about and working with.
So just in terms of
And
that window,
it's
are
quite
you guys
challenging.
talking about, are we talking 0.01? Are we talking about a 0.03 in terms of that range? So when you're saying it starts spiking, what is that difference? Or what
Yeah.
are you guys are you running it a little bit higher than would be normal, but then because it goes out of that range and all of a sudden that grip drops away?
Yeah, so basically what I mean is like the tire temp. So when it slides, you're obviously generating lateral friction, and that puts heat into the tires. And then we're seeing, let's say you're sitting comfortably on like 100.4 degrees, and then just with like a slide here, a slide there, you spike it to like 102, 103 degrees, and then you start feeling the traction break.
Starts getting out of that
Yeah.
optimum temperature, and then it starts feeling snotty.
Such a fine margin.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And 100 degrees is already very high. I mean, like I'm a bit more comfortable at 96s, 97s.
And here it just seems like 100 degrees is, unless you obviously want to compromise with your straight line speed, you open up your ducts, your brake ducts a bit more. But obviously we don't want to do that. We want to have as much straight line speed as possible. So that's where the trade-off is then you got to manage your throttle and your inputs
100%.
a bit
And
better.
the other thing is you don't really want to be playing with the brake ducts, because we know that this race is going to run into the evening. We're already in game time at like 5:45. Current
Yep.
The air temp or ambient temp is sitting at 24 degrees. But if you start playing with the air ducts, as soon as that temp goes into those 20s, an air duct change is 0.4 on a tire, which then throws that
Yeah.
whole thing out of sync as well.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah, but I mean, definitely not opposed to the track cooling down. I say let's get to 14 degrees.
100%. And look, we have been told at SARCO that we generally run our temperatures a little bit hotter, and I think it's just generally, like for me, at 24 degrees isn't really a pleasant day. It's got to be in the 28s then it's a nice summer's day. I'm definitely not a winter's person. So for myself, as I'm never going to drop that temperature down into the 16 degrees, it just doesn't feel right. So
Come
apologies,
on.
guys.
Daniel, I've got a
No, it's
question
all
for
good.
you.
I think, yes, sir.
We saw earlier on in the race, Christian and you guys where you had your hazards on, you guys were flashing each other. Is that some sort of team code, or is there something that's going on between the two of you?
I think that was him asking that the prize money only gets shared between the top two teams.
I told you,
I
Bill.
think that's what he was trying to get through in the coding there, you know. But I told him he failed miserably.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Daniel, just in terms of the pace, obviously you guys have got yourselves into a nice rhythm. Are you
Yeah.
like going to be double stinting for the rest of the race, or do you have a little mixed strategy later on? Or is this
Yes.
a double stint and then 2 in, 2 out?
Yeah, so the reason why it's like such a change up, especially with Tariq and Christian deploy, is they actually also doing the VCO finals endurance. So we got to make sure that the windows for them are correct, and we also got to make sure that the load shedding schedule
Wait,
fits.
so
So we're
are you
doing a
guys
lot
telling
of
me
jumbling.
you are double enduro racing
Yes.
on one day?
Yeah, they are double enduro racing in one day,
That is
and
insane.
it's thankfully it's also Watkins. It all aligned quite well, but
No
it's
way, that's
yeah,
incredible.
it's double stunting.
Yeah, that is incredible. Well, all the best of luck in that
Yeah.
for them.
I'm actually speechless.
No, thank you. I'll pass
That's
that
amazing.
message on.
Yeah, so big ups to them. She's amazing.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I mean the fatigue, the concentration you have to carry throughout your stint, it's something. So
Yeah.
they're doing a lot of work today, but phenomenal.
So Daniel, just in terms of the forecast on the weather, is that we know that there's been some guys that jumped into the practice server. It was very mixed and said that, why is it raining? I don't understand why it's raining. And there's been people that have been in there, they've had 6 stints and they haven't seen 1 drop of rain. Just for you guys, is rain something that you expect could possibly happen?
Yeah, please. I think it's like a 14% chance. We thought around that number. And yeah, we're happy. Bring on the rain. Let's throw these wet tires on. Let's pace it out in the rain. I mean, it will be awesome, actually. I think it throws a good curveball into the mix, and you also have to start thinking about when do you go in as a driver. You know, what's the right moment?
Yeah.
When do you box when let's say it switches over to drive? And so there's a lot of factors there that keeps it very entertaining and keeps everyone on their feet. And our setup, the car is happy in these conditions, and we feel confidence in the wet as well. So I say from our side at least, let's have some rain.
And nothing creates a bit of panic when you're on a greasy track and you don't know if it's going to get wetter or drier and you're coming into your pit window.
Yeah, exactly. Then, because then you're like, what are we going to do now? You know, you have 10 liters of fuel left, or maybe even 60. Either way, you're still thinking, now, do we put now? Do we put in 2 laps time? Like, what do we do? So yeah, it's definitely a nice curveball. But
Yep.
for now, we're seeing the wind is very, very calm. So we're not sure if these clouds are going to move over this way. If they are, maybe it will be much later on in the race. But yeah, we do look forward to having some wet weather action, definitely.
Well, that is always good to know. And
Awesome.
just in terms of the track cuts, are you guys carrying any? Because it's been, you know, we basically the camera view that we're watching, just the coming out of turn number 9, is Tariq and yourselves look very, very wide, and every now and again there's a little kick of dust, and I'm almost saying, sure, that has to be a track cut, but we know that you guys obviously have really dialed in where those limits are. But are you carrying any track limits by any chance?
I mean,
Aha!
ACC Drive says we're carrying 0 track cuts, but the
But-
in-game
okay.
track cuts is saying we're carrying 1.
Okay.
So we're sitting only with 1. I think you get away with it. It's extremely fine margin, but yeah, you get away with it sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting to know.
Yeah.
But definitely, we had you on 3 at least. But if you only got 1, then
Thanks, guys.
then we're wrong.
Thanks, guys.
It's a camera angle. I told you, it's a camera angle. Go back and look at the stream, and you'll see why.
Okay, I will do so. Cool, guys. Well, thank you for having me here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna jump. I need to just prepare for my next stint.
Awesome, Daniel. Thank
yeah,
you so much for
just wanna
jumping
say-
in. Yeah.
No problem. Just want to say thanks to you guys for hosting the race. I'll just keep Christian's hopes up, and I'll tell him you guys will contemplate his suggestion.
We'll think about it.
And yeah, thank you to Medal States. Thank you to SARCO. Yeah, and thank you guys for the commentary. It's been awesome to watch. And yeah, I'll see you guys on track. Maybe we see you in the interview room later.
100%.
Let's see how it
Yeah.
goes.
All
Thanks,
the best,
guys.
Daniel. Cheers.
Okay,
Cheers, eh?
Bye bye. So that was a Daniel teammate to the man on screen, Tariq Adams. Only 1 track cut. That
I
for
don't
me-
believe that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That is incredible because we've seen, as Dylan said, we've seen them even now. Look
At
there.
that angle.
That angle
honestly.
just shows that they are definitely pushing the boundaries of these track limits. But the pace is there, and they've only got 1. So some good intel there from Daniel. So Tariq's latest lap times and Christian Deploy are, Tariq is doing a 44.7, Christian a 44.997 the last lap. So still pretty close. That gap is just stretched out a little bit now to 21.8. And yeah, we thank Daniel for joining us and giving us that insight. Always nice to hear from the driver's perspective, to see what it's like on the track.
And Craig, the Christians, double stinting, double racing.
I mean, 2 enduros at the same time on the same track, but yeah, these guys are. That's why they're called aliens, I guess.
So back on the comments, we got Heinrich who's back. Welcome back, Heinrich. It doesn't seem like those Bruvos rolls have arrived here, so we will be waiting for that.
That's
Duncan,
that's a
he's saying,
drive-through
how's it?
penalty. Eh?
Yeah.
He's got half an hour,
Heinrich.
and then
Whoa! Ishan Domingo coming out of the pits.
I don't think it's.
and-
I
yeah,
don't think
okay,
it's
I
Ishan.
think it's Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Christian that has gone through. So
Okay. Oh,
side by side, a little bit of some heavy moments there, and actually, that's not how you want to end a race. You come out the pits just having done a stop and collide into a driver. Oh, Johan swerving a little bit left and right. Oh, that car is not looking happy, is it?
no. Been seeing him pop up. Few yellows. Oh, sliding through turn 1.
No, they're definitely not comfortable with that car.
Sail
Adrian van Zyl
also
just
crawling.
getting this car into the pits. But big ups, they are now, we've nearly halfway.
Oh yeah.
They persisted,
Yeah.
they keep going, and that's what we want. So how's it here from, and this is Duncan, Team Sicarius. How's it, Dunk? Hope you're well, man. Really cool to see you. And AJ giving his Lacka Daniel a message out there. So
Nice.
thank you, AJ. Still there, still watching, still racing, and we saw AJ and his moment to change, pants changing moment.
So Musa's back in the BMW.
And positions have changed because now
They were in
Unreckon's now gone ahead.
Yeah.
Because they were in 5th, Musa was ahead,
Yes.
but it could be out of that that sync again. Because remember they had that little crash,
correct.
which then put them
Yeah.
put them down. So Adrian van Sale still in the pits there, and 4 hours 8 minutes to go. So we've already gone through 4 hours.
Incredible. Been fun to watch. Still 22 seconds between the top two. Ryan Otten's hanging on.
And I'm cautious to say this, but I'm going to say it. We've had 2 stewards here the entire day.
Yeah. And they've been bored.
They haven't even needed to look at a yellow flag or a contact
Nope. Nothing.
the entire day.
I think we must employ them to have a look at Tariq's track limits. give them a task. Daniel's going to be angry at me. But no, yeah.
Daniel's raging now.
Yeah.
And Daniel, that was Craig that said that. It wasn't Dylan.
No, but you're right. And I think the racing has just been super clean. Sure, it's a small field, so you don't have those issues of...
But you've still got guys going through the field with
Yeah.
back markers. And that's
100%.
reality.
Yeah.
And how many times have you seen a back marker being collected by a front runner?
Yeah.
Whether it's indecision or just lack of concentration. We
Yeah.
haven't had those
We
incidents.
haven't. It's only
At all.
AJ with his new underpants, and that's it.
And that's as close as it's got. But otherwise, thank you to the drivers, because it's their sentiment that we haven't needed our stewards.
Absolutely.
And normally the first lap, there's like 5 or 6 incidents because you got this knock-on effect. You got to go back and see where was this contact, who created it. But it hasn't been like that at all.
No, it's been very, very clean. And yeah, kudos to all these guys for keeping it on track and staying out of each other's way if you're a back marker. And that takes skill as well in itself, though. I mean, you've got to be aware of what's happening around you while also racing, while changing your tire pressures, while speaking to your teammate and talking strategy. So it's not easy. There's a lot going on in that cockpit and fighting fatigue. Now we start to see the guys getting a little bit tired. They've had, the majority of them have had at least 2 stints. So that's 2 hours driving. It's not easy. If you think of like a Wednesday night, I don't know, SARCO, what do you do? Like 40-minute races. You still get fatigued when you do that. So having raced 2 hours, it's certainly starting to take its toll. It's hot in Joburg, so people will be sweating. So yeah, it's very impressive to see that there's not been any incidences.
So
Christian Duploy.
I did have a little bit of a heart attack moment and say that did we just go and curse ourselves, because I saw Johan slowing down at the same time. We got a yellow, white flag on Christian, but it was actually Christian just coming into the pits. So talking about pit stop, I might need to just go and do a quick pit stop myself.
Flash
So
dash.
if I'm able to just hand that over to you,
Yeah, of
Craig,
course.
you have got the control.
All right, so Christian Deploy then in for his 4th pit stop. Been a good stint. Managed to keep the gap pretty much as we've seen, whole race between that kind of 15 and 20 second gap between himself and Tariq. So they'll be changing the tires and putting in some fuel and having to go again. There we go. Out the pits, clean stop. You just see the 777 coming out behind Christian. We'll just have to confirm if it is Christian in the car, which Christian is in the car. Christian Deploy obviously having done a very good stint. And so that moves Ryan Ottens temporarily up into second place in the number 647 Ferrari. Also having a very good race so far. No incidences to really speak of. And of course a driver change. So Christian Deploy is out and now Christian Venter is behind the wheel of the net second place Lamborghini. As the light begins to fade, slowly creeping towards darkness. Local time is just about 30 seconds away from 6 o'clock in-game time. So we will start to see nighttime come around as we look at the Batmobile. I love this carbon livery, it's just so cool. I know they're supposed to have their livery on, but for whatever reason it didn't correctly load into this event. But it just looks so good in the black. As we see the 777 Mercedes, Fleming Bauer having actually a good stint. Back up into 7th place. Last lap was a 46.9. A little bit off the pace, but consistent. They had a few issues earlier on, a few spins and a few wall contact, a little bit sideways there coming out of the bus stop. As we watch Ryan Ottens now, I'm sure coming towards the end of his stint. Oh, a little bit wide there coming out of turn 14. But just such a solid performance. Consistency is always key in these endurance races to make sure you don't make those mistakes, as we've said before. Still no sign of rain. I'm just having a look. We could probably switch over to our helicam and we'll see if we can see any incoming storm clouds approaching as we watch Tariq passing Johan van der Venter in the only Porsche on the grid. We're now 20 seconds away from reaching the halfway point of our race. And what a race it's been so far. We've had quite a bit of action. Oh, Johan. Jump to him. I think he just had a slow turn 2, turn 3, just letting Tariq through. I don't think there was anything there. I did see him flash yellow, but I don't think anything major. Ooh, there's a signboard that's been knocked loose. I wonder if that was that yellow that we saw with Johan van der Venter there just coming through that. It was exactly there, turn 4, where we saw that yellow flag for him. Maybe just running wide, collecting the Pirelli signing board there. Time for some splitter cam with Christian Venter. We run on board. Third place, net second. Once Ryan Ottens will make his 4th pit stop. And let's just jump straight to Tariq Adams brings the number 33 Lamborghini into their pits for their 4th pit stop. We spoke to Daniel, and now we know that Tariq's going to be double stinting, so he will stay in the car. So it'll just be tyres and fuel for Tariq, and then back out. Jump to Ryan Ottens now. I just want to see if he will take the lead temporarily from Tariq. He's coming around the last turn now. Let's see. Yeah, Tariq's still in the pits, so we have a new leader, albeit only temporarily. Or do we? This is going to be close.
The answer is no. But that's actually pretty cool that they've come out like that, because that just adds a little bit of excitement. Ooh, there was a soundboard in the road there.
Yeah, that was from earlier. Johan van der Venter clipped it after being lapped by Tariq.
So, yeah, that's Tariq. Tyres not up to temps just yet.
Oh, so Daniels is in the car. I thought Tariq was going to be double stinting, but Daniel's
now gone back in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Daniel's seeing that Ryan's temps are obviously up. Ryan's still in full flight mode. And Daniel knowing that, but the car ahead of him still needs to pit. So all good. From a visitor, it looks like we do have another visitor that's going to be joining us, Craig. And I will, I'd like to welcome everybody. I don't know if he's marked up. He's good to go. Oh, that's pretty cool. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Doige, Brandon DeSantos, you're here. Welcome.
Hello, Dylan. Thank you.
You've been watching this from home. Saw that it's actually quite fun, and decided to come and visit us here at the Medal State Studio. What are your thoughts on the race so far?
No, it's been a really exciting race. There was obviously a bit of a gap between some of the drivers, but yeah, it's been a good race. You can see some of the guys are starting to close in on each other now. So I think those pit strategies are starting to come into effect.
So I'm going to say something, Brandon. I don't want to catch you off guard. Myself and Craig spoke about it earlier, but in the 4 hours and 5 minutes that we've been racing, we haven't had one contact highlight the entire race.
No, that's amazing.
And yes, it is a small field, but it's also about just seeing what's happening there. The back marker sees that the fast guys are coming through, gets out the way, and whoa,
Daniel again.
Daniel
Yeah,
attacking that curb. That Lamborghini definitely does get over the bumpy stuff quite decently. From a split of the cars, Brandon, we've got Porsche, Merc, Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini. Car that you would be driving here?
I think the closest car to what I would be driving would be the Lamborghinis. You know, I do prefer driving the Audis. I am myself an Audi man. But yeah, I think the Lamborghini would be the closest thing to that.
And that's just out of a preference in terms of the car, not
Yeah.
necessarily from a performance point of view.
No, that's just. It's more from. It is a bit of a preference, but it's also. I found with the Audis, it's quite nice to rotate the cars. I find it very easy. Some of the other cars, I find it's a little bit challenging trying to get that rotation the way I like it. So yeah, the Audi is the car for me.
No, that's awesome. And Craig, an Audi fan? Or
Well-
does the badge on your shirt say others?
Yeah. Well, yeah. For the viewers, if you don't know, I've got a little Porsche shirt on. To be honest, my limited sim racing career was predominantly in the Audi and the Mercedes-Benz. So I do like the Audi. I like the feel of it. It's very easy. Well, it's easy to drive, but it's hard to drive fast, if that makes sense. It's quite. You have to be quite smooth, and I'd like to think that my style is quite smooth. So I like the Audi, but if I had to gun to my head, I'd probably pick the Merc. But after listening to what Terry said earlier in the stream, it certainly is difficult to get fast. But it's just, I don't know. I find that the car suits my driving style, and I like the sound as well. I like that grumble of a nice naturally aspirated V8. That's
so I was
close.
just watching Ryan. Looked like he was a little bit
and
late on
Daniel
the brakes
squiggly.
there. Into turn number 11, Daniel just having a little show, putting the nose on the inside there,
Yeah.
showing that he wants to come through. While they are still out of sync in terms of pit stops, this is still a race because anything can happen later on. And I'm pretty sure that Ryan is going to be fighting as long as he can, not to hold him back, but just to try and see whether he can just keep that gap from opening up.
Yeah. So I think early on Daniel let Ryan through, just thinking that, Daniel's going to take a little bit of a while to get back up to speed. But now he's crawled up to the back of him again. But what's this doing is it's actually hurting Daniel's race a little bit. Or I say that, they've actually just lapped in a 44.9. I was going to say Christian Venter was a second a lap faster than them on the last lap. So you just got to be mindful that that gap between Christian Venter and Daniel was only 17 seconds before the stop. So Daniel doesn't want to get caught up too much behind Ryan Otten as he looks like he goes on the inside. He's got the signboard.
Or is that a sign?
He's got the signboard wedged in his wheel
so
arch.
there you saw the little tape of the
Oh!
sends it to Mars. Well, they send it home to his alien planet.
Yeah, that's gone back to. Okay, so clean move there. I don't think Ryan would have held up too much of a fight, to be honest. It's not his race yet, but they're on a different strategy. So all good, clean pass. Now Daniel can get his head down, and we'll just keep an eye on his lap time. That last lap time was the best of the stint, and a 44.675 coming out of the 33 Lamborghini.
But still more to come out of this, and because we looking at Neil Greening, who's in the car, he does have, I think that is Ruan behind him. So that is Ruan with the lead cars coming through. Ruan is a lap down behind Neil, but going nearly 0.8 of a second quicker. So if you go 0.8 of a second and you multiply it by the fact that we've done 139 laps,
Game on.
it's game on. There's still 4 hours and a little bit to go. Well, no,
3 hours and 50 minutes.
3 hours
and 51 seconds,
50,
to be exact.
3 hours 50. If I just looked at the clock before I spoke.
Yeah. No, well, we can forgive you,
So,
Mr. Semenya.
my gosh.
I'm never going to let you go.
45.8 there for Ryan Ottens, 45.0 for Daniel. So starting to find his pace. But Ruan Heineke, 46.5 there and 46.4 for Neil Greening ahead. So a second is the difference there between the guys at the back, so they will close us up within the next lap or so. Those blue flags already waving, so once you get into that second, the blue flags start waving, and get out the way or just hold your line. Brandon, you've been in situations with the sim racing coming up to blue flags. What is the way you would approach this? Do you rather, that's Ruan on the marbles on the exit, holding his line there, and Ryan Odson's going through. I'm sure that was another little change of pants there
Yeah.
for Ryan.
Now that team's going to need a a supply of underpants for the next rounds.
But that just shows you how
Yep.
crazy the physics are. Ruan playing a little bit cheeky, going through, seeing that Neil moved over to let to let the leader through,
Yeah, he dived in
and Ruan went with, but essentially outbraked himself on the marbles, and off he went into the wall.
yeah, a little bit opportunistic, but you have to. He's a lap down, so
He has to make up that time.
yeah, absolutely. He's got to start thinking of how to get that lap back.
Brandon, just coming back to the question. So from a blue flag point of view, would you prefer the guys rather just hold the line, drive their own race, or is it get out of the way, I'm coming? What do you think is better?
Well, it's also going to depend on the situation. So, in this kind of a situation where everyone's a little bit more spread out, I'd say rather hold your line. So, do your race. Maybe just let off a little bit earlier than what you would. Obviously, try not to be unpredictable, and the faster guy will get around you. If it is like, if you've got two guys that are actually fighting for position coming to lap you, I'd rather just move out the way, let both cars pass, because you don't want to interfere in a race where you could cost someone the podium.
It is quite tricky because you as the faster car are coming, so technically you have the right of the way from a pace point of view, and with you in front of me is that you're going to hamper my race.
Yes.
In the same breath is that if you've got two cars that are battling, I'm now coming into your battle. All you're doing is that you're just disrupting the flow of that battle.
Yeah.
And it is always well, do I sacrifice 3 seconds of my own race so that these guys can enjoy their race? It is quite a tricky one.
Yeah.
I think what's key to remember is that you're a back marker at the end of the day.
Yes.
A lot of the time I've seen countless scenarios where back markers get caught up in fights that are not even theirs, you know. So it's very, very important to remember that leaders will, if you are a back marker, you know what your pace is, you know the leaders are going to be coming up at some point. And it just comes down to awareness. Bill, we touched on it, they've got teammates as well who are watching the track maps all the time. So they're going to be in your ear kind of saying, hey, you know, Daniel's coming up to you, just bear that in mind. So yeah, I think it's crucial to remember who you are and who your race is with.
Yeah. I also feel that, like, if you are the car you are the quicker car, you are overtaking, it's also your duty to make sure you can do it so safely.
Yeah.
So we don't affect, even if it's a back marker's car, we don't affect anybody's race. So whoever's getting past has to just watch his line. Whoever's passing needs to do it in a safe manner.
Yeah. And it's 8 hours.
And it's 8 hours.
And we also, I say we because I'm looking at Craig, come from the school of endurance karting.
Yeah.
Is that we're always taught, hold your line.
Yeah.
Don't be erratic, because that's where things go wrong.
Well, the Foster guy's not a mind reader, right?
Exactly.
He can't see what you're going to do. So if you suddenly jink to the left on a straight, I mean, no one's expecting that.
100%.
But I know for a fact that if I'm heading at Formula K, I'm going into turn 1, this guy's going to be at a certain part of the track. I know I can brake 3 or 4 meters later than him. I'm going to get the inside line, and I can take it a lot more comfortably than he can. Some of the problem here with the sim racing is that when the times are so much closer, if you're on the back straight, we can actually just look at some of those speeds. The difference in terms of speed, so the Porsche is 5 kilometers slower.
Yeah. So Otten's in, just to jump in.
Okay.
He's finally making his 4th pit stop. It'll be interesting to see where he comes out, actually, because he was net leader for a little bit, but obviously a lot later stop. So Dill, you have to do the maths on this one, because this is a lot later than the top 2.
But it is still within, they are right on that cusp of where they should be from that pit stop.
Okay.
So Mohat is currently only going through the toe now.
Okay.
So that gap, we're just waiting to see when he crosses that sector to give us the updated delta time.
I think Ryan should be safe. Ryan will definitely
Yeah.
come out ahead there.
There's the Dylan cam.
Love it.
Beautiful.
C4 custom 4. It is the pit
Is
angle.
that so? Is that green now, or is that day glow yellow? Because I like that. I know I've
bit
been
of a
harping on
mix.
about green, but that's
That's not green.
I don't think it's green. I think it's a bit of a mix. It's not quite yellow and it's not quite green.
like a bluey. Very
Yeah,
nice.
so there's Mohat now out of the last corner,
Ooh,
but he is
yeah.
a lap down.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
he has been left by Ryan. But they're still sitting in P4, the BMW. Jamie Reese is now in the car. So you can see they are down one position from when they started
Okay.
in their qualifying. So started in 4th, down in 5th. And unfortunately, that was Jean who got it a little bit wrong and had to come in about halfway through his stint to get that car fixed.
This is Jamie Reese's first outing in the car, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't remember seeing Jamie.
So yeah.
Let's see what
Let's see
he
what he
has
can do.
got to offer, 100%. Now, Brandon, just from Assetto Corsa, you have done some Assetto Corsa racing. From a Watkins Glen point of view, the track, you would have had a lot more experience in the project cars world,
Yes.
but from just a track layout. Whoa!
Very
Jamie
sideways.
got very sideways there. Just from a track layout point of view, what are your feelings on the track?
I actually enjoy Watkins. It's actually one of my favorite tracks. I just like the flow. It's got such a nice flow to it. There's not too many like extremely slow turns, but yeah, it's a very nice flowing track. I really enjoy it. These kind of tracks, it's a track I can always come back to. I'll always enjoy it. Doesn't matter what we race, it's a track I can always come back and enjoy.
So surprisingly enough is that track for me has always been Imola. I've always loved it.
Oh yeah.
And I use Imola to essentially test cars because Imola's got that combination of fast,
And
hairpin,
hairpin.
flowing,
Yeah.
and you get such a good understanding of what this car's going to do. This track for me, I find it has a similar flow to the Imola because it's the up and the down, and I quite like it. Not
Yeah,
so
and the
many
camber-
hairpins.
And it's got that camber corners and
Yeah.
all that stuff to throw you off. Turn one's got that curb on the inside or that bump that throws everybody.
everything off. Yeah.
So yeah, it's got a bit of a mix of everything.
No, I definitely do like it. When I was doing the practices, I did manage to get down into the very high 44s, but nowhere near the 43.8
Unbelievable.
we saw
That's
from
extremely quick.
Tariq. So from a temperature point of view, the air temp down at 24 degrees, so 2 down.
Look at that track
The
temp. bro.
track down to
Hey?
25 from 33.
Yeah.
It's gone
So
down
that is
lot.
quite a drop.
It's interesting because such a sudden track drop. You've really got to kind of forecast what's going to happen because if you're in a 1 hour stint, I mean that's gonna it drops that much during your stint. What kind of tire pressure do you set at your pit stop, right? So you've got
Yeah.
to be kind of aware and kind of predict almost what the track temperature is going to do.
It's almost going to be like driving a different car towards the end of your stint.
Exactly.
Well, the question is that do you predict what you want to do at the start of the stint, or do you predict
Yeah.
what you want to do at the end of the stint? Because
Well-
you might have your pressures now that are too high at the beginning, knowing that it's going to drop, and then the tires come to you later,
I'd always want that, in the hope
in the hope
that
they
other
come back.
people, that they come
Yeah.
back and that other people have gone the opposite way.
Or
Yeah.
you have them slightly harder, and you just manage the tire
Yeah.
so that when you have the grip, you've got it.
Yes.
Versus, oh, Sherbet, I've gone too low, now I don't have the grip.
Oh, coconuts.
Definitely coconuts.
That's why I looked up and thought about the word, and I went flip as opposed to the word coconut.
But yeah, let's see what's happening on track. The gap now between Daniel and Christian Venter, so the second of the two Christians is in, is extended a bit, Dill, this stint to 27.5. Just before the pit stops, it was at 17 seconds. But still, over halfway through, 27.5 seconds is nothing.
But Jamie's coming in, looks a little bit hot there. So when he's changing direction, that car's not stabilizing. It doesn't look settled enough. This is the angle that I was looking at.
Yeah.
Because you can actually see how wide that runoff is before you got to get back and then hit that bump, where we were looking at Tariq's lap and saying, well, sure, he's actually gone wide there.
Yeah, well, Jamie was fastest of anyone last lap, which is quite impressive to see.
Yeah, it's the average,
Not by much, but
those average laps now low 45s. Oh no, so there's AJ just at a 44.9.
Okay.
So did Jamie, 44.96. So 0.005 was the difference between Jamie and AJ.
That's
Incredible.
very close. And this far into the race, that's really well done by these guys.
So Greening gonna have some flashing lights in his rearview mirrors very shortly, but it should be quite an easy overtake.
Oh,
into
very
turn one.
sideways.
That AMG did not look kosher. That he touched the curb and it just kind of
It just has
sent him sideways, and no contact through turn one, and Jamie can now get on his way.
And I believe there hasn't been any contact in this race whatsoever,
No, nothing.
which is amazing.
It's incredible. Everyone's been well behaved.
I can most definitely confirm that there is still no contact in
Yeah.
this race.
I think
That's
they're all just scared of Dylan.
So
I've heard you're quite a strict steward in your SARCO event still.
part of the challenge that we had, and it was one of those late decisions that we needed to make, was we have a steward team that are in the house. They're sitting in the stewarding room, which is adjacent to us in the studio, and we weren't able to get their password to work. Going into the simracing.gp website,
Yeah.
there's the password. We went in, we copied it, tried to join the server, and it failed multiple times. So we had absolutely no way that we were able to put in a 5-second penalty or anything like that. So just before we went live, we put up a message to say that unfortunately the only way we're able to enforce a penalty is to give drivers a drive-through, which means that we could give our stewarding team a spectator's password, but even for a minor infringement, the penalty would be a drive-through.
Well, there you
And
go.
that's a lot of time.
And I'm almost thinking that that's kind of what sorted this out, is that nobody wants to make
any mistake.
any mistake. Exactly. And it seems harsh, but has it now fixed something?
I mean, you say harsh, but I mean, you shouldn't be making those mistakes in the first place,
Correct.
right? So, yeah,
Sometimes mistakes happen,
exactly.
and I will make a mistake every now and again, and we learn from it. Jamie is sliding that car so sideways through that bus stop.
I know, but he's
Yeah.
fast.
But it doesn't. Yeah, it's a bit offsetting watching that car go through the bus stop, because you know that's on this track specifically. That's where most of the issues happen. That's where everyone loses it. Either you take too much curb, and you either go off to the left or off to the right into the wall.
Yeah, and the incidents that have been happening is just catching the second phase and the car just over-rotating. But I must say, when I go through the bus stop, I don't feel anxious.
Yes.
The setup I know is going to work. I know I can hit that curb.
Yeah.
And I must say, if I'm going through a Rouge, I have a very different feeling.
Yes.
Especially in the Ferrari, because the Ferrari for some reason just gets a little bit loose on the rear, and you're never quite sure. Where through here, I know that I'm going to brake here, I'm gearing down here, I'm going to turn in here, and once you find that brake point, turning point, acceleration point, it just makes life so much easier that you
Yeah.
can drive robotically, and that's what
Yeah.
you want.
because you can just keep going every lap to the same spot and just do the same thing over and over and never have to worry about it.
So that you don't have to worry about it, is that
Or-
you take out the thinking.
Yeah.
Because you're always worrying when you're driving. But it's about not getting that imagination. It's about
Yeah.
don't hit that rock, don't hit that rock. What rock? Poof, that rock.
Yeah.
That's the mindset, isn't it?
Yeah. Because the more relaxed you are, the quicker you'll be. A tense driver is not a fast driver. That's where all the mistakes will come in. So if you are relaxed, you will be quicker.
Craig, your driving style,
Smooth.
cool, calm, and collected, right?
I don't know. I've likened myself to kind of a Jensen Button style, and in fact, that's what hampered me a little bit. Funnily enough,
Too cautious?
Moving from probably a little bit too cautious, but I like to be hyper smooth. Generally, in the kart, I actually prefer driving with a little bit of understeer. Funnily enough, that's just the way I'm quick. I'm able to turn the kart on the brakes. But what really happened was when I moved to VW Challenge, obviously front wheel drive,
A lot of rotation.
the way the way you had to really get those cars to turn was literally be, I wouldn't say aggressive, but you almost had to like Scandinavian flick them through just to get the back unsettled and kind of allow the front wheel drive to pull you out of the corner. And I battled quite a while to get on pace. Eventually got on pace, made VW Challenge debut in 2011. All through unofficial testing was pretty quick. And then a little 14-year-old by the name of Calvin van der Linde decided to start his debut in the same class as me.
Career.
And it was. I had a pretty much a nice start to the weekend. It was raining at SARCO. Calvin was quicker than anyone, but managed to finish third on the weekend, which was good for a debut, but overshadowed by obviously a 14-year-old who then went on to win pretty much every race that season, even keeping up with Class A cars in a Class B, and the rest is history, I guess. But yeah, getting back to your question, I'm a very smooth driver. I think that's why I like the Audi as well. I've just always been that way. I feel that that's the way you got to drive there. I mean, with especially the F400 carts, if you're not smooth, you're giving away time. So, yeah.
Talking about the smooth, and I have come from the school of Bevan Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of front end, lots of rear grip, and you basically just throw that cart in, get on the power as soon as possible, get the drive out. So it was a change for me going to Philip Jones, who has got that point-to-point style. I'm saying this cart's understeering where it took me a while to change, but we've kind of found this hybrid that now works between the two, where give me a little bit more front end, but okay, I can deal with the rear type thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's the chucking it in style is synonymous with two-stroke driving, because they've got the power and they've got the grip to do that. So I think that's definitely where that comes from, and that's why you've been taught that way. It's not a bad way, but as you know, with each different type of car, you have to kind of adapt. And it's good that you found a nice hybrid. That's and you were quick last time. Last time we raced together, I know you're racing now, but last time we raced together was you were on it, and that's good.
Podium, baby.
Podium.
Nice to do arrive and drive and have a podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
So arrive and driving and getting a podium here is definitely not the way it's going to happen. Unfortunately, time has to be put in. You need to be learning the car, getting the setups ready. And the man who generally does not do that is the man in shot, Sean Guerrero, who's now made his first appearance here this evening.
Yeah, that's probably arrive and drive as well.
And he is a synonymous arrive and driver. He's just naturally quick. And there are people that are that. I'm not that.
Yeah.
I'm that, you got to give me a setup. I need to put in 100 laps. Then I'll get consistent, but I promise you, I will give you the consistency. They're not always they'll not all be fast, but I'll be consistent.
And that's what actually wins races, is the consistency. Because you can be quick, but if you cannot keep it on the track, you're not going to win.
But first you need to finish.
First you need to finish.
Big thanks to our marshals as well. We see them standing out there.
Blue flags.
Yeah. They have been so diligent. Haven't had much issues to deal with, to be honest. But
we like it that way.
we like it that way, and hopefully Heinrich can get them a burry roll as well afterwards.
I see Mr. Craig Earcoat said, hello everyone. Hi Craig.
Hey, how's it to myself?
How's that? Lekker. That was nothing to be heard. We heard nothing. So, from a time point of view, we are in game 6:33, and the sun should be starting to go
disappear.
down now, because
Yep.
from about here, the time was actually quite late, because it's technically summer there, because of
Okay,
the way
I
that
was gonna say.
it's been set.
Yeah.
So we're only really going to get that time in the next hour or so, but with us still running 3 hours, we will be at 9 o'clock in the evening. So it will be dark there. Well, it'll be 10 o'clock in the evening there.
Yes.
So it will be dark. Still no rain though. It's quite a pity.
Yeah. I'm so bright, my parents call me son.
My mother calls me son, S-U-N.
The dad jokes keep on rolling.
And that's what happens when you got an 11-year-old who's on your same wavelength.
Absolutely. All day. There's a marshal waving blue flags. Coming up with Sean Lorerio coming up to the 777 Mercedes. Put another lap on it. So everyone up to 4th place has been lapped once.
That
by the
is
leaders.
correct.
So,
That is correct.
so the top 3 are on the same lap.
They are still on the same lead lap. Correct.
And
I'm sure
Musa,
Musa will be trying to unlap himself and get
yeah.
himself onto that same lap, because we do know that Musa is quite a quick driver.
So that was a little moving out of the way there by Neil. You can see he took quite a wide line there.
Yeah, so that's a perfect example of, you can see the guys behind you. There's no one around. Just run it deep. You just ease off the brake pedal, let it coast to the edge of the circuit, and the faster guys will take the bait.
I'll tell you who is going to be trying to catch up to Mr. Sean Loreiro, and that is Ruan Heineke. We had him in studio a little bit earlier on, gave us a little bit of insights. He did have a disconnect, and sure, we saw Etienne, his teammate, having an off there through the bus stop, getting it into the wall. But again, it's just getting back in, doing a good stint. For me, there's nothing better than, even though you're not doing well from a position point of view, you go in and you have a perfect stint. You're good in terms of your consistency. You don't get track limits, you don't get drive-throughs, you get out the way, and it's just like an all-round experience. That for me is still like one of the greatest things.
Absolutely.
Okay, and Ruan just getting out of the way, just to allow the second place Christian Venter through.
Lights certainly starting to make a difference now. So, as you said, we are approaching that sunset. So we will get some night running towards the end, probably in the next half an hour to an hour.
So maybe Christian, now that it is getting darker, we can now start your flashing code to see whether it works, because now we can actually see the lights. Ooh, Neil,
Very
very
wide.
wide. So I don't know if any of the LNR gents are watching, but we'd love to grab you, let us have you in our Discord, and see whether we can get you chatting. Paul, maybe? It's nice to get that perspective from the drivers and just how the current race is going.
Absolutely.
And what we're hoping, and I'm sure everyone here is hoping too, is that the split in terms of the prize money is going down to 10th place. So provided they finish and just stay here, they will
Everyone.
be going away with a little something for their efforts.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'd rather have lots of people getting a little than one person getting a lot. Share the love.
Oh, there we
Share
go.
enough.
I think Christian Venter would disagree with you. from his flashing antics. But you know what? It's such a good thing to have prize money, especially for esports sim racing. It's very rarely done, and it's just nice to see we've got such great partners, Medal State, and
I actually just want to touch on this. I know that prize money does sometimes leave a bit of taste in people's mouths,
Yeah.
because what happens is that you start driving for the, not that we don't want to win, but you start driving for the money, and you
Yes.
kind of forget that there are other people that do this. The
Yeah.
prize money is the bonus,
yes,
but that's what you start chasing.
yeah,
And that's where it can get a little bit interesting. And that's why when we were able to put the prize fund up,
oh, we've got
We've
a
lost someone.
disconnect. Yeah, it's run
There's
again.
Ruan.
It's Ruan again. Connection
Oh my
issues.
That is so
goodness.
unfortunate. Again with run.
So he's having connection issues.
Yeah,
So this is the second time this race, and
unbelievable.
they were on the same lap. They were ahead of the Porsche. Now they're currently on the same lap, but there's still going to be
That
a
penalty
2 minute, or I think it's a 3 minute
that
that
you
you
have to
actually
wait.
wait in the pits.
It won't
getting
allow
the
you to
setup in-
release.
But it's 180 seconds, which is what is forced for you to wait. You can't touch the controls, and you just sit and you just watch the laps go
Oh,
down.
what? It's
It
just so
is-
painful.
a
It is
disaster.
horrible. I've had that happen as well. When we were racing, still on our PlayStation days, same thing. Got a disconnect, rejoin, and you sit and you wait. And it's horrible because you know you were having such a good battle and you're watching all these guys come past,
Yeah.
and there's nothing you can do about it.
So I see the car just dropped off the jacks, and I think that's only when the timer actually starts, if I'm not mistaken, Dill. So really, this is ruining their race. And I mean, just to think where they'd be without these disconnects, they'd actually be pretty much up there. They've shown good pace throughout the race.
They would
Uh,
definitely be fighting for
yeah.
that 5th and 6th place.
So very, very sad. Our rookie
Whoa.
team
Right again.
can get away with that. One of
Ulrich.
the leaders coming through.
Whew. All good.
Ulrich has not been enjoying the bus stop this
All
race.
good. So Daniel's fastest time 44.8.
Yeah.
But that is on this stint. So his last lap was a 44.99. So still going at a decent pace. He is the only person currently just breaking to those 44s. 44.2. Oh, Christian, why were you slow? Warning. Oh, it's because he went wide.
Might
Very,
have lost
very
it a little
interesting.
bit.
Let's have a look. Bus stop again.
So into the bus stop. Lots of inside curve.
Uh,
There. Oh.
Well caught.
Well held. Oh,
Oh, and a jump.
That's where you start seeing the fatigue coming in. We're now approaching 3 hours to go.
yeah, we spoke about it.
We spoke about this.
And remember, he's doing two endurance races.
And not only is he driving here in the 8 hour, but they are doubling up and double racing.
Yeah,
Just crazy.
that
Absolutely
is
crazy.
amazing.
But it's a moment like that that can completely change the race. And all he did was just turn in a little bit too much curb on the inside through the second phase of that corner, lifted the rear. Car doesn't get the grip, and then that's it. Starts sliding, and then it's just panic stations, and hopefully that you keep it off the wall.
Yeah, got away with it. I think he's been pushing as well, because Daniel's just been pretty much faster than him this whole stint, and just been eking out that gap. It's now 35 seconds almost. So he knew he had to kind of push to keep the gap down as close as possible. So I think, yeah, just fatigue, a combination of pushing as well.
And we racers.
And we races. We always,
We want to push to the end.
yeah.
I can get to a nice, comfortable pace, but if it feels like, hold on, but I'm half a second off my pace where I should be, I'm going to go faster. And what I found is that as soon as you try and drive slower, you lose a rhythm, and that's where you actually start making more mistakes because you're out of that rhythm. You're out of that, you know that you're going to be on the straight for what it's a feeling, right? It's not necessarily, I'm looking at the board. It's a feeling, it's a sound of the car. It's a gearing down. It's what is that tone change? When am I short shifting? And those are the things that you build in as part of the muscle memory when you're practicing. And now to slow that all down to be safe, for me, doesn't work.
So I see Ruan was exiting the pits, but then he stopped at the exit. So I don't know what really happened there, but he's finally coming out of the pits and getting going again, albeit a lap down now on the 76 Porsche. So rejoins back into 9th after that second unfortunate disconnect. And that's that's heartbreaking for them. Time to find a new internet service provider.
Car 69 stop and go cleared.
Ah,
that's what that was.
Okay. So I did see him exit the pits, and then I saw him come in again. I thought it was my eyes, but yeah, definitely. So he picked up a penalty. I'm assuming that would probably be track limits. I can't see any discretion unless he was speeding in the pit
so
lane.
I think if you disconnect and you come back in, that's cleared.
Yes.
Okay.
So that might have been speeding out of the pits.
Yeah, maybe he forgot to push the
he disengaged
pit
too
limiter.
early.
Yes. Or maybe forgot to
so
engage it
for
altogether.
the LTR rookies that are currently on the stream, just let us know. Lucas, I know you're there. Just go find out what happened there, please. We'd love to know whether that was one of those errors. And that's just one of the things that happen when something starts going wrong. Then it just feels like there's that snowball effect. And then
it does, yeah.
It's disconnect, get frustrated, speed out of the pits, now I got to go do a drive-through. Then you get flustered, make a bad mistake, lock up the wheel, put in the wall, and then it's just that snowball effect.
Yeah.
So in a situation like that, Craig, you've now disconnected. What is the best thing to do?
I think the first thing is just to take a deep breath. It's happened. You can't you can't undo what's happened. It's unfortunate. And as we say, it's part of motorsport, and it's part of esports motorsport, right? It happens to all of us. But I think the key is just to not get flustered, focus on your race. You've still got your strategy. You're still in the race technically. And avoid trying to fall into that trap of the snowball. Making those mistakes, like a silly mistake, maybe speeding in the pit lane, forgetting to put your speed limiter on. Also things like you waiting that time, a lot of the times forget to put the ignition on, and then they push the start and the car won't start. So the key is to keep calm. It might be worthwhile, depending on your stint, to actually switch driver, just because you do get so flustered. So why not call on your teammates if it works out, and have them jump in the car, because they'll be frustrated, but they might have a clearer mindset of the operational side of the car. So yeah, just keep calm. It happens, it's unfortunate, but as you say, just prevent that terrible snowball effect from happening and losing more places, because it's literally damage control, damage limitation at that point. So just get back out there, get onto the track. We know they have pace. I mean, they've proven it. They at one stage they were lapping the same times as the leader earlier on. So get back out there, head down, forget about it. Focus on hitting your brake markers, hitting the lines, and hopefully claw back. Still a lot of racing to go, so there's still just over 3 hours left. And as we know, a lot can happen.
Well, a lot has happened in this race.
Yeah.
Even though we've only had, we've only got the 10 drivers, and for those who have just joined us, we did have 6 teams affected by load shedding schedules. The upgrade to stage 6, unfortunately, doubled up and lapped over some of the people actually being able to start
Oh, Ruan getting a little bit bouncy.
Run.
And those are those mistakes.
Yeah,
And just trying to push and find that extra second, like, oh,
that's the thing.
made a mistake. I need to go faster. I need to make this up, and that's where more of those mistakes come in. But
Ooh, Sean.
we have got.
Sean has gone round. Also,
Bus stop.
exit of the bus stop. Let's have a look.
Flipping that inside curb.
Yeah. Well, all was fine there. That nasty bump that we saw Christian Fenter hit. He just
So
got
he
caught
rolled
up by.
back, got out the way.
Didn't hit anything, thankfully.
Yeah. And one of the lead cars coming through and is through clear. So we've got Van Vormerans, I was right, that has joined us back saying go Reese de Kock. So Reese currently in 5th and de Kock in 3rd. So welcome back, Vanna. I know you were on the stream a little bit earlier. We're still waiting for our buoy rolls there from Heinrich. But Heinrich seems to have gone a little bit quiet. Mohat Musa in the pits, which now puts Jamie up into 4th. How long can he go though? I wish we had that. Because
If I recall correctly, when Ottens was in the car, they had
Jamie's a pit stop ahead. They were definitely a pit stop ahead.
Yeah, because they were. No, I'm thinking of the 643 Ferrari, but yeah, I think they're slightly out of sync in terms of their stops.
Yeah, I'd say that because this would have been the 4th change.
Yeah.
So from a 4th change point of view, that should take them to. No, it's not really, because that's 3 hours 20.
Yeah.
So it's on point. So we should start seeing more pit stops coming in now. For those, hold on, let's see again. They're also the lap behind, 2 laps behind. No, but it's a timing point of view.
Yes.
So 65 off on that time. So we should start seeing some more pit stops happening, possibly some more driver changes. And the double stinting, whether that's still going to be the thing, especially now that it's later on in the race.
Yeah.
3 hours to go. Do you want to rather just do 1 and 1 to finish off? And I think that's going to help. But does your load shedding schedule allow for that?
Well, that's the thing. And just looking at Christian Fenter again, his last lap was quite slow, 47.2. So I don't know if it was traffic or we've seen 1 or 2 little mistakes start to creep in from him. So
But that was just him that was behind Sean Lorero. Maybe it was just a
precautionary
precautionary
back off,
lap.
yeah.
There's Sean in the background there.
Yeah, so back, 45.4. Still losing out every lap pretty much to Daniel in front. Gap now approaching 40 seconds. So yeah, this is still 40 seconds. It's not home and dry yet. There's still a lot of racing to come. Anything can happen. We know Daniel's only got 1 track limit, so he says. So, but these guys are just so precise.
But you see, it's that one input.
Yeah.
He's turned it in.
It's
He's
just
left the input there. He hasn't added or anything.
Yeah.
So that car basically turned in, got stable, and he's ready on the power.
the car's working beautifully for him, and it
You
makes
see
such a difference.
One motion in, one motion out.
Makes such a difference to a lot of things. It's tire wear, it's fuel economy, and then we get back to that driver fatigue as well. If you're fighting a car that's not handling, it's definitely makes things a lot trickier. Back marker moving out the way.
So Ulrich just showing his intention that he'll stay on the inside, so on the brakes nice and early. And Christian able to get through without any issue. But Ulrich spin himself.
Yeah.
It looks like he did.
Ooh, hold on. So Ulrich should be fine now. Now he can go, and that's the importance about having a track map. And this is it. It's now, he's gone in slower, but realized, hold on, I'm actually going too fast. Now turning in.
Yeah.
He was on the marbles.
Yeah.
Loses all the grip. And around he goes. But that was great track awareness from him. can see that there's cars coming. He holds his position, lets the cars go by, and then gets back on his way. So, well done there, Ulrich. Don't want to be seeing cars going into walls. We do want to see them recovering like that, so well done. Now, why am I not finding what I'm looking for? There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, the beam still fastest. Little rocket ship. As we look at the Batmobile.
Of Isham Domingo, not Muhammad Musa. The two teammates are driving together, but the fastest car on track in a straight line is the car in shot. So through turn number 1, that sounds like a great idea, Dylan.
Yeah, let's have a look.
We'll jump on board and just
Enjoy the raw
marvel.
speed.
Oh, it was late on the power there. That car just looked like it was going a little bit wider than what he would have wanted. 200 on the brakes, down into second. Does he go second? No, he holds it, but takes curb on the inside. I stay off that thing
Yeah.
as far as I can. I like to clip it. I like to just feel the front of the car lift.
Yeah.
But more than that, I generally don't. A little rumble of the inside there. I like to little rumble on the inside here as well, because then it tells me I'm as close to that inside as possible. So he stays very much middle and then only moves out at the tower on the brakes down to third. Holds fourth. That's interesting, because now for me, that car wouldn't have rotated. I needed that extra gear just to help bring that nose in. And then coasting around in fourth gear, I would have had to go on to third in the Ferrari. Down, would you go to second? Holds third gear.
So it looks like almost
It's one gear
everywhere it's
different,
one
because
gear.
what's happening is in the Ferrari is I'm needing that
That
the
rotation.
higher rev range to keep the car in boost
Okay.
of my little 2-liter turbo. Then up towards the hill. See what I did there? Then yeah, second gear here, so that's right. And then just past the board on the right hand. I'm surprised that that board's still there. Normally,
It's
in
gone.
a sprint race, by lap 2,
gone.
that thing is gone, and then you kind of got to use the end of the
The barrier.
on the left hand side, which is always an interesting one, especially if you've got a car on your inside there. Down, turn in just on the edge of that curve. Yeah, touching that inside curve is not ideal.
Yeah. I usually
let's
stay away
see.
from that curve.
What that lap is 46.4. What is the tire air temp down to 23? So it's now 3 degrees. It's going to start dropping. So it should possibly get down to 90 degrees, I would say. But the track temperature, that has dropped down to 24. So that is from 33 all the way down to 24. That is quite a drop.
It's a very big drop. But maybe what they've done is they've set up the car for that colder condition, so it might not be giving them that lap time right now, but it might give them that lap time later on in the stint.
Yeah, possibly. And also depending on how much fuel that they're carrying now, that would affect that too.
But I see he takes a lot of curb in the BMW around the whole track. Curbs we usually would stay away from in the Ferrari and in the Audi.
Well, generally the front engine cars, because you got all the weight there, the dampers and that seem to be a lot softer to allow for that shock absorption. So the car generally does ride it. If you look at the Audi, the Audi's the disaster on the rear. The AMG, the Merc, that
Yes.
thing rides the curves really well as well. The Ferrari don't take too many curves.
Yeah, it's only the really shallow curves that you'd be able to take.
Otherwise, you generally find yourself jumping up in the air. So that was actually a quicker lap by Sean. That was 0.2 faster. than his fastest time. So that is his fastest lap time. Look at that, 44.7 for Isham. I'm sure his teammate will be very happy to see that.
And with the
So
fuel burn, you will get quicker and quicker.
back in the car, Agamemnon Veronis, he's also just done his fastest lap time of the day.
Well done, Memo. And that's he's actually one
Sorry, this is of the stint. Sorry,
Of the
Of the stint. Sorry.
But Memo
I
has been
forget
putting
that.
in the time from where he used to be. He has been putting in that time, that effort, and it is paying off. You can see it is paying off. Oh, a little bit too much curb there.
And just to think that he used his daughter's feeding chair as the
As his
first
rig.
rig and was using a lounge chair as his first chair
Yes.
with a G29 setup. To see now, yeah, no lacquer, man. Oh gosh. So Heinrich actually dropped us a message. I didn't see it coming up, and he just says lacquer, man. And oh Vanna, thank you so much. It's just giving us a little bit of a chuckle. Yeah, no lacquer. Oh shit. And Memo has invested in terms of the time. He's gone for some lessons, and he really has been improving as a sim driver. And yeah, his first race was actually quite an interesting one because he phoned me to say, I want to come and race with you. He hired a PlayStation 4 for the day.
Just
Had
to
to
come and play.
download everything and raced his first race with us on a controller off a rented PlayStation 4. Then from there, he curses me all the time, every day we speak to him. He's like, why? And did you get me into this?
But it's the same thing. What
There we
happens?
go. Christian Penta into the pits. Heinrich saying my stint lasted longer than I thought. Ate the BS. I hope that got right. So did you? I thought I ate. No man. I gaan vir 'n bun en 'n Coke. Mooi man.
Okay.
I don't even know what's happening. I realize I actually am quite hungry. You know, all this talk of food
It's making it
is
worse.
not helping. So Christian starting to drop down the order, but that's because AJ is out of sync in terms of the pits. They will still need to pit, but it'll be interesting to see where they come out, and are they like right there, like we saw Ryan Ottens and his stint. It was quite interesting that he was able to hold on for a couple of laps, and then Daniel eventually did get past him, but could be anywhere from now when they're coming out.
They're coming
Great
really
shot
close.
of the two teammates there. So that's Daniel just in front, and that is AJ there. There's Christian, who is a lap down now.
And he's letting him pass.
Now lets the Alpha driver and Team 1 go through.
A lot of curb.
And that is Daniel.
Daniel also setting very fast lap times in the 44s.
44.8 for him that last lap. But yeah, 44.8 is his 44.81 is his fastest lap. That was only 44.88.
It's
So
not
he
that far.
still needs to find 0.07. That's not good enough.
It's just a little bit off there.
So one of my, I'd say pet hates is when, especially within the sim racing, is that when your equipment starts failing,
Yes.
and it starts moving, and you can feel something's not right. And that's just one of the crazy things, is that it's the smallest little movement of something that a little bolt has just clicked, and it's just loosened enough that it feels wrong.
Yes. Well, it's better than what I had, where you forget to tighten your rig properly, and halfway through a race, your pedals decide to go on their own.
No. Listen, that is not acceptable. You should be servicing those things and making sure that at least once a month I take my little Allen key, I'm
Make sure
going through
everything
all
is
the
tight.
all the little screws and I'm tightening to make sure that there is no play. The difference that we have is that with me in that the direct drive, that it puts a lot of force through that rig, so it
Yes.
has to be tight. Even the littlest vibration, oh my goodness! And you're
It gets
pushing
to
on the
you.
pedal, and you can feel that the base of the pedals is just lifting, and it is so minute. It's not even a millimeter, but you can
But you
still
can
feel
feel
it.
it.
And then it just starts playing on your mind. Those are some of the things that actually happen in the go-karting, is that you can just feel something doesn't feel right.
You're not sure what.
You can't put your finger on it, but you know that there's something different. And
Yes.
it's those kind of things that can change the outcome of your race. You want to make sure that that rig is as tight as possible, that there isn't something moving. Like the one thing that I landed up putting bushing under my seat because I would push it, and the washers would just be, when you tighten it, they bend a
Yes.
bit.
Yes.
And then it creates just this little bit of play, and then you push, and then you can just
You
feel
could
the
feel
front
that
of the
little bit.
seat lifting. So it's
Yeah.
things like that you gotta make sure that you're getting rid of. You can't have your mind focusing on other things
On
while
loo-
you're
yeah.
racing.
On
Yeah.
loose bushes.
And that's the thing. That's one thing that I have to do. Obviously, when I rejoin the races, is I really need to upgrade my rig, because my rig has about, I'd say about 10 mils worth of play left to right. So while if I hit a curb or something, that my whole rig wobbles about.
No. What I'm saying is reinforce it. Generally, duct tape will work.
I don't even have a rig, though.
I'd need a bit
I've
more
got a
than that.
table and I don't know, 300 rand chair from Decofan that does the job.
It's okay. My rig is about 30 odd years old, so 25, 30 years
30 years old.
What do you mean?
old. I've had my rig almost as long as I've been alive, so it's about 27 years.
Hold on, we're talking a sim racing rig,
A
right?
sim racing rig. I've
This
had
is-
one of the OG play seats.
It's got a rudder and a,
Yeah,
and a
you have to
sail
wind it up and then
and an anchor.
it's one of those really old ones.
Yo,
Wow.
And I
Okay.
had one of the really old.
They used them just
force
after the
feeder.
war.
Yeah, just after the war.
that's incredible.
okay.
They use
So
it
it's
for driver training.
Pretty
on,
much.
on the Shermans.
Yes. I actually had to. Terry actually donated his old play seat because mine was so old that I couldn't sit in it anymore.
Jeez.
You could feel all the frame through the sponge. So Terry kindly donated me his old play seat.
So Brandon, as we watch Daniel, I'm not even going to attempt it now. But you Portuguese,
Yes.
how do you say that surname
De
correctly?
Matos Preto.
Tomatos preto. Did I do that right?
Close enough.
What does that mean?
Oh, well, it's
I need more pregos.
Not
not
Prego.
really.
Pregos.
Daniel, we're sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize on behalf of myself.
We all apologize. Yeah.
I'm going to get kicked out soon.
Do you not speak Portuguese, Rowan?
I do,
But
but
there's a curveball coming in.
yeah.
Oh, come on. For our
There's-
Mozambican followers.
Look, I can speak Portuguese, but the only thing is, there's not very many people that I deal with that can speak Portuguese. So it does like lose a bit of its what's it?
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's French, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Okay.
We'll have to ask
So-
Daniel where he's from.
Yes.
Because
That's a good question.
that could be Spanish for all we know.
Tomatos
Which is
preto.
very close.
So, I
And
don't
he
know.
is in a Lambo, so it could be.
Is his nickname
It's his
then
preference.
DDMP? Or DMP?
No, it'll just
D.
be D. Because that's his
Are you
surname.
trying to make it like a his initials,
Yeah, but
it would be then
we had-
DMP.
who's in the Porsche that we call VDV?
That's
Uh,
Van der Vente.
Yeah,
Van der
so now we
Vente.
got DMP.
DMP. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
Daniel
gonna call him-
DMP.
Yeah,
into the pits.
and just as we say that, he pops into the pits.
Maybe he's coming to finish his stint to come and correct us because they're saying,
Ah.
listen, these oaks are talking
Oh,
coconuts
butchering your
about you
name.
on the stream. Please come and sort them out.
Well, thanks for having me, Dill.
The second time you're going to be killed today.
Jeez.
Oh, goodness. So, to everyone that has joined us, you're probably hearing just a little bit of the craziness coming in. It's delirium that's
It's
Wow.
setting in.
setting in. It's a big word, eh?
That's a massive word for a Tuesday. Oh, wait.
Exactly. It's Tuesday morning at 6 o'clock. We've got 3 hours and... No, 2
No.
hours. I keep trying
See,
to add time
almost.
onto
So,
that. I don't
so
know
the
what's
lovely
going
thing
on.
about this broadcast, Dill, is
Yeah.
that all the information
It's
is on
right
screen.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if
it is
you
on screen. You don't have to try to calculate or anything.
penalty. Oh no, that's
No,
I'm
no,
reading
no,
old
no, no.
information.
That's old.
Apologies.
It was cleared.
That was Ruan's penalty. So, Ruan, we need you back in here, please. We definitely want to hear what went down there. Lucas, we know you're watching. Please send Uncle Ruan in here. Let us have a chat.
Well, Dylan, I've got some good news for you. It's not that Heinrich's Breeze have arrived, but there is pizza for you.
Wonderful.
So if you do want to take a 10-second stop and go,
It will help with the delirium.
I think you are more than welcome.
That might just help. So then I'm going to leave you in the capable
Yep.
hands of Brandon DeSantos, and then when
Yeah.
I'm back, we'll send you packing.
We'll send
Yeah.
you back on your way
I'll be back.
as we... I want to go on board with Christian Fenter. Let's climb on board. And I hope I push the right button. Yeah. Ooh.
That's the GoPro footage.
This is, yeah, it's actually quite a nice, we can see on the top right there's the Lumi rank board that shows their position to all our fans in the stands so they can keep track of where they are in the race. He's currently third, but net pit stops second. Now you can see, get an idea of how much they really attack those curves. Hey, Brandon, through the bus
It's a
stop. It's
lot
just
of
insane.
curve.
Little bit of a slide. Lamborghini just looks so stable, so easy to drive.
Yeah, it actually looks quite comfortable going over those curves as well.
It's crazy. I mean, is that a new thing? Since I know a what they call 1.9 update, ACC, you kind of any sort of curb you stay clear of. So is that sort of a post-update thing that you can attack a little bit more?
It seems like it, because during this race I see a lot of the guys are actually attacking the curbs a lot more than what I would do it. So
But I mean, that's true to life. I mean, I haven't really watched a real life Watkins Glen. But take a track like Imola, for example. Turn 1, you see those guys clip the curbs in real life through there.
yes.
Another track comes to mind is also Monza Turn 1 and all the chicanes. And the guys are really hopping them. So it's good to see that that's now reflected in-game as well.
But what I've also noticed when we watched the Kalami 9 hour,
Yeah.
watching it live, the guys actually take a lot of curb.
Especially the Vorsi on
Yes,
through Cheetah.
where most of us would steer clear of that, they attack it like it's nothing.
Absolutely.
It's actually amazing.
Nice onboard shots as the sun starts to go down. Now, coming up 10 minutes, just past 10 minutes past 7 in the evening. It is summer in Watkins Glen in the game, so they do have
Slightly longer day.
slightly longer days being in the northern hemisphere, so the sun should go down probably for the last maybe 1.5, 2 hours, and we'll see how that affects things. But as it stands, still good. Everyone's running. 10 runners are still grinding away in an 8-hour endurance race.
Yeah, I think when it starts becoming dark, it's going to be a little bit interesting, because we know not everyone's super comfortable in the dark. Some guys think it's actually quite a bit harder, and it is, because you can't see your braking points and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think nighttime really, it's really brings out a challenge to everyone, and I think the lights on these cars are just so good these days as well, so they can pretty much see where they're going. But it's a completely different feeling than to racing in the day, because especially if you have brake markers that are beside the track that are not well lit, you could miss your braking things. The other side of the coin is that the track temperature drops drastically at night,
Yeah.
obviously with no sun being there to heat it up, and that makes things very, very tricky indeed. So hoping that spices things up a little bit, and we'll see how it goes. Just looking at Jean Viviers currently. He was just come out the pits, so this his last lap, showing a 2:36, but that's obviously not representative of his actual time.
Yeah, because you'll be going much quicker now.
Yeah. We'll just jump on board with Thor. Have a look at AJ de Kock as well. Moved temporarily up to second place. They on a completely different strategy. They've got quite a long stint, so that kind of offsets everything. We saw at the last round of pit stops, he actually came out. They actually led one lap of the race, so they're the only other people to lead during this 8 hour, apart from Tariq Adams and Daniel. So doing a sterling job in that Ferrari.
And maybe that is the way to go. Try to run slightly longer stints. You have to stop less. You
Well,
could save, I think around here it's a 130 odd pit stop.
Yeah.
So that's basically a lap that you would save at the end of the day.
Well, the thing is, yeah, you got to get to the finish with the least amount of pit stops, but then you've also got to try something different to your opposition, because if you're all on the same strategy, there's pretty much no chance that you're going to do anything different to try and get in the lead. So
Yes.
very, very interesting what they've done with their strategy, and it'll be very, very cool to see how it plays out towards the end of the race. I think they just don't have the pace to keep up in terms of raw pace with the top
Yes.
two. But as you say, strategy comes into it, and let's
Maybe
see.
that pace is also a part of the strategy. Try save the car so you can do those longer stints.
Exactly. So, still all to play for. It's not over. And as we've seen, one tiny little mistake, De
makes a
Kock
big
is
difference.
only 13 seconds behind Tariq Adams. So, I just wonder if they've probably made their stop, actually. Okay, so they are still on 4 stops. Tariq Adam has made his stop. So, as we saw in the last stops, Ryan Ottens came out ahead of Tariq, but Tariq has already made his stop and is 14 seconds ahead. So, that is just the sheer pace of the 33 Lamborghini.
Yeah, I think that team's got a lot of pace with them. All the drivers are really strong in that team.
So, Tariq's last lap, a 44.197, which is just
That's
absolutely mental. We saw in qualifying they were doing mid to low
144s.
43s. Yeah, 43s. So,
Yeah, there's only a handful that got into the
yeah.
43s. And their race pace is almost a 43.
unbelievable. Well, Toki sending us a comment. Well done, Toki. That was a good stint. He says, Jeepers, that was a bit tough. The Porsche's a naughty child. Well, Toki, you did well. We take our hats off to you. It didn't look like it was behaving, but you managed to get through relatively unscathed. Have a look.
Yeah, no, the Porsche is not the easiest car to get along with.
Yeah, and I mean, early ACC days, the Porsche was kind of OP. I think everyone
Yeah.
was driving a Porsche. But yeah, since the 992 came along, it hasn't been the pick of the bunch in terms of what the esports guys go for.
Yeah, and I think it's just the difficulty in driving that car. That's, I think, the main reason the guys aren't really choosing it. I don't really think that it's not at the pace. I think it's mainly that difficulty to get that car through the turns, being a rear engine car.
Definitely. And doesn't really have top speed compared to, like, you know, the BMW or the Merc. It's never been an outright fast car in terms of straight
Yes.
line speed. Where it makes up his time is through the corners and on the exit. So
But now if it's not behaving itself through the corners,
Yep.
you kind of you will
It
fall off
makes
the
life
pace.
very, very difficult.
And there's Sean back in the car.
So Sean just having that through Tariq Adam, our leader. So that puts another lap down on number 5 Ferrari of Sean Lorero. The leader's on lap 177. Okay, so only our top 3 are on the lead lap. So everyone up to P4 has been lapped.
Looks like P4 just got lapped again.
And yeah,
He's
so
now 2 laps down. With that, I retire from my G29, and it will be my Monza R9. Congratulations, Toki.
yeah, congrats Toki. We can't wait to see what comes out from you with your new Moza R9. And yeah, pretty good send-off for the G29.
Doing an endurance.
Yeah, to an 8-hour endurance with it. So farewell to the G29. I'm sure it served you well. It's a great rig to get started in. I'm sure. Didn't you have a G29, Dill, at some point? Never mind.
I think
Dill's
he
not
did.
back. He's just walked in, but he's not back yet. But
I am back.
hey,
I'm
Hi.
pizzaed up.
and
Hi. And so surprisingly, I did have a G29, but I never used it. It went
Oh.
straight to chase, and I went the Thrustmaster route.
yeah,
I think Terry used
T300
that.
Yeah.
Ferrari GTE
Yeah.
with the 3 TPA Pro pedals. That's where I started.
sure. I
I
love
think
it. I love it when you talk
Terry-
foreign.
Now I've got the Moza.
I believe
Moza
Terry
5.
used your Logitech for a while.
So surprisingly, you're 100% correct, and that's because Terry needed a rig during lockdown, and Chase had inherited this setup that I'd purchased him because I had upgraded my rig, and with it came a G29, but then landed up buying the rig, expecting to use it, and then bought a wheel subsequently to that. There weren't wheels available just before lockdown.
Yes.
So Terry used Chase's one for about 4 or 5 months. And when Terry arrived back with his G29, he gave Chase a good dealing of some Hot Wheels. And Chase was over the moon. So that was Chase's first business transaction, renting his G29.
In exchange for some Hot Wheels.
That's correct. Craig, you've just done something which I have
This is so cool.
never seen
Sorry.
before.
I'm pushing buttons and everyone's shouting.
This is awesome. I've never seen this.
But you're doing something that is hurting my brain in such a good
Okay.
way.
Well, this
How
will
did
wake you up,
manage
Dill.
this?
How?
I don't know. I pushed this button and it did that. Oh,
Oh, memo.
let's see what happened.
So that's through turn 10 on the brakes, a little bit late. Late there.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
And you couldn't
little
catch it.
double snappy Rooney.
Little celebrity spin there.
Yeah.
And it's so weird is that you can just see when that car's late. Now, because he's gone in too hot, he's now turned it, trying to overcorrect. And it spun around. So, did you seriously just push C3?
I did, yeah. Was I not
Or
supposed
was
to?
it doing it itself? Or were
Yes.
you
No,
changing?
I pushed C2.
Okay.
I can push it again.
I'd love for you to push it again. I just want to see
Okay.
if you're controlling it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just jump to AJ de Kock, who's in the pits. I'll push C2 and see what happens. Oh,
No,
C3.
C3.
Now
But
C-
how was it rotating? Maybe you should try on a car that's...
I think when the car's moving, I think it's
It's-
always
yeah.
aiming at the one direction, and then as it turns,
Yeah.
it kind of
One
follows
direction.
But it would be
So-
nice if you could control it. Because that will give you some amazing shots.
There we go. Now Toki wants us to push it. It's cool.
Push it.
I like it.
That. Yo,
That's
If you
awesome.
suffer from motion sickness, look away now.
look how close he was to that wall. So
This
now
would be a very
it's,
nice
it keeps looking straight, so that's exactly what it is. It's got 1 point that is now fixated to. It's always looking in that
Okay.
direction, and the car's kind of just moving underneath it.
because this would be a nice camera view, especially like in a busy field,
Yeah.
as it rotates and you can see all the cars around. I'm sure there should be a way to control
You
this
see,
thing.
it's always
Looking north.
true north, indeed.
Okay, so C3 is the north cam.
And see.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, it's focused on those trees on the hills.
Awesome.
That all makes sense now. The pit cam. Very nice. And some of the tools that we have. Oh, rough. It looks rougher because remember what's happening is that
Following
this.
the car. I think we're bouncing with the car, that's why.
Whoa.
This is like a drone.
Starting grid. There we go.
This is like drone footage.
Epic footage provided by Dylan Hall. And
You're welcome.
Craig's inability to know what button does what. But
Craig, you've done well. But that is actually quite a scary shot,
Yeah,
running up
that's-
against the barrier. So before it hurts my eyes and we send all our viewers into motion sickness, let's just go back to something we're a little bit more accustomed to. We do have Christian Venter closing up onto the back of one of the LTR cars, so blue flags are waving.
Sun's going down.
Sun's going down, lights are coming on. Track temperature 22 on the track, 22 ambient
Wow.
temperature. Oh, you see that's the
Shit.
thing about just being predictable. It looked like Etienne was going to be going back to the right hand side, but all that happened was the car at the back. Sorry, just got a little bit distracted there in the train of thought. We all saw what happened
Yeah.
behind the studio.
Back markers. Yeah. Yeah, no, you don't want to change your line, especially when the faster cars are coming through. And luckily got away with it there. So no issues for Christian Venter. But yeah, we all pizzaed up and ready to take you home for the last 2 hours and 37 minutes. What did Elton John say? Don't let the sun go down on me. Or don't
Something to
let
that.
your sun go down. No,
Family content.
no, it's a song. The song.
It's don't let the sun go down on me.
Yes.
Or should I sing it? Should I sing it in tune?
I wanted you to sing it. That's
Okay.
what I want.
Heinrich, this is for you. Don't let the sun go down on me. But unfortunately it is.
Yeah.
Because it is now in game at 7:30 and it is now on its way out.
And as Brandon. Brandon's on his way out to chow some
Oh,
pizza.
there we go. I didn't even see Brandon.
Thanks, Brandon.
Brandon, thanks for the heads up that you're leaving. It's like all of a sudden Brandon was just gone. We don't know where he is, but we actually have another guest that's walking around here. And actually quite an interesting story about this guest who we will... Let's see if we're actually getting marked up. Are you going to join us? Are you interested? What's happening?
Just tell me about my interesting story.
So nobody will know this person other than a very, very few niche people in the karting fraternity. But we've actually got Alessandro Higginson,
Race legend.
up and coming. So, Craig, here's a story for you.
Yes.
I met Alessandro at the place that people like I go to get fit and active. And
okay, I
got
was gonna say
chatting
something else.
to the person who idolized me and could see that I was a racing driver.
You are in good shape.
And we got chatting about go-karting. And Alessandro dabbles in some track days. You've had a
Okay,
few
okay.
little track cars that you've raced in.
All slow. Or
and
maybe
said to
I'm
you,
just slow.
you need to come and try racing karting.
Hmm.
Hired the SARCO cart
Fantastic
for the
machine,
day.
that.
Fantastic machine, but I've seen the R's been rolled at that thing, but it still was a second off the pace by Rob.
Yeah, he's a good
Rob
driver.
Scott.
He's a good driver.
He
I
did
hope
a
he's
1
listening.
second
He's
off.
probably not
Hope you're listening. Send him a link. We're
I'm
talking
going
about
to.
him. And that very next weekend, Alessandro bought himself 2 F100 carts.
Well, there we go.
And that's how you...
Second hand off the Facebook marketplace.
But that's how you begin going down the rabbit hole of
Yeah,
motorsport.
So, Alessandro, we've got you here because I said, listen, this is what's happening. Pull in, come and chat to us. I'm now exposing you to a whole nother side of my life. We're now getting closer in terms of an understanding. Because now we've seen the real world racing, which you've dabbled in. You've got a little taste. But now I'm exposing you to this online world. What do you think about this whole online world as well now?
It's overwhelming. No, it looks fantastic. It looks a lot of fun. First of all, I'm a big Porsche fan. So I've got a saying in life: there's only one brand of car, and all other cars are just placeholders until you can afford your Porsche. That's my life. And is Agamemnon still driving the Porsche?
There he is, yes. He's actually in the Porsche now, and that is the 992.
Yeah, it's very lekker, that car. Just leave it there.
Well, we can't run the next, because now I can see 2 hours, 33 minutes.
Yeah,
of
he
race.
wants us just to keep it on.
It's
on
a
this.
lekker. Look how beautiful it is. But in any case, yeah. It looks very interesting. It looks a lot of fun. And if I was to do it, I'd definitely do it in a 992 or the GTP, the 992.
Oh, hold on, what's happening here? Oh my goodness.
Disaster.
Is that first place?
Second.
Oh,
Donner.
Sherbet. What is going on here? That's Etienne. So he is back on the track.
Wat
But
gaan nou
Christian
hier
Fencer
aan?
has had an off. Oh, we just got the end of that.
Oh, but we've seen it time and time again. Oh, and there's the
Just
second
slipping.
contact. So there, Dill comes back to that. Don't panic and wait.
100%.
Which unfortunately he didn't do and collected old Etienne. But now the question is, what sort of damage does Christian Fencer carry around? We'll keep an eye on that and see. But that is a disaster for the second place Lamborghini.
So he's now currently going towards turn 12. And Ryan Otten. How would I keep stuffing that
Dill,
up?
we're going to get kicked off stream. Yeah.
Ryan Ottens is 2 corners away. So that gap is now only 12 seconds.
Yeah.
This is race on. And if Christian Fencer is going to be carrying some of that damage, the question is, how much time is he going to be losing? And will Ryan now be able to close up that gap?
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. Now the decision comes in is, do they pit, do they fix the damage, or do they try and keep to the strategy? Oh, you can see the car is just not happy at all.
He has to keep to the strategy. He's going to have to just run this car as far as he can to make sure that he's not getting themselves out of sync in terms of the pits with Ryan. Because there's Ryan now coming through turn number 3. He'll head up to turn 4. I wonder if we're able to see Ryan at the back, just missing him.
Wow.
But this has now changed up this race completely.
Completely. And we said it. We said that something, you know, the gap wasn't that big between Christian Fencer and Tariq Adam. But unfortunately, the bad luck going to the chasing party, really. And so unlucky there for Christian Fencer, but we'll keep an eye on his lap time still. I see the car.
Oh, that car's not
Not
braking well
happy
at all. Let's
at
just
all.
jump on board,
Yeah.
and it's going to give us an idea of what the steering wheel's doing, because it's all about those inputs. But you can see he's making those little corrections on the straight. So that car's definitely got some steering malfunctions. Just help me decode that, please, because unfortunately our emojis on our...
Well, Heinrich has given him a red card.
Oh,
So that's a sin bin. And then Werner Volmarantz has got a stop sign with a beautiful pink poo.
What penalties does he get for that now?
So look, what normally would happen is that
I just want to know what not to do when I'm doing it.
we've seen it live,
Yeah.
but it's up to the discretion of the team that has been hit. If they put in an incident, it then goes to the steward. The stewards will then review it, and then they will say whether it was a penalty or not.
Okay.
The thing is that he was stuck, moved, and he clipped. We should have just stayed stationary. But I don't think if they're not going to put in any incident, then it's fair game. It's take it from here. But just looking at the gap, that's now between him and Ryan Ottens, 9.4 seconds.
Yeah. Christian's last lap was a 47 dead.
And now that's 9.1, so that's 0.3 per sector.
Yeah. Now he's catching 2 seconds a lap.
And who is this behind him? So that's Sean Loureiro. And Sean Loureiro is now right on him. So that's a huge drop in terms of Christian's pace. So Christian's last lap was 47.0, considering his fastest lap was a 44.8.
Does it look like the bumpers come off of the back?
It does.
It does. Or is it just damage?
It definitely looks like the bumper's off.
Yeah. That rear bumper delete. Not a look for us.
No. We don't. We definitely don't want that. So Sean now just following a Christian Fence in front of him, and Sean now keeping that pace. We just want to see what the lap time is when they cross the start-finish line. So 147.0 for Christian last lap round. So 46.4, 46.3. So Sean Loureiro now matching the second place driver. But then you've got Tariq Adam, who is back in the car, and that's a 44.7 for him. It's now a race of attrition for him, because now Ryan Otten's 8.1 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to catch
this
him
race
eventually.
is on.
And I think what's happening is Christian Fent is actually being held. Well, he's holding up Sean Loureiro, and Loureiro I don't think is going to. He knows where he is in the race, and he's not going to send one up the inside of Christian in the risk of ruining that second place.
So we have in the Discord who has now just joined us, Ruan Heineke.
Welcome back, Ruan. How's it?
Welcome back. Very unfortunate there. Another disconnect for you and the team. And
unfortunate.
And Etienne, unfortunately, getting a little bit out of shape through the bus stop and putting it in the wall, forcing that pit stop.
No, he didn't actually pit yet. He's running with the damage on.
No, I'm saying previously. I was going to get to that now. And that was him collecting Christian through the bus stop. Is that something that you guys are going to report, or are we just going to keep racing?
No, we keep racing.
Yeah. So
buy that man a beer.
Yeah.
That was from the other team that took you out.
Our target for tonight is the Porsche, and so we're going to try and beat those guys.
Okay, so you guys are still on track now. I see that you are now on the same lap as them, so it is definitely race on for you. With that collection of Christian Fencer, he's under some pressure now, and that's bringing Ryan now 4 seconds, so it's definitely race on there. Etienne, now that it's now that it's going into the dark, air temp sitting at 22 degrees, what is the strategy on the tires? How far have you had to adjust your tire pressures?
So far, for me, from starting to now, my last one now, I had to go up about 7 clicks all round.
Sure. So that's 0.7 in terms of that tire pressure.
0.7, yes.
And are you running them harder, or you're running the tires a little bit softer?
For the Ferrari, I tend to like to run the fronts a bit harder than the rears, for the better grip at the rear.
So from a pace point of view, Etienne is on track to catch Memo. He has taken off two seconds in the last 2 laps. So I do believe that you guys definitely do have the pace there. But it's still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. And I must say that just as a team, not reporting that as an incident, that just shows great sportsmanship. Nothing for you guys to lose, and just let the race continue.
Yes, exactly. There's nothing for us to gain from that incident because they were not our target. So we race on.
No,
Yeah, the
that's
battle's going to be with the Porsche hopefully soon. But still a lot of driving to come. But the gap is quite big, so we still have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah.
And just from the strategies with the rest of the team, are you still concerned about any possible disconnects coming your way again?
Hopefully not, because this is the second one for this race already. From my side, I'm not sure why I get these disconnects. But yeah, so the next driver after Etienne is going to be Jason Farmer. And then I'll do the last 30 minutes or so. We're a bit out of sync now. But yeah, we're going to try our best to catch up Porsche.
And your track limits, Ruan, are you guys still in check?
Still 0 track limits.
Awesome.
So we did see that there was a stop and go penalty. Was that after your disconnect and you came back in? Was that speeding out of the pit lanes, or what happened there? We weren't quite sure of how to explain that now happening.
That was me being too eager to pull away from the disconnect because I could see that Porsche coming up behind us. So I wanted to leave the pits as early as possible, and I never engaged the pit limiter.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we were speculating that it was possibly just releasing that pit limiter just too early. So Ron, before we continue here, this is now the battle for second place. Looks like Ryan is going to go to the inside. I don't think that Christian will fight him too much. He's going to leave not much space there, but now he is able to just get through. And Ryan Otten's now into second place. Christian Venter down into third, and that is a position.
Yeah. No, that's it's heartbreaking. Your heart goes out to Christian Venter. Obviously, that in a commanding second place. So to lose that after that incident is tough. But damage limitation now. He's just got to try and stick to the back of Ryan Ottens as much as he can, and get to that next pit stop, and hopefully try and fight their way back.
Rowan, just for that last stint, you said that you're going to do like a little 20 minutes. Is the idea there to hit a little bit of a splash and dash and try and do those low 44s that you are capable of doing?
That's the idea, yeah. The last 30 minutes or so, yes. Just go light on fuel, new tires, and try and see if we can finally catch up to that Porsche.
So the beauty about where you guys are currently sitting is that gap is now 85 seconds. Etienne has taken another 2 seconds out of Memo that lap, and Memo is 1/10 down on his current sector. So the fight there for your 8th place is still definitely on, and I just wish you and the rest of the LTR guys a good fortune going forward.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
We enjoy driving here.
Thanks,
Ruan.
thanks for joining us, Ruan. Have a good one.
Pleasure. Talk soon.
So that was Ruan Heineke just explaining what had happened coming out of the pits.
Yeah, we saw that.
Just too eager to get going, and unfortunately, that's a stop and go penalty. And it's we mentioned it earlier. It's too much eagerness, and away you go. Alessandro from a.
No, Dylan, I'm still sulking with you for what you said about me last week.
What did I
You
say
said I
about
can't
you?
race on your go-kart team because I'm too slow. I just thought about it now and I was like, you know what? This guy, I'm going to get him on live TV.
So.
No, you don't even talk to me. Don't look at me. Come, let's hear what you got to say.
I said to you, do you want to drive with me?
Tickle
and I
my
said,
back while you do it. While you make
Should I stick this knife in deeper? And I said to you, you're not quick enough, and I told you straight
That
up.
hurt my... Phone my wife right now and ask her how I sulked on the way home. I sulked. I'm still sulking.
Would you not tell you straight up?
You know what the problem with Dylan Hall is? He's hyper competitive. You know that he's hyper competitive. Hey? You probably race your son to brush your teeth in the morning, eh?
I always win.
And he wins.
And then he wonders why his son doesn't want to drive again. Yeah, no.
No, you still haven't said sorry, but anyway. Yeah.
You have got.
Maybe I just don't have. I lack the talent, Dill.
No.
Dill, I lack the talent.
You need seat time.
I need to see that.
Seat time is key, Craig.
Yeah.
How long have you been racing?
Sure.
Exactly.
How long, Craig? I just learned your name right now, by the way.
oh,
So
thanks,
Craig,
yeah.
Alessandro.
No, nice to meet
nice
you,
to
yeah.
meet you, bro.
No, for a long time, Bill. And,
Hey,
yeah.
Can't be that long. You don't look a day over 12.
Oi. Thanks. You can stay.
I know. I know I can stay.
Probably since I was like 13. But yeah, jeez, countless laps. And that's how you learn. It's just to get behind
Learn
the
by
wheel.
making mistakes.
No, you do.
Remember the first time I got in the cart and I just spun that thing? I must have spun about 9 times that day. Hey?
And that's just understanding the craft and understanding the skill required.
Yeah.
For quad.
Just
You
not
gotta be
cornering
just
the brake and
so gentle on the
Yeah,
brakes.
yeah.
And you kept saying, "Oh, there's something wrong with the brakes. It's snatching. It's snatching."
there was
like,
something wrong with the brakes.
there was nothing wrong with the brakes. I've worked them perfectly.
No, yeah.
So,
So that's why now I'm scared when I do this. I might be in the back, and if I'm gonna lose, I'm not gonna lose in a Porsche. You know what I mean? I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna lose in a Lamborghini. No offense to the guys who are in the lead, but or a Ferrari or something like that. Something that's used to losing. I'm joking. Everyone's gone quiet.
Just Dylan, go dad. Thank you, Ryan.
It's Dylan.
What? I'm so confused.
It's Dylan. He's saying to his dad,
This
go.
Dylan, go dad.
Dylan is using Ryan's account to say go dad on YouTube. So hi Dylan. Your dad's doing really well.
So I'm just gonna let Dylan know that he has the best name in the world.
No way, Agamemnon. Are you joking, bro? if my name was Agamemnon, can I tell you? Yo, I would get it tattooed on my face. In Comic Sans. Right across. Hey, that's a cool name, you can't lie. Hey?
I
know we're not talking about racing right now, but it is a cool
listen,
name.
This is some of the conversations that come up with
Yeah.
when we talk the racing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I wouldn't tattoo Agamemnon on my face. I'll just have to ask my cousin.
You gotta
how
get,
he
you know,
feels
you gotta
about
get
that.
permission from God to name your child Agamemnon.
I don't know if it would fit on my face.
Yeah.
Craig is not that bad.
You don't want to
It's
ruin
just a
that.
small font.
You don't want to ruin that 12-year-old skinny big man.
Size 11 Ariel.
Hey, inspired, inspired.
Yeah. Dylan, that comment that saw Ryan Otten's coming up when I looked, and Ryan Otten's is currently in the car. That
Makes
did
sense that his
confuse me,
son would be type.
but it makes sense now. Yeah, I had a blank there.
Okay.
But
It's been a long day.
Alessandro,
Mm-hmm.
does this online world intrigue you to try?
No, it absolutely does. It absolutely, of course it does. I am going to try it. I'm going to try it. I'm going to start out with a PlayStation controller on a computer.
Yes,
Because that's how it works.
exactly. That's what I did.
That's how
With
you
the
get
keyboard.
fast.
Hey, remember that game Stunts? Eh? I used to play that game all the time
On
as a child.
computer?
Do you remember it? And the graphics. That's what Brandon was talking about. That's why he had a rig.
Oh,
He had a rig for stunts.
I remember that.
Hey.
There was that arcade game that you could actually get into, and it was shaped like a car, and it was
And you-
was closed.
Yes.
You know,
And
that's,
it used to
that's
make
how
that.
long. That's how.
And that was kind
Yes,
of
yes, that was
the
the tone of the
limitation of the
note.
rev tone.
And then that's how long I've been playing racing games, and I'm still
Well,
slow.
I was gonna
eh?
say, like,
Still slow.
I can't remember stunt. Maybe before my time.
Oh, but I mean, you're only 12. So
Yeah,
it's all
so
good.
exactly. I was gonna say it must have been just after the war. Christian Fenter again.
Oh, this
Oh,
is
no.
going from bad to worse. No, this is
No.
code coconuts.
Sorry.
Alessandro, what are you doing here?
Sorry.
Oh no.
Oh, it's just getting worse.
Hold on, why is it showing? Is there rain? Can't
Might
be.
be.
No,
No, because that flag was change of surface.
no, that was a black with red dot, which means you've got a mechanical you have to box. So I just wonder.
That's interesting. Now tell me,
Snap.
how do you know when you've got a mechanical issue
But
on a computer game?
I'll show you
on
now.
on a simulator. Sorry.
So if you look at his steering
this.
wheel,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a slight issue. I mean, nothing you can't get over, but
Yeah.
I know guys, taxi drivers that drive. Have you ever seen those Uber Eats bikes that like the one wheel is a meter on the,
Yes.
you know, and you've got the it's
this
the
is
same
what
thing that's going
Christian
on.
is now experiencing.
Ah,
But this is part of the problem when you nursing that damage
Yeah.
and you're still needing to commit into
Yeah.
the corner
it just leads to more.
to more problems coming in the future. And
Wow.
that is full lock to the right
Oh,
and the
bring it
car is
up.
going left.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a little glitch that's happening here. We're not getting the true inputs there. But yeah, Christian really, really slow, which I'm sure that's the second of the Alpha 1 team is going to be happy about.
Yeah, they are a lap down. I see.
But this looks like
Yeah,
this is
this
going to
is
be a
gonna be
long
a long
stop.
one.
We are
Yeah.
definitely going to
Let's
see a long stop here.
Let's see how long he stops for.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very long. Bumpers off, bonnets open.
Hazards not flashing in
Yeah,
sequence.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
that's by design.
We've all crashed a Lamborghini at some point in our life.
Yeah, that's very, very, very unfortunate. But they've got the pace, so still 2 hours to try and recover some sort of result for them. They're going to be head down after this long pit stop of repair. The skies look grey. I don't know if that's because it's dark, Dill, but could we see that rain?
Jeez.
I don't know if I can handle
Imagine
much more
the
drama.
last hour. Bring the rain in the last hour. Let's see how that goes. To everyone on the stream, I don't know how you feel about that, but bring the rain last hour. Let's have a go. Let's see how that works out.
I
for
went
everyone.
to go and watch the Kalami 9 hour live, and
Yes.
then there was that rain, remember?
Yes,
and
the
they were
first one.
getting. Yeah,
Well,
yes,
both,
that
the
was
first
like
and the
that
second.
was so
Yeah,
like how
it
many
was
cars were on
torrential.
the track?
Oh,
Hey?
unbelievable.
Hey, I was,
so
and I
good.
subjected my wife to the whole thing. I made her sit through the whole thing, and she
And
still
she's
to
still
this
your
day,
wife.
she,
so
yeah.
successful mission.
No, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, there was and that rain at a thing.
Torrential.
And then when they started going, they got going
Ooh.
again. Yo,
Ulrich stopped on track. Could
He
it be
doesn't-
fuel, Dill?
No.
No, he's going again. Okay.
But
Obviously had an
it-
off and then,
yeah, it's maybe car stalled.
yeah.
Panic stations, push
Yeah.
all the buttons, turn the car on, turn the car off,
Yeah.
push start button. It definitely can happen. Still in the pits, and this is so far the total time has been, like 1 minute 2, 1 minute 7. He's still in the pits. This is 1 minute 18, 1 minute 20.
Wow.
So that's now 20 seconds more than what you would want as a normal pit stop. So that should now be a position. And there is Jean Viviers
Yeah.
in third place.
Up into the podium. So we got
That
two Ferraris
is-
in the top 3, Dill.
That is
Heartbreaking.
heart-wrenching. Check it out.
Yeah.
Now, that's 151 seconds. So that's more than 2 minutes in the pits. And that's still with the driving in. Can there be an opportunity for Hicham Domingo to get the BMW up into 4th place now?
is that BMW going faster since it's gotten colder, cooler? How do you find that out?
We'll definitely check that now. Chantilly's Otson saying could be interesting if the drivers have the rain set up.
Yeah. And Isham Domingo's up into 4th.
We're hoping for it. So Isham is up, but now technically, see now they're out of sync for this pit stop of when they should be pitting, because now they're ahead, and that's
Yeah.
oh,
Although, with 2 hours, 11 minutes to go, they could, Dill, correct me if I'm wrong, they could have one more stop left.
no, there's not enough time. Remember, 2 hours 11, the stint is 65, so that's 2 hours and 10, which means there's 1 minute left. So guess what? That's out of sync. They
That's
need
just
another stop.
out of sync. So the pain does
So
not stop
anybody who now pits after after this 2 hour 10, now what happens is that there's only one pit stop to go.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to stop again.
Yeah.
So that means their chances of trying to come back is now done.
Is that Lambo still in the pit? Or is it
No,
out now?
he's just come out.
So
Okay.
Vander's asked on the stream, I'm new to sim racing. It might be a stupid question. Why not Audis? You want to take this one?
Yeah, Werner, thanks for your question. I think we did touch on it slightly earlier. With sim racing, it's all about, well, there's no balance of performance per se, so these cars aren't like in real life where they add a little bit of weight or they add sort of engine restrictors. The cars are what they are in game. So what these guys tend to do is find what the best car is at the current time. So you'll see we're running quite a lot of Ferraris, which currently in Assetto Corsa, the game is probably one of the best cars, along with the Lamborghini, which we had first and second for most of the race. And unfortunately, Christian Venter now dropping to 5th, as we see on screen. So the Audi is a good car, but these guys have preferential treatment to kind of the flavor of the week, Dill, with these
May I interrupt you for a
with these
second,
updates.
Craig?
Yeah.
Are you in some way insinuating that Porsche's inferior to Ferrari?
In terms of this car,
in terms
and
of the game,
performance,
yes. Not in real life.
Yeah, of course. Fine.
So that's how
As
it
you
works.
were.
Yes.
As you were.
So I hope that answers your question, Werner. But yeah, so they go for pretty much the best car in the game.
So then why wouldn't everyone go for the Ferrari then?
because some people don't like the way the Ferrari feels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Different cars, so it's got the mid-engine. It's a 2-liter turbo, which means that you've got to keep it in the rev, so you're generally driving in a lower gear.
Is the 296 a 2-liter turbo?
Yes.
I just learned that now.
Sometimes you learn
joking?
everything.
Wow,
Stick with me, kid. I'll
hey?
take you places.
Hey? I'm still too slow
Versus
for you, though.
the naturally aspirated in the Audi and the AMG.
And the Porsche is also naturally aspirated.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Lambo.
Yeah.
The only
well-
turbocharged cars are the Merc and the
No, so the turbocharged cars, the Ferrari, the BMW.
And the BMW.
the Merc is
Yeah.
the V8.
I hope we got that right, but I'm sure if we got it wrong, somebody will just drop us a
Someone, yeah.
message. But going into the new year, so look at Isham Domingo. He's going to be giving it to
Maybe giving that
to
place
Mohat
back.
Musa.
Okay.
So the place is going to go back.
Yeah.
But
They are. Yeah.
they are going to be. Christian Venter is a pit stop down. They're going to have to pit again. They missed it by 1 minute.
I thought there was going to be a big praying in the pits there, but nothing happened, thank God.
So where we're currently sitting is the
What's
new
Rensport?
second place.
The comment that just came up.
Rensport's a new
A new game.
new
sim.
game, pretty much also GT3 based. It's been in what they call beta for quite some time. So a lot of sim racing guys have got what they call keys to it, so they've been able to play the game and give feedback. I don't know, have you ever
Well,
got a key, Dill?
Rensport, if you're listening or you're watching, send it our way.
Please.
Let's have a look. We'll
Yeah.
if it's going to be good and the guys like it, let's do something with it.
Yeah, I mean the graphics is insane, and I've seen a few streams. It looks good, but yeah, I don't know. I think the GT3 genre in terms of game is like becoming a bit oversaturated in my opinion. Pretty much every game now is pushing GT3. So one thing I do like about Rensport is that they are including some of the LMDH Lamar cars. I know they've got the Radical. Is it the Radical? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Come on, Porsche.
So yeah, it looks good. It looks promising. It might be a game changer. They do a Rensport esports as well. I think there's a big esports following on Rensport, which seems to be quite successful.
Well, I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is just reach out to Rensport, go and say, hey, this is where I am.
Yeah.
Send us a little key. Let's
Dill, I
have a
thought you were
go.
coming to the car track tomorrow to tell me how slow I was.
No,
Hey?
I've told you already.
Yeah,
live
but I
live
need you
on
to-
my stream
I need you to rub it
to
on,
reinforce and take photos and share it.
Yeah.
And say, this is
Every
the
ti-
guy.
Every time you get, hey, we're gonna get one of those in-ear, in-helmet walkie-talkies, and he's just gonna be like, I'm faster than you. You suck.
Sorry, it's not the Radical. It's the Praga.
The Praga.
Yeah,
There we
so
go.
the
Oh,
Praga's
the
in that
Jimmy Broadbent Praga.
Yes, yeah.
See,
So
now it's
that's
all
in
making
Rensport.
sense.
So they're expanding the categories, and I think that'll be a game changer. Because ACC is great, but it's only GT3, right?
Yep. So, and that is what the drivers at SARCO loved, is we were on Project Cast 2 and we stayed there till we killed the game.
Yeah.
And the reason being is because there was the variety and the different flavors
Yes.
of racing. So the new Assetto Corsa 2 coming, we're going to be all over that. And I say we from a SARCO perspective, just to bring in the variable racing again. There'll always be a space for the GT3 for Assetto Corsa Competizioni. But it's that variety, and that's what keeps people excited. Is you can drive in a V8 the 1 week, and the next season you can go and do something as simple as a Ford Escort 1600. It's all part of having that variety of the racing.
One thing that SARCO, and I can't wait for, because I'm sure you guys will do it, is I'm not sure if everyone knows, but coming to ACC is the Nordschleife.
That's going to be cool.
And listen,
And
I don't know if you
You're
saw
going to need a couple of
Jadia's
stewards
post.
for that race.
Yeah.
Right?
Jadia's post
He
was
called it.
on point, and he called it.
Yeah, he did.
And when he said, I don't know why Misha is doing this, why would they want Misha? Then all of a sudden, bang,
Out
week
came the
later.
announcement. Yeah.
And yeah, it was absolutely amazing.
So,
But that will be the last in terms of the DLCs that we would be expected to
Definitely.
pay before the next one. So they're going to be milking it. And just imagine the
sure.
Nordschleife 24-hour races that are going to be coming up.
Oh,
Dude,
man.
that would be crazy.
For the
Imagine-
record, I'm going to be driving that one.
Yeah.
You know how crazy. I mean, have you ever watched the 24-hour race on hey, and imagine and I mean, how many cars do they have on track at a time? 160,
It's
even more sometimes.
crazy.
Hey, imagine that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you need a couple
crazy.
of stewards, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, get a couple of boys off the street just like me.
Yeah.
So now we've got the Alpha 1 racing team up to third and second,
That's great.
which I'm
going
sure
for
that
them.
they're going to be very happy about. And then it is still, oh my gosh. So that was a cameraman Tim moment where we changed to the cameraman and he's looking somewhere else. And then we get this glitch of no cars coming through. And then it is that word or perspective of what is going on changes. Is that one behind him? No. It is Etienne. So 48-8 for Etienne that last round, and a 45-3 for Tariq Adam. Nearly 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
We should start seeing the last of the pit stops of the guys that are currently in sequence. No, there'll still be another stop.
Yeah, this will be the second last round.
Second
of
last
pit
stop.
stops.
I thought for some reason that didn't seem right.
Yeah. So,
So we've got one car on lap 201, one car on lap 200, two cars on lap 198,
Yeah.
two cars on lap 197, one car on lap 196, two on 190, and then one car on lap 183. I think that was the car with the connectivity issues.
So the car with the connectivity issue was 69, so they have got ahead of the Porsche. Remember they said that they wanted to take the challenge to them. So there's 12.4 seconds the gap between Charles and Etienne ahead. And Charles just taken the car, so they'll have one more pit stop. So they're in sync to just do the two more pit stops. Etienne's also taken the car, but I can't remember at what time they took the car. See if I can see here. So that was, they pitted at 5:53. No, that's
no,
not
you're looking
them.
at the wrong one.
one.
5:21.
5:21.
Yeah. So, okay.
So they have to stop twice now.
Yeah. And that's what Ruan said. He'll do that last 20-minute dash. They should be stopping around the 1.5 hours to go, and then again with 20 minutes to go, so that Ruan can jump in and
Finish off that stint.
Finish
We
off
are
that
expecting the last of the guys to be pitting with that last hour. Possibly anybody who tries to pit within that last hour and 5. If you're pitting before an hour and 5 minutes, that means you got another stop, because you can only drive for 65 minutes, which then throws everything out.
What's the speeds like?
So
264?
So the well, top speeds now,
That
264 is
yeah.
still more hot in the BMW.
No, 264 from the Lambo.
even the
as well.
Lambo, yeah.
263, where's the Porsche?
The Porsche is 261.
Nice.
And then Fleming in the Merc, that's him there, they are 263. But previously Neil Greening had the 264, so he had the same top speed as Mohat in the BMW. So a lot of straight line speed. Why is Tariq? Where is Tariq?
33 is not moving.
Oh no.
Wat gaan we hier aan?
Where is Tariq? I think we have lost Tariq.
This is it, online racing, man. Anything can happen.
Yeah, he's dropped off. Dropped off completely.
So that
Do
is
you
a
think
disconnect, which means we have a new race leader.
Not quite.
Ryan Ottens.
So Tariq's
So
back.
Tariq is
but
back,
he'll
so
be in
he
the pit
is in the
lane.
pits. And I'm sure they are banging a whole
Oh
bunch of
my
equipment
I mean,
on their
I'd be
side.
sad.
Yeah,
I'd be sad.
that is an absolute disaster for both Lamborghinis now.
So that car's dropped. I actually want to just see. So we'll see that that was on 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Just want to watch how long they actually have to sit here and just wait. Watch that time go down. Because they are. So Jean is 2 laps behind.
Okay, so they could. The problem is they're going to lose a lap to Ryan Ottens for sure.
Which then means that their race for first
It's
is now done and
pretty
dusted.
much over. Yeah.
So your famous driver Agamemnon Veronis says that that was so saucy.
Memlon. Great guy. Great guy.
Tariq still in the pits. That's
Yeah.
now sitting on 82 seconds.
So now
And he's now lost that one
lost that
pit
lap. Yeah.
to Ryan. Jean,
One.
where is Jean? So Jean currently going through turn 10.
Still there.
Tariq still there.
You can still win
106
this.
minutes.
You can
That's
still win
106
this.
seconds.
That
Heartbreaking.
Lambo is so fast.
Yeah, it is fast. What did that do now, Dole, in terms of pit stop? They could literally stop one more time then. Because
That is
they're within
correct.
the window.
They're within that window. So one more stop. So here we go. So that is a total time of 100. No, that had him stopped at 122 seconds.
Yeah.
What did what did my dear friend Agamemnon say there? He said a suggestion to SARCO.
No, he's saying no Ferraris. Memo, don't worry. The next one we're going to have, we're going to implement the balance of performance. So everybody will be a lot closer. And then it will definitely come down to a bit more of that driving skill. But we are watching Tariq Adam now, unfortunately, disconnecting, now coming back, and is now 1 lap down from your new race leader, Ryan Ottens.
So the Ottens family must be going bonkers at home. Ryan hits the front.
And the Ryan Ottens family are actually just around the corner.
Yeah, well, so an hour and 56
Where
minutes
are
to
they?
go.
Let's go visit them.
They must, Ryan must just hold on, bring it home, not do anything crazy. We hope
Pray that ESCOM just keeps them lights on.
ESCOM.
They're gonna fail you. They're gonna fail you, bro.
And Memo's comment, and this is Memo's understanding, is that all he wants to do is any car other than the Porsche gets 100 kilograms ballast.
Porsches are so well made. It's frightening. You know? But anyway, what do I know? What do I know? Eh? Guy next to me is wearing a Porsche shirt.
Yeah.
Hey,
No. Good.
I play golf in a Porsche shirt.
Well, there you go.
I don't play very well, but
At least the shirt's built well.
Yeah,
It's like my singing. I've had 2 singing
you're
occasions.
you're a bad singer.
I know I'm a bad singer.
You're a
But when
bad
people
singer.
say, "Can you sing?" I say, "Yes, I can. I just can't sing very well."
Yes, you don't put any effort into it. You've got no emotion. If you're so competitive, why don't you at least try and be good at singing?
'Cause I'm good
let's-
at my
I can
go-kart
answer-
racing.
Yeah, you are good. He is good. Let's not lie.
Yeah, he's good.
Hey, I mean, I watched there.
My up and coming rookie. One day you'll be
Margaret.
as fast as me.
If anything, you're no. I was gonna say you're like Max Verstappen, and I'm like
Lance Stroll.
Lance Stroll. Just a spoiled little rich kid.
Okay, so let's see what Tariq Adams.
Lance Stroll's got some strong eyebrows. Anyway, sorry, back to the racing, guys.
I think Tariq's going to have to, put the hammer down. So it'll be interesting, Dill, to watch his lap times. Because he's going to have the red mist.
Look at he's
yeah.
doing this. He does this. Oh, just about 0.4 of a second lap faster than.
But that last lap just tells you the
pain.
full damage, because
3
that's
minutes
a 3-minute 48. Memo. Bauer, politely move that hunk of metal out of Spear's way, please. That was very polite.
Yeah, very polite there.
But yeah, there is a couple of laps down there. Go Ottens, you're a legend.
Yeah. That's Dylan,
From
the
son.
Yeah.
The dad. That's pretty awesome.
Nice one, Dylan. I'm sure your dad appreciates it. He's driving really, really well. Hasn't put a foot wrong this stint, and it's just really come to him. And we said that at the beginning. Just keep going, and it'll come your way. You know, motorsport's all about luck at the end of the day, especially in these long endurance races. And for Ryan, it's just the cards have felt right. So let's not give him the curse, though.
No.
Still a long way.
We don't want to give anybody the curse, but it's almost, and I've heard it being spoken about, is that where a disconnect almost is like a real life mechanical failure.
Yeah.
It is frowned upon, it is cursed upon, it shouldn't happen, but unfortunately it does.
It does, yeah.
And even in as for karting, you can do as much prep as you want, but then all of a sudden something doesn't feel right. You go into a corner, you hit 100%. The brakes, and your chassis has just decided it's going to snap and it's going to break, and it lets go. And this is one of those disconnect moments that we don't like but have to accept. I can tell you that Tariq has now put in 0.3 of a second quicker than the lap that he has put down in the stint. So this should get him in a low 44. So around about a 44.2 is the pace that he's currently on for this lap. Make that a 44.1.
There we go. I told you, he's got that red mist. He's going to be pushing right until that very last minute. And I mean, we say a lap down, but 2 hours to go. It's not impossible.
Lucas, some great driving happening, guys. Lucas, thanks for joining. Still around. I'm sure you've been in the LTR lobby. Let's just check there. So what's at a foot? Not bad for a prediction, eh? There, 44.2. I said it was on that 44.1 on the money. Looks like I've done this before.
Definitely get a lotto ticket tonight.
And if you win, don't forget who made you laugh today.
Mr. Sean Lorero, Mr. Arrive and Drive, he is wide out of turn 10, but manages to hang on. So they're up into 6th place. So started in 8th and have got themselves quite comfortably. Fleming Bauer is in the pits, but then are 40 seconds behind Mohat and Isham in 5th place. Chancelis, we cannot agree with you anymore. A disconnection is frustrating. It is not required. How long is that AMG in the pits for? Memo. Currently 69, so they're all on the way out, and that was a 109 in total in terms of that stop. They are laps ahead. They are 6 laps ahead. 4 laps ahead.
No. 6 laps ahead. They were telling us how
6
good
laps
you are.
ahead.
How good you are at maths.
I must just read. Because what I'm doing is I'm trying to calculate where if I just read, then the problem goes away.
Yeah.
So Sean, a slower lap than his faster one, but 2 faster sectors. So he really struggled in that second sector, which then brought down that total time. Christian Venter.
Look at that. Look at Tariq. He's got the fastest laps.
Yep.
He's going to do it. I'm putting my money on him, bro.
44
Let's start taking some bets.
44.3 was
Brandon,
his last
what do you
lap.
think? Just amongst the four of us. 25k buy-in.
Yes.
Hey, Craig?
Yeah.
A little bit too rich for your blood.
And then we
Yeah.
start calling you Lance.
Yeah.
Hey?
So that's well done, Ulrich, getting out of the way, allowing Tariq to go through. And here we go. Jean is currently in the pits. And they are on the same lap as Christian.
So this will be a change in position for sure.
But remember,
But they are so out of sync.
they are out of sync. They're going to have to stop again because you can see now they're not going to be able to get all the way to the end. They will have to stop. And they missed the window by 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's absolutely frightening. So Jean is in the pits, so that's so he's only got 15 seconds left in the pits, and then he'll be on his way out. And I'm sure he'll be trying to chase down the likes of Christian Venter. So there we go. So Christian is up, Jean is out, but he should be down in 3, 2, 1, and go.
That was impressive.
How do you do things? Hey?
Math.
Yellow flag for Paul Venter there. Wonder if he's
Pull
had
the
a-
wall.
What? Oh, no, he don't.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
slow.
that's-
So maybe
that's a
it was a little moment through.
Oh, the bus stop.
Pull the
Oh,
wall
big
Venter.
moment. Big moment.
Paul, I think we need to change your nickname, because I think calling you Paul the Wolf Venter is just asking for it to happen.
5 rand.
You've got a bet. Ben is
5
betting
South
you
African shillings. I'll have that bet, sir. Anyway, we have fun, guys. You know.
So what is the bet? That Tariq's
I
going
can't.
to win.
Oh yeah, Tariq's gonna win. Tariq Adams. Tariq. We have
Oh,
fun,
that
guys.
car is not looking good, Paul.
Yeah.
You know there's a problem when the windscreen is 50 shades of grey. So there's Memo just confirming that the team original name was the Chasing Beavers was outvoted for Team Vroom.
I would have gone for the first name.
No, we're quite aware of that.
I mean, that goes without saying. Hey, Craig, look at me, big man.
Yeah.
Hey, look me in the eye.
Look me in the eye, boy. So Paul Venter now obviously
Go on.
bringing it in to fix that damage.
Wonder how long that's
Get
gonna
along.
take.
AMG in the wall. Memo, that is on point
I've
So-
put a Merc in a wall before
in real life.
in real life. I'm just a bad
I
driver.
think we should take this offline because you're trying to get me to get you in my karting team, and now you're telling me that you put it in the wall.
Didn't I bend 2 axles in a week? In
No.
4 days.
No,
Yeah, it was 2 axles in 4 days.
no. It was a rear axle and the rim, and then the next that was at the practice. Then
Yeah.
at the race day was a rear axle and the other rim.
Yeah.
So 2 axles
That's
and 2
impressive.
rims.
You know what? Can I
2
tell you
weeks.
something about
Yeah.
driving, bro? You need a crash to know how not to crash.
Yeah, but once.
You
Once
learned
or
it
twice.
first time.
Not me. Not me. I've ridden all.
Memo, so the massive
Black flag, what?
the massive black flag with the orange dot is mechanical
Yeah. They have to
mechanical
box that lap.
damage.
Yeah.
Box.
Tell me, because I am new to this.
Are
so
they
I'd,
still in pits? Yes,
Yes.
they are.
I'd like to know. So, cars dropping oil
No.
doesn't happen.
No.
Eh?
The tires losing pressure,
That happens.
getting flat spotted,
Yeah.
graining,
Yeah.
getting punctures.
Yeah.
Yes.
What could be more realistic than a car dropping oil?
A car dropping oil.
Yeah, but I'm trying to
No,
say,
I'm saying
like, why?
literally
why?
a car dropping oil.
Yeah.
But
I'm
how do
saying-
you simulate that?
I don't know. I'm not a.
Is it a
I'm not
crash?
Not a-
computer genius. I don't even believe in the interweb. There's no proof that anyone's listening to this. We're just three guys sitting in a studio talking to each other.
No, I can tell you there are 16 people that are watching us
We-
on this, but then on the
It's
middle
getting pretty
stage,
f-
there's
eh?
another probably 20 or so.
No,
So
really, it's getting pretty thin up here. We celebrities.
we're into about the
Do you-
20s. You are
How
poor.
safe are you on your way home? Bro?
Yeah, I know.
Waiting for us outside.
I'm
There
flying
could
by
be a
chopper.
stalker. Hey, you so you're gonna drop me
Memo,
home,
your gap now to the Porsche is now 4 laps. I
Ah.
mean, the Porsche
The
gap
AMG.
to the AMG is
It's
now
4
4 laps.
Okay.
I do like the purple lines on that car. On
It's
the
so
top.
nice, eh? It really is cool. So Tariq, a 44.0. But it doesn't count as his fastest lap because I think he did a track limits there, Dill.
Where did you see that? Sorry.
If you look on the timing, it's
Mhm.
44.0, but it doesn't count as a fastest lap.
Okay.
And this is where we need Daniel.
This is where we need Daniel to pop online
you
and
go,
tell us how
Daniel,
many track limits.
How did he do a 44.0, which means he's gained time,
Yeah,
but
that's
not
definitely-
got a track limit? Because you don't get the track limit if you haven't made up time.
Yeah.
So you can go wide, come off the throttle, go back on. But if you are on the throttle, you go off and you gain time, then you get that track limit.
Yeah, no, so you can also be strategic with it, though. I mean, you know how many track limits it takes, so if you need to put the hammer down, might be worth having 1 or 2. But then you run the risk of that drive-through, which will be detrimental to these guys who are trying to catch
The drive-through
desperately back up to the lead.
is going to cost you 40 seconds.
Yeah.
I've sent the link through to my family in Italy. They're all listening.
That is
Ciao, come
fantastic.
stai?
No Italians racing
No.
there this evening. Are we evening yet? Yes, we are.
It is evening.
It is 6:30
Local.
local time.
We've
Yeah.
lost track of time in here.
Yeah, no, we have. And it is 20 minutes past 8 in the evening in Watkins Glen
Yeah.
in the United States of America.
And the fans are still there. I mean, they have just been diehard. They're still in the stands. They've still been watching and enjoying this racing. So
But no rain.
no rain. We still haven't seen any umbrellas pop up, and so no, it's been good, and we thank the fans for coming out all this way to Watkins Glen. I think it's in upstate New York County, or New York State. I looked on Wikipedia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Watkins Glen. Interesting.
So I think the town where the track is actually called Watkins Glen. So a little bit of useless information.
Can we go there in your helicopter
Definitely.
Hey?
Yeah.
After the race.
after the race?
Takes a
Yeah,
while
we-
from here, though.
We still got 1 hour, almost 2 hours, 42 minutes. 1 hour, 41 minutes, 1 hour to go. And the track temp now down 21 degrees. Ambient temperature 21 degrees. So that's now dropped from
Check how
26.
consistent,
Yeah.
check how consistent they are in that Lambo.
Oh yeah.
Eh? Oh yeah.
44,
Yeah.
410. Yeah.
Hey, that's the mark of a good drive. Tariq, do you want to come drive on my racing team?
You're recruiting.
Yeah, well, I'll recruit good guys. You can't deny that. Hey? Hey?
100%.
I'll recruit good guys. I gotta
Jamie,
get guys.
that
You know,
was
the
wide.
secret of life is have people who are smarter than you or better than you around you.
Yes.
Like that's why I've got you guys around me. But it's not. It's marginal. It's marginal.
It's very marginal. But Ryan Ottens, look at his last lap. I mean, a 44.8. That's impressive pace.
So that is his best. But
that-
again, that second sector, he's
Yeah.
still struggling there.
Yeah. But I mean, he's.
Well, I say struggling. He did his fastest.
It's
sector
very, very impressive. And at that rate, Tariq will battle to catch him, and I will
believe in
I will
Tariq.
win the bet. So
With that 5 rounds. That.
5
So
rond.
Ryan,
What are you gonna do with your 15 rounds?
Ryan is
first pop.
0.4 of a second slower than Tariq.
In the middle sector.
In that second sector.
Wow.
Interesting. He's quicker than Tariq in the first, and quicker in the second.
So the second sector's coming what down the hill through the bus stop around that corner,
Yeah, bus stop pretty much
around
is the biggest one.
a right-hander
So,
into
yeah,
a
there's-
left-hander.
You'll actually see it. There's a sector which is actually sits here,
Mm.
which is the second sector, and the third sector sits up here. Let's see whether, so Paul is up and running.
Someone's in the
back,
pits. Number 5's in the pits.
That's more, no he's not. Oh,
Yes, yes.
number 5, not 5th position.
Yeah.
That's Delirium, so that should be Sean Lorero. There he is. So now having come to a stop in the pits, and he is ahead of Paul Fenter.
This surely should be a driver change as well, Dill. Sean's been in the car for, I think, a double stint. So
Yeah,
should
Sean
be
would have quite possibly double stinted.
a driver change.
No, it was Flip Van Zyl that was before him.
Okay.
But this would be,
This is their second last stop.
they would have one more stop after this.
So they'll have to do a splash and dash as well.
Ah, Vanna, thank you so much.
Aha.
We'll just take a little sip.
Yes. we
Reminded
will-
to stay
I've
hydrated.
been staying hydrated, Vanna's also in on the bet. So
Yeah.
the winner gets 20 rand instead of that 15 rand that we were saying. Hey, that bottle of water that you're drinking right now is not even 15 rand. It's more expensive than 15 rand.
I know.
Inflation, I'm telling
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so
I'm just thinking that the hydration that we're having is different to the hydration that Van was probably having.
probably at this stage.
He's got hops. You're riding on the marbles there. Where are you? With rum.
With rum, there we go.
Memo, I'd just stay away from the rum unless you have finished your stints.
Memo, follow me on Instagram.
My underscore
don't.
is hashtag.
Or don't.
Ryan is currently improving on his fastest time. Oh, that was so neat through there.
Yeah, that was okay. Yeah.
See how the car just settles through and then power, and they run very, very wide. He had one before he stint. I suppose to calm the nerves, it could work.
Just driving it. Metro cops pulled him over, bro.
That's 100 board on the brakes. Ooh,
A little bit
wide.
deep, yeah.
Yeah. No, and that little mistake, it just shows you. So he was 1/10 up, now coming out of the toe, now 0.3 down. So that's 0.4 of a second lost by just going in a little bit too deep. And that's why it's important to hit the braking points and those turning points consistently. Otherwise, you keep doing it, and then it's half a second, 1 second, and that's how you start losing that time.
Well, on that bombshell, Dill, I'm going to do a splash and dash as well. So I'll see you guys shortly.
What does that mean?
Splash and dash.
You need someone to shake it for you. You have a truck driver's license. Eh?
You hold.
No, sorry, this is a family channel, ladies and gentlemen.
So I see that we do have somebody in the Discord. It is the team captain of the LTR. Let's see whether we can just get our producer to give us the thumbs up that he is there. Mr. Flip Van Zyl, good evening. How are you?
Hello, Dylan. Very well, thank you. Tired already, eh?
So 1.5 hours left to go. And you guys have been holding quite well there in 6th place. See, Chris is now in the car, taking over from Sean. How have you guys felt your race has gone so far?
I think it's one of our best enduros thus far, eh? No issues. No big crashes, no penalties, nothing, eh? Went really, really well. Enjoying it.
And myself and Craig spoke earlier in terms of the stream, is that generally those strategies don't really run according to plan. But are you guys still in sync? You're going to have a shorter stint at the end, and everything running according to plan?
Yeah, no, perfectly according to plan. I think the guys are trying to make my stint as short as possible right at the end, as the slowest driver. So, yeah, no, we'll push it.
Don't worry,
I
you
don't
and me,
think
man.
splash and dash is going to work in this race.
All right, and so just in terms of that splash and dash, you're going to run a lot less fuel, get on the new tires, and just enjoy that last stint.
Yeah, I don't think we currently need to make up any time, so we'll go the safe route. but we found that the cars drop off hectically after 55, 60 minutes. So to extend it to an hour and a half is going to be almost impossible. I don't know who's going to do it, but we definitely not doing that.
Okay, no, 100%. And just from the start, I don't know if you've seen any of the stream, but there has only been one contact situation. That was when we had Christian.
Into the Lambo that spun, yeah.
Yeah, Christian made a little bit of a mistake and connected Etienne, but on the start, for the first, I'd say 6 hours of the race, not one driver had made contact with anybody.
Yeah, no, it's been very clean and everybody's well behaved. And I've got a second screen running and I saw that accident. I think it's a racing incident. Etienne came through and yeah, Fento was just in the wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, we did have Ruan in and asked, whether that would be something that they would put in, and said that it wasn't their race. There's no point going and putting it in. Just carry on the racing and just get on with it. So I think that's actually quite a good mindset to have.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's been good, eh? Driver's been good. Pace has been hectic. Like I said, we didn't make any mistakes or anything, and we can't keep up with the top 5.
And currently the fastest car on the track in a straight line is Mohat Musa in that BMW, top speed at 264.
Yeah. Oh, no, they go down the back straight. But I think we make up quite a bit in the last sector, so it's all even. All even. The cars are really pretty well matched.
No, 100%. Flip, thank you very much for just coming and chatting to us. We'll leave you there for the last 1.5 hours to go, and wish you back all the best to the end.
Yeah, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Cool. So that was the team captain from LTR, currently sitting in 6th place, Flip van Zyl. And as I said, quite interesting. We've spoken about strategies, but they're actually on their strategy. They haven't had any incidents. They're running on time. For me, that's pretty much quite a new thing to hear, but glad that it can actually
get
happen.
that right for 8 hours, not easy. Hey, really not an easy thing.
So Lucas just bringing up a message there to say that if we could get rid of DCs and load shedding, it would make these events so much better. The load shedding would have helped us get a few more drivers in, and it is what it is. Unfortunately, we got to play the card that we were dealt. So as we come through to 1.5 hours, a big thank you to everybody that has joined us on the stream through the day. We know that we are also live on the Medal State Twitch channel, and I'm pretty sure that if you are watching there, you're hearing some of our comments coming through off the YouTube. I haven't really got access, but it does look like I can see. So maybe if we can just appreciate some of the people that are currently there. We've got Just Daniel ZA. He's there saying yo-yo. That was quite early on. We also have the ZA Genesis team, and that's Let's Go Daniel. Kudaburu? That's right, Kudaburu? Huh? Kudaburu. Kudaburu. Got it. There we go. Pretty
As in
good
it's a
racing
kudu,
that.
bro. It's not an Impala. It's,
It's
not an
bro.
Eland.
No, I get it now.
It's a kudu.
Now that I read it and you've helped me with my
It's a kudu,
pronunciation.
bro.
Listen, I've been singing Afrikaans. I'm a multi-talented
I'm not
here.
gonna get over that.
We got Chen's sending us some hearts there. Thank you very much. Larissa Hawk, nearly 2 hours to go. Well, we are now 1.5 hours. Thank you very much for tuning in. And don't forget, guys, don't forget to hit that little love button as well as subscribe if you haven't already. It's on Twitch. So subscribe, pay us the money, support Medal States, our partners, and then on the YouTube channel, just send us a little love. If you haven't subscribed, let's do it.
Yeah, smash that
Goes
like
a
button.
long way. I've got to put my kid through preschool. Come on.
No, he's in primary school.
Preschool.
He's in pre-high school. So it just shows how much I know about Twitch.
How old do you think I am? Just because I was playing. Yeah, the SARCO community is growing. I mean, I'm here, and I'm. Hey,
You're not even
I've got
racing
like
and
14
you're here.
followers on Instagram.
Well, there you go.
Eh?
That's massive.
That's it is pretty thin up here, man. I'm joking. Nice.
Mr. Producer, I'm just checking.
You know what?
We're
If I
okay with
start,
microphones and
racing, I
batteries, all
can't
good?
commentate. So I mean,
Yeah,
flip
so
a coin,
it's
heads or tails.
Yeah, you got to choose one.
What do you
or
want
do
me
both.
to do? What do you want me to do? You
Do
think I
both.
can drive and talk at the
Yeah.
same
That
time?
got my eye. So,
Mic,
Craig, just be on standby. You're going to need a little bit of a mic battery update.
Okay.
So, Alessandro,
Yes,
just let
sir.
me know when you're going to come and try out the online world, and then we'll get you hooked up for some racing.
First, I want to sit in Brandon's 30-year-old rig.
Wait, we
If
can
I
make
break
that
that,
happen. If,
hey?
we'll just have to get hold of Brandon. Now that Brandon has now left the building.
No, he's behind you.
Where? Oh, he is still here. He must have just been lurking in the corners. Brandon, how's it? Are we going to get Alessandro hooked up in your 30-year-old rig? We'll make a plan. And then we're going to get you into a new one. So in fourth place is Jamie Reese. We do know that they are on that correct timing in terms of the pits. Christian Fenter, however, it does not look like they are that they're in sync. We look like they missed it by a minute. So they will have to put in another pit stop, which will then carry them through to the end. It is going to be so close to
I'm
the
watching
end.
these Lambos, they're sticking together.
So Vanna, 100% on our YouTube channel. The subscribe button is free. So push it.
Yeah, it's just a click. Hey?
You're one click away from liking it, and another click away from
Black Friday, it's half a click.
Yeah.
from putting the bell on
50% off.
and have that notification.
We'll send
Alejandro.
Alejandro to come click it for you
Alejandro.
if you want.
I can sing that song as well if you want me to.
Oh my
Please,
gosh.
guys, sing, but you're gonna have another disconnect from
No.
Tariq. He's gonna lose his mind, bro.
No. We're
What?
not singing.
Let's go see what the
We're not
times are doing
singing.
there
Who are we looking at?
for that Lambo.
For Tariq.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a 45.6 was his previous lap. Wrong. Sorry. There we go. 44.7. Whoa.
Wow,
Look at
really
that.
attacking.
Pushing as hard as he can, tacking the curbs, making
Oh,
that
he's the lead
suspension
Lambo.
work.
Oh, so Christian Fenter's behind him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But Christian Fenter is out of sync in the pit stops. That's what we're waiting for.
Christian Fenter's a lap down, but he's on track. It looks like he's 2 seconds behind him.
Yeah.
I just wish that I could just look at this and do my quick calculations in terms of the math. But here you can see, so this was I'm looking at Tariq. They did their change at 6:02. So that was the race time.
Yeah.
Which means that if you added 2 hours and 10, that takes them through to the 8 hours. If you look at Mohat and Isham, they pitted at 5:52. So you add 2 hours and 10. This last stop will be right on the edge
Right on the edge of the
of that
threshold.
stint time,
Yeah.
which will take them to the end. If you go to Jamie, that was a 6:11.
Yeah.
So that means they are okay.
Are we allowed to ask guys where they're racing from?
Well, what do you mean?
Like, as in where they are? Like-
Well, these are
Hey-
local.
Okay, so Tariq, where are you? AJ DeCock, where are you guys?
No, he can't hear us.
Okay.
The people that we're talking to are these people that are watching.
So we are.
We We do have an international person driving. That's obviously Agamemnon Baron, who's based in Greece.
Oh, for real? I
For
didn't
real.
know that. That's incredible.
Yeah. Where is... Yeah. Oh, you see. So for Christian Deploy and Christian Fenter, how's this for heartbreaking? They pitted on 5:48:23. You add 2 hours and 10 onto that, and it is 7:58.7.
Oh, Dill, that is just
1 minute 70 out of sync. So that 1 minute 70 will be another pit stop.
that's just painful. At this stage, after what they've been through. Oh, and
Nailed
Tariq
the
just
wall
hits
there.
the
I
wall.
saw that. I saw that.
We haven't seen too many people hit that wall in a bad way, Dill.
No.
Luckily.
Like the wall of champions.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it is, I'd say, an easy corner. But yeah, Tariq looked like he just had a little bit of an understeer there as he turned in. Ulrich is yellow, but moving again. So that's all good. But I'm glad now I can now look at this and understand who will need to pit again. So Ulrich and Adrian, they're safe. So they'll have that one more stop. Ruan, Etienne, and Jason Farmer, they're safe.
Yeah.
AJ, Ryan,
they're
and
well
Leclerc,
safe,
they're
yeah.
safe. I wonder when Leclerc's going to come back, because it's been AJ, Ryan, Leclerc.
I don't think I've seen him drive today, to be honest. I've only seen Ryan and AJ in.
Ryan, if you're watching, just let us know. Leclerc, is he coming in? Did we miss him? I don't remember seeing him.
Yeah.
I just know that if he's registered and he's in, he needs to do a stint. Otherwise, there's penalties to be served.
Well, there we go. So it could be
He'll have
another
to do,
twist in the
He's
story.
only got the last stint. So it's either Leclerc or nothing. And then there's a penalty.
Okay, so that is ongoing development that we'll keep an eye on, because if that is the case, he should do the last stint. Otherwise,
I haven't seen him, and I've been paying. I haven't even blinked since this race started.
So we'll have to get some feedback there to see if he is probably going to do the last and has to, in other words. So let's go see.
Leclerc, blink if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Send us some sort of signal.
Have a look. Tariq, last lap. 44.9. So he actually lost time to AJ de Kock on that last lap. AJ de Kock with a 44.8. So with Tariq's mission being to chase down AJ de Kock, not really going that well. AJ de Kock matching, even beating Tariq's current lap time. So tall order. And I think Tariq's still a lap
He
down.
just beat him on that last lap, yeah.
Yeah.
And look at that. That last lap was his best lap.
Yeah. So they're putting the hammer down. AJ de Kock doing an excellent job out front. Just keeping any sort of threat with Tariq at bay. But with an hour 21, is there another sting in the tail? Because we know now that could AJ de Kock and Ryan Otten's team be facing a penalty for not having a driver driven? We could be completely wrong. So if you do know in the chat, please do let us know. But we haven't seen. Goes without saying that Tariq has been absolutely on it this whole event. Definitely the man to beat. Obviously just the heartbreak of that disconnect. But let's see, we'll jump on board with AJ de Kock. Give us a nice nighttime view. Would you like to drive in the night? in one of these in real
Yeah, I
life?
don't mind. It doesn't look too hard. But I mean, I've said that before in crash cars. So
It's amazing how these lights. I mean, when we
They're
saw
bright,
the
eh?
the Kalami 9-hour. I mean, I think
They're
the TV
incredibly
and stuff
bright.
doesn't really
Yeah, I
do it
know.
justice, but in real life, I tell you, you can't even look at them directly because
No.
they're so bright.
give you a 10.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about driving. You need to be able to see where you're going. You absolutely.
Well, that's the
No, I mean, I
number
know
one
that
thing.
sounds obvious, but I mean, racing and I mean, imagine doing the 9-hour. I mean, the 24-hour in and the Nürburgring.
Oh.
Hey. I mean,
you see onboards of those guys going around there.
and you see,
It's ridiculous.
yeah.
And there's so much traffic. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
it's not just GT3 cars. You've got slower cars on there as well, which you'll be passing.
A lot slower. I
A
mean,
lot
there
slower.
was
A little
that,
Clio. or
that
something.
not that little Clio. There was a
Dacia, I think it was.
Dacia Honda that was banged into it. And must have been 200 kilometer speed differential. That's the biggest word I know, by the way. So. And that's me signing off. My brain just overheated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us. It's
Thanks
been
for having
lucky
me.
to- Yeah.
Listen, that's a
lucky to
joke,
have
by
you.
the way. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh.
Craig, we have fun.
Yeah.
We came here to have fun, and
Well,
we're
here
here
we are.
having fun. The guys driving the cars are having fun. It's cool also driving a sim, because if you're praying a Lamborghini in real life, it's quite a expensive exercise.
Yeah.
One could say.
You could.
If
But now, yeah,
it is
come to the sim, you just push escape and it's
Yeah.
it's fixed. Let's have a look down the field. Jamie Rees in fourth. He's 10.9 seconds behind Christian Venter. But in saying that, Christian Venter is out of sync with his pit stop. So this could turn out to be quite an epic battle for the last podium position. With
Let's go and look at who's on the same lap here. We got AJ de Kock,
one lap ahead.
225.
Yeah. Tariq.
Tariq Adam, 224. Christian Venter, 223. Jamie Rees, 223. Musa, 223. I'm not even going to try and pronounce some of these names.
Chris Heineke is on
Hey?
222. Yeah.
Chris
Paul
Heineke, I could have
Flemser,
said,
22,
Hey.
219.
Paul
Charles
Venter, 219. Charles Schneer.
215. Jason Farmer,
But that's it,
214.
yeah. Ulrich Diarra, 207. So that was your live lap update, and we're going back to the top now.
Yeah. So, yellow flag for De Lager. I don't know if he had, there's he there, just had a little bit of an issue.
So Leclerc saying he's here, didn't know he had to do a stint, so he's panicking to get ready. Just take it easy.
Okay, good. Okay, so
Take it easy.
we've had confirmation. Leclerc Besson is in the chat and he's been watching his team with this outstanding performance, so he's going to get ready. I'm sure he'll bring it home. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are aware now that he has to do a stint, and hopefully all goes well. So Tariq last lap, 44.7. AJ de Kock 45 dead. So Tariq catching, but not enough at this rate.
Look at that. BMW, I think that's the number 31 car, is done at 265 as its top speed.
Wow, okay.
265 as well from Paul Venter.
Yeah, it's a Mercedes.
That's the Mercedes. Tariq 264, 264, both the Lamborghinis doing 264. What number is that Porsche again?
Porsche is number 76.
What's going on here?
Let's have a look. If you click.
Number 8?
Yeah, let's have a look. Have a look. Charles Schneer is still lapping. His last lap was a 1:47.8. They are down in 8th position and battling pretty much with Jason Farmer. They are 60 seconds behind and on the same lap. So that's the battle for 8th position. So all to play for Jason Farmer and his team to try and get up. We spoke to Ruan earlier, who said their goal was to beat the Porsche. So 60 seconds behind, a lot to play for, unless they are probably a pit stop ahead, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so 69 has already stopped. They stopped at 1 minute past 6 hour mark. So they will have one more stop to go. And just looking at the Porsche's stint times, they have yet to make their second to last stop. As we now see our leader, AJ de Kock, doing a great job, must be said. Hasn't put a wheel wrong in his stint so far. And just bringing it home.
One hour 13 to go, gentlemen.
1 hour 13 to go. We were just having a look.
Oh,
Leclerc Basson is
Leclerc.
in chat. He is putting his helmet and his gloves on.
Okay.
And he will bring the number 647 Ferrari home. So
He's not actually doing that.
of course.
Eh?
Sim
Okay,
racing
you
is
said
all about.
Leclerc Basson, I'm here. Didn't know I had to do a stint, so panic getting ready now.
Helmets
So if
on.
if we hadn't have said anything,
So yeah, so Tariq's coming for you and me. So we will
And-
definitely be leaving by chopper today.
holy cow, this 70 seconds.
Chopper with a chopper, huh?
And we are approaching the last windows for the last pits.
Yeah.
Get to this pit gap.
And Christian Venter, 1 minute 20 seconds
Yeah.
is the how
Is-
far they missed that by.
So Jamie Reese has been catching Christian Venter though. Last lap wasn't Jamie
So-
Reese's
but
best.
Jamie doesn't have to push.
Jamie doesn't
just-
have to push.
he
He
just
has to
needs
just bring it home. He's 11
to
seconds
bring it home.
behind. Yeah.
11 seconds plus the pit stop.
Yeah.
But you see, I don't think that the team would know that.
Yeah.
So we're actually giving the team valuable information
So
if they're
we will-
listening.
Yeah.
Which
well,
shows you the importance of actually coming on and listening to the stream.
absolutely.
Chantilly's Hudson saying, Leclerc, you got this. Well, glad we gave you a heads up.
Yeah.
Because if you hadn't have raced, the minimum stint would have been an issue.
I got a lot of valuable stuff inside my head.
Okay. Actually, the time's gone quite quickly. I have to
I
admit that.
can't say it didn't feel like 8 hours.
So it's been wonderful to watch. Great driving on display. As with any endurance race, just bad luck all around. Only one or two incidences that we... Actually, only one contact incident
One
with
contact.
another car. So
Both AJ de Kock and Tariq Adam on the same lap.
Yes, oh, that's 70
Okay,
seconds,
now,
79.
AJ de Kock is on lap 229 and Tariq Adams is on lap 228. Christian Venter 227.
Jamie, 227.
227. Mr. Musa 226.
And that gap between Charles in the Porsche versus Paul Venter in the AMG, that was close.
There's
That
been
was-
one
that was all-
incident of a car hitting another car.
Yeah.
The whole race.
one incident.
These are some of the best drivers in the world. All 10 of
Look,
them. Hey?
and we're being realistic here. That we understand that more cars create more opportunity, but
Create
this
more issues as well.
100%. But this is still shows that it can be done.
If I was out there, it would be like a distraction. Listen, I'm just a. I could be, folks would be finding my IP address and being like, you get that hike off this. You get him off.
Oh, goodness.
No sign of rain yet, Dol.
I'm disappointed. We even did the little rain dance.
Yeah,
Didn't quite come together. But it's okay because we've had some really good racing.
we have.
And we've had the drama.
Oh, I still can't get over it.
The disconnection has completely changed the entire dynamic of this race.
And who do we have to thank for that?
The disconnection.
Yeah.
I suppose wherever
The
Tariq's
interweb
IP connection
the interweb
is.
subscribe
Provider.
provider.
The ISP
subscriber.
provider.
Could be HCOM.
So, and if there is an ESCOM outage, and for some reason the connection that runs through, and that's possibly on Tariq's node, will then drop it out. So, just crazy.
Yeah.
I haven't had 8 hours of power for a long time in my life. Eh? Since 2021, I haven't had 8 hours of straight power. This is the best day of my life.
You come and visited us, and there's been lights on the entire time. Not only the lights, but all the glowing lights from all the PCs and all the stage lights.
It's incredible the setup they got here.
Yeah.
Good place to come and rob.
Oh, Christian, what is going on there? That was very wide into 12.
Earlier on the lap, I noticed I switched to him because he went yellow, so he might have had another incident on this lap as well.
That rear is snapping on him. Something's not so delicious there.
Yeah.
But he is coming to the end of the stint, remember? So he's going to be pitting before that 105.
I think, yeah, you called it. On the money, as usual. Dill with the epic predictions. Called it.
How do you do it, Dylan?
It's just...
You know, Dylan's got 100 years of racing experience. And he's only in his mid-20s.
Yeah, so I mean,
He's got 100 years of racing experience. He's in his mid-20s.
Yeah. Got a certain talent.
Dylan, do you race your wife to the toilet in the morning?
I always
do you race to have breakfast before?
It's not a race.
Yeah.
Because I bring her coffee in bed because I love my wife.
You're a good man.
So
I know my wife's not listening.
Here's the difference. What we know is that a lot of the guys were saying in that last stint they were going to splash and dash.
Yeah.
Ruin said it. Cliff and Sale said it.
Yes.
They're going to have to now decide, do they half the fuel and do 2 splashes? Or do they then go full now as far as they go and just splash and dash for the last?
Well, yeah. I would go for the splash and dash option.
Great question here from Chantalise Otson saying, random question. If you registered 3 drivers and said the 3rd driver could not make it for some reason, what are the implications? So the implications is that the game will automatically give you a penalty, but I think it's a 1-lap penalty for that driver not doing the stint, because you've registered that driver as a stint, which generally load shedding is not an issue when you think of the rest of the world. But here in South Africa, load shedding is something we've got to be careful of. So you've got to be very, very careful in the registration of the team. But there would have been a penalty applied. So good thing that Leclerc is now getting ready to have a go. Oh wait, we're going to do C4.
Yeah, we're on C4. We're going to C3. The epic camera shot looking back, see the flames coming out the back as he downshifts.
No, but that's not the awesome one. What
That
happened?
is pretty cool. That's also
A
quite
little
cool.
splitter cam.
That's cool.
That is cool.
That's under the splitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is...
And there's not much space under the splitter.
Ooh, Paul Venter had
This
a little
camera's-
bit of- see? No.
No,
If we were there in real life, our faces would all get distorted.
Let's see if we can get those epic shots.
Chantilly's only a pleasure. We see it's not doing
It's not doing the twisty
the
wisty
twisty thing that you had going there.
Oh,
Little
right on
blue
board
light
with
on the
Tariq.
inside with Tariq.
I feel like
67 seconds, so that time is coming down. But the question is, how far will that gap close before the end of this race?
Tricky one. Why do they have that blue light in there, Dill?
Suppose so that you can see the driver inside. Because
No.
remember, there's camera footage on the drivers.
I suppose, but I
But
was
that
also
blue
thinking,
light is subtle. It's it's enough for you to see inside the cockpit, but not enough to where you get that rearview mirror effect.
I was thinking, and I don't know if I heard correctly, maybe people in the chat know, but if you look at all the buttons and the dials, they all kind of that, you know, when you go to a ultraviolet party kind of thing. So it's to illuminate all the buttons on the steering wheel and the console, so that the driver can see pit limiter
Like a blue
and all
light.
that stuff. Yeah, so it's actually blue
Yes.
light.
Whoa,
and
you
it
see
just
those
makes
steering
a
inputs.
little slide there by Tariq. So Tariq's last lap of 44.8 versus AJ de Kock's 45.6. We
Listen,
see
that gap between Tariq and AJ was
Coming
80
down.
seconds.
yeah,
keep
It's
it
now
coming down.
it's coming down.
66.
I want to see a little bit of action here, guys.
So Musa's in the pits as well. That'll be for their
Keep it coming
It is
down.
close. It is
Just-
close. But yeah, they got that,
that should
absolutely
be
perfect.
yeah. So that's going to be their final stop.
As well as Ulrich and
That-
Adrian, they are on the money there.
That BMW is a good-looking car.
It
I'm not a
is.
BMW fan, but that's a good-looking car.
It is a good-looking car, especially in that matte black carbon finish.
Right, I promise you, in the practice server, your livery was showing. Now your livery ain't showing. I don't know why. But at least you are the only matte black car on the field, so
True.
I think it works.
Makes him dangerous.
Oh, what's happening there? I saw all of a sudden that was looked like it was for position.
Yeah. I think it's just sinking after pit stops. No, but none of them have made a stop.
No, because Paul is actually 2 laps behind Chris Heineke.
Yeah.
So it might have just been our
Just
ACC
little-
TV that had
yep,
a little of a
glitch.
moment there going, don't know what happened there, but nevertheless, we are up and running. And gentlemen, we are approaching the final hour.
Wow.
Let's see who has stopped.
Okay, so let's look at. Okay, so 647 should have one more stop to go. Yes.
So if we start at the top, so Tariq,
Tariq, they've got one.
They've got the one stop that they'll probably do now, which will take them to the end.
Okay.
Mohat Musa and Isham, they've just stopped now, which will now
To the
take
end.
them to the end.
Yeah.
Christian
the
deploy
heartbreak of a minute.
is 6:52, add 65,
Yeah.
and you're short 2 minutes. So there's a stop there.
It's just so they're gonna have
Jamie,
to-
Jean and Ulrich, they are done. They've got it. Ulrich and Adrian, they did it with 2 minutes in hand.
Wow. Okay.
So they will be on the money there with that last stop. 5:55.22. That's Charles, Memo, and Johan. So they still need to stop. They're going to stop now. So they're obviously just a little bit ahead.
Yeah.
But they should be stopping like kind of almost on this lap. So if I probably click on them, they're probably going to be driving into the pits on this lap. And that's just from my expert opinion.
Well, there
Just
you go.
looking at the data,
That is
making an assumption, and
Okay.
hopefully it pulls through.
that is.
If this
let's see.
happens-
If this happens,
You know what? You should. Red Bull should hire you, bro.
As a
the next
strategist.
Christian Horner. Horner.
No.
Horner.
What did I say? What
Yeah.
did I say?
You're
No,
just a
on the
racing.
money.
You're just a racing magician.
on the money. So this is their final
So
stop.
this is their final stop. So they're good to the end.
Okay.
And guys, all it is just I've got the data in front of me. I look at the data, and it's how you interpret that data. Craig?
Well,
that's the skill, right?
95% of the time.
Um,
Facts are made up. So
I thought it was 67% of the facts were made up.
100% of the time.
It's 99. It's 99% of statistics are made up.
Okay, now we know. But 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Where were we? Fleming, Paul, and Niall.
Yeah.
Neil Greening. Niall. There actually is a Niall that races.
Okay.
In the LNR. So apologies there, Neil. And to Niall. I suppose works both ways. 6,
So they're
14.
done. One
No,
more.
they're going to stop.
One more. Yeah.
They will need to stop. I don't think it would be now, but they would need to stop pretty soon because then they'll have that one last stint to the end. But I can actually tell you
Tariq,
when
that
they
gap's
would need
coming
to.
down. That gap is coming down.
No. 61 seconds now.
Coming down. You can do it.
So they're going to stop at 7:20, so there'll be 40 minutes left. So 40 minutes left in the race is when we'll go and check, and they should be making their final stop. And then the last person to stop would be the Christians.
Okay.
I almost think that can do a drive-through, because once you
Just
go into
reset
the
the
into
stint
the
limiter.
pits, it resets the stint limiter, and you can drive out. You don't have to physically stop.
Well, we've seen
Once
that
the
in
stint-
real life in the SRO. So,
About understanding your rule
yes.
is that it's not necessarily a stop; it's resetting the
The
stint
driver
timer.
stint time. Ah, okay.
Read the rule book, understand.
But
right?
You're
Readings
helping
for
them
rich
again.
people.
Will we see that Dylan providing all the solutions today? But that's a very good point, and I think that's part of motorsport is understanding the rules and how to kind of not
use them.
use them.
No,
Well,
it's not
you
use
just-
them.
yeah.
It's understand them.
Yes,
And
exactly.
understand that if you interpret the rules a certain way, you can expect to do a certain thing.
Yes.
But if you know that, hold on, if I just drive into the pits, I'm not exploiting a rule. That's the rule. That's what the outcome is. That's what I'm going to do.
Absolutely.
What do you think about that, Alessandro? Do you think that that is exploiting a
you.
rule, or that's on the money, the way we go?
The way we go.
Okay,
That's the
fantastic.
way we do it.
Well,
Look, everyone applies the same rules. It's the same with Formula One. You know what I mean?
They all have that same
They
rule,
all
correct?
have that same rule. So
that'll be
if one can go and break the rule,
It's not breaking the rule.
or even
it's using the rule to your advantage.
It's understanding that what I need to do is I can only be in a stint for 65 minutes, but once I drive into the pits, that stint resets.
Yeah.
I don't have to stop. I can just keep going through.
Okay, so Tariq took another second and a bit out of AJ de Kock that last lap. So Tariq's still giving it everything. He's into the pits. Here's the stop. So this will be the final stop. Now, do we see
Now,
Daniel in the car?
do we see a driver change?
It all depends on their strategy, whether
Okay.
Tariq can say, well, I can double stint to the end. But remember, in terms of the ruling that we've got and how this has been set up, is that the game's going to automatically determine how much of a time each
You can
driver
drive.
can drive for.
Sure.
And they will have that on a heads-up display.
Yes.
So if Tariq has not driven all the time that he is required to drive or has in the bank, he can do a double stint now.
Okay, so crucial stop. Hit your speed limiter. It's nice that they're right at the end of the pit lane, because when they do get going again, it's not there's no sort of real risk of forgetting to push the pit limiter, because by the time you cross the line,
But can the car accelerate from 0 to 50 within
2 meters.
that is the question.
I hope not. I mean, they've had such horrible luck. They've just been so good. I mean, you can't deny it. Tariq Adam has just been on another level. So there you go, off the jacks. And he's out.
Tariq Verstappen.
Tariq Verstappen is out. Let's see if he stayed in the car. We'll only know once he passes through that first sector. So at the moment,
No,
it
that
is-
wasn't a 30-second stop. I think that was... No, you would have had to put tyres. You're not going to double stint on tyres, would you?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
You wouldn't.
No, there's no need to.
Yeah.
Because the risk is now not binning it and going off and allowing Jamie to close up with the gap. So it is still the Tariq in the car.
Okay. So Tariq to bring it home for the 33 Lamborghini. And he gets back on with it, because now it's head down, literally. It's going to be as fast as he can go. Quali laps. Let's see if he can pump in another one of those 43.8s. Just to chase down AJ de Kock, which will soon become Leclerc.
AJ, it's not that we have anything against you. It's just we love to see that Tariq or someone try and catch you. And if you were in second place and you were putting in these monster laps, we would be 100% backing you. We just want to see some drama. We want to see some proper racing. You got to keep that gap as much as you can, as big as you can, for as long as you can.
But Craig, I don't understand why I don't have the touch, because this is looking back.
It's not.
And it's not doing that weird reverse spinny around thing anymore.
I don't know how I did that.
But
I don't
that
miss
was
it.
pretty awesome.
It was cool.
No ways. I thought it was amazing.
Do you know it?
You don't miss it.
Your opinion means very little to me.
But I hurt your feelings.
No, you hurt my feelings when you said I couldn't race on your go-kart team. Don't talk to me.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so let's see if there's any other sort of close battles that we're going to be keeping an eye on. The Jamie Rees and Christian Venter one is pretty much a done deal, because Christian's still got to stop again and Jamie is ahead. So does that bring Isham into play? No, because they are a lap down on Christian Venter. So
Well, 60 seconds.
yeah.
Technically a lap.
So with a drive-through reset stint time, that could be quite close, considering that Isham Domingo has already stopped.
Hold on. You might be onto something here.
I
But
know
that drive-through is going to cost you 40 seconds.
it's going to be very close, and Isham's pace at the moment is not far off Christian's at all. So if they have to do that stint reset, Isham could be either ahead or right on the back of Christian Venter.
So it's in it to win it or in it to bin it. That's the
It's-
question.
that's
Is he
it.
going to be pushing and seeing that, hold on, I have to stop. I need to start managing this pace. Can some of those little errors start creeping in now that we're getting to the end of the race?
He's using all the track. Look at that. As much of the track as he can. That was a famous Ayrton Senna strategy. Did you know that? Ayrton Senna used to use as much of the track as he could.
Yeah.
Also, remember, I know nothing. I know nothing.
So Tariq crosses line. He was up, so 44.3 there for him, up against AJ's 45.6.
Wow. Okay.
But where is Leclerc?
Well, he must have his helmet and his his gloves already.
He's racing with them Sparko gloves.
We've just got to work out, because what I think the strategy will be here, Dylan, is to obviously give him, he hasn't driven the whole day. You don't want to give him too long a stint and leave him exposed to the relentless pace of Tariq. So I wonder if the last stop was at 6 hours 25. So they've got some wiggle room there. They're going to bring him in as late as possible, is my guess, to give him the least amount of time just to bring that car home. So let's see. Is there a minimum stint time that he had to do?
The game,
long as he gets in.
the game would have automatically worked that out.
Okay, so it should be on that heads-up display that the drivers and the
And
teams can see.
because there's a stint timer that gets put in there, there would be a a maximum that one driver could do, but not a minimum that one would do. If
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yes.
So it would take the 3 drivers, it would then work out, but hold on, you can't do X amount, but as long as one of them is not going over the
I see.
maximum, it's okay. So, but he would have to have done one stint. And once you're in, it's counting as that stint, whatever that time is.
Okay. That's literally down to how much fuel and how much tires and how long AJ can keep it out there for. And then they'll get Leclerc Besson into the vehicle.
My calculated, estimated guess is that they're going to leave him with 30 minutes left to go.
Okay.
So I reckon they'll pit on 32 minutes of the race.
Okay.
So how's that for a
Let's see.
for an expectation?
You've called everything
I've called
today.
it. I'm writing it down.
So
Let's see what happens.
32 minutes.
All the lotto numbers. I'll buy you a GT4. I swear. I'll buy all of us a GT4.
No, but I'm just looking at the
Okay.
information and then I'll make a quick minimum time. So, Chancelise, we're actually just chatting about that. I don't think there is a minimum time set in the server. Provided he does one stint, it's going to calculate him. But I know that there would be a maximum that one driver could do.
Okay.
The game would automatically calculate that for you, and there would be a heads up that you could and can't do based on what the game is saying.
Well, we could work it out for them, but we'll just provide our bank details there, and we're taking donations.
Okay, cool. I like that.
And that will
My
go
DM is
yeah, that'll go to the SARCO fund, so that we can have a Nürburgring 24-hour stream next year.
Got the soccer school for kids who can't read good.
Yeah. SARCO kids, who can't race good.
It's more like race good, exactly.
That's
But
me
you're
then,
you're
and I'll
yeah.
be the only student.
You'll get a scholarship.
And head boy.
No.
Finally, I'll achieve something. Huh?
Yeah.
What are you
So-
writing in your diary there?
Now we've got
notes.
Dylan
Always take notes.
is furiously taking
you
notes.
gotta-
He's calculating to the last second. He's going to call this out for you guys.
It's like watching Einstein work. Coloring in now, basically.
So, let's hop on board. Give me the bank details.
I'll give him my
There
bank
we go.
details. I'll give him my bank details. Hold on.
Ooh, okay, so Jamie Reese in the pits. That was a quick one. I think they reset the time.
Yeah.
So smart strategy, obviously listening to Dylan. And that is there.
So that's
Yep.
one credit.
That is
Was that a stop though? Just go. Where are they? Jamie Reese here. So it was a stop because you see 32, 35. So
Yes.
that was a stop.
okay. So we
So
just
32 travel time and 35 stationary
okay,
in the
great.
bracket. So that was a
A
calculated
normal
stop.
Okay, so that'll be their final stop then.
Then we're just a little slower than expected. A little white warning came up.
Was that the fastest lap of the race? His last lap, that was the fastest lap of the
Of
race.
this session.
Oh, of this.
Yeah, so not necessarily
okay.
of the race.
So just going back to the Isham Domingo and Chris Heineke battle. The gap now has increased, which is not good in terms of being track action. But there could still be some chicken on the bone there. We still have to see
Gonna make me hungry.
how this all plays out.
There's a 43.8. A 43.8 is the last lap by Tariq Adams.
Tariq Adam, fastest sector.
Another
one.
43.8.
Fastest sector 3
43.8,
overall.
eh?
So 43.8. That is absolutely flying.
People struggle in Sector 2. Who's done this fastest Sector 2 time today? How do we find that out?
You can have a look.
fastest sector 2 time.
Yes. Would be. No, it's not showing here.
The fastest sector 2 time was
Here's
done by
Tariq with a
Tariq.
29.39. It just wasn't on that
33.
lap.
Yeah, so
That's what it's telling you.
So in other words, these are only the fastest times for
Oh, okay.
this
So
session.
his fastest
This stint.
time there shows he did a 43.87.2. Just go back to that screen, Craig.
Yeah.
But it's saying that his potential is basically what he's just done, because he's now gone faster. It's not the fastest, but that is his current potential. But looking at his current lap, yeah, that's much slower. But I say much slower, but it's only 0.3 slower.
So we've got a question from the Ottens family again, Dill.
Yeah.
She says, let me word it differently. What's the max time? Still, please send your banking details.
So it would work out to a little over 5 hours.
Yeah. So it's about 5 hours, 5 minutes, or 5 hours, 10?
About
that
5
we
hours,
said?
15 minutes.
15. Okay, so that's max.
So it's essentially 5 stints.
Okay. So Chris Heineke's in the pits. This is the...
That they splash and dash.
Yeah.
This might sound stupid, but is a 296 really a 2-liter motor?
Yes.
You lie.
Google it.
What is it, a V6? A 2-liter V6 or?
Google it. I don't know if it's a V6, but it's definitely a 2-liter. I think you're right, it is a V6.
So this looks a little bit longer than a splash and dash for Chris Heineke.
No, it's a 3-liter. 296 GTB is powered by 2.9 3-liter twin turbo 120-degree V6.
Well,
That's the road going car.
Oh,
Look at the GT3.
Right, as Chris Heineke exits the pits for the last time in this 8-hour Enduro at Watkins Glen. I'm sure relief that the pits stop has gone well. Everything's done now, just to see the checkered flag for this final push of 42 minutes.
And the LTR team up 2 places from their qualifying, currently 6th place. We heard Flip saying when we had him in the Discord a little bit early on that the race has actually gone according to plan.
Yeah.
No track limits in terms of penalties being added, no drive-throughs, no contact. So just a good old-fashioned strategy that's come in and just now bringing it home.
Definitely, and I think that's what's needed in endurance racing. We see a yellow flag for the Porsche. Let's jump on board. He's still going, so maybe just a little slight run wide.
We definitely need to send the banking details to Chantilly's, because I think what's happening is he's feeding this information through.
Oh, definitely. Ryan's sitting right next to her, and he's running the team from there.
So, Chantilly's, I just want to confirm, is that pit stop a 32-second time left for Leclerc to finish?
So
hashtag just asking.
Hashtag just asking.
Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend.
I'll ask the stupid questions if that's okay. That's what I'm here for.
Well, we
make you guys look good.
We're exposing you into a
Craig,
whole new world.
You look really good.
Thank you.
Just family show, man.
Sorry. There's a little bit of humor. Smack on the wrist for that one. We come here to have fun. I have fun.
Well, I suppose if you're not having fun doing this, I think we'll lose our mind considering we're doing it for 8 hours. Okay, we are now 8 minutes away from
From your
Leclerc
call. Yeah.
getting in.
So let's see.
And
Another side bet, maybe, Dol?
I reckon it's
You're confident?
I'm confident on that 32.
£2.50.
In like a bear. Do you take EFT?
Ah, wow. Yeah,
You know-
geo payment. I'll take. Or cash.
Send me your baking details. I shan't send you my baking details.
Certainly.
That's my granny's recipe. You're not getting any of those baking
There's
details.
a lot of money exchanging hands here right now.
Sorry.
But this has been such a wonderful event, and yeah, we've said it so many times. But once again, thank you to Metal State to have graciously hosted us in their wonderful studio and set up the live stream for all
I'm
of
not
you
allowed
to
back
enjoy.
here after today.
Yeah, banned.
Hashtag just saying for a friend.
Yeah. But Moza as well, some racing equipment. Thank you to them too. Well, their support as well as Nag, who's also come on board. So big shout out to them for making this all possible. And I think everyone's enjoyed it from us. We in the commentary box, we've had a great time. And I'm sure all of you at home, and even you who have been racing, I know there's a lot of racers who are watching the stream as well, have enjoyed it. So if you haven't watched any of the racing so far, sit back. It's going to be action-packed. We've got 38 minutes left of this 8 hour of Watkins Glen.
And 6 minutes plus some change
6
away
minutes, yeah.
from AJ coming in.
Well,
and
until I
giving
pay
it
you
to
£2.50.
Leclerc. And Craig gives me my £2.50.
Yeah, so Christian Fenter still hasn't done his.
You know what I'm thinking of
Stint
doing?
reset.
I'm thinking I'm starting a side channel to this on betting. Betting.
can't.
and- okay, why can't I?
Because it's not
It's frowned upon, but I mean,
it's not audited.
hey,
It's not audited.
don't use big words with me.
Adam is a beast.
Yeah, Beamerstein Adam is certainly a beast.
Chantilly's
Last
really
lap.
wants to give us money, guys.
Oh, there was
Yeah.
a car on the wall in the background there.
Oh,
I
really?
didn't see that. Let's go back.
No,
Can we go
no,
back?
it's not. It's not. Car 33.
No, they're fine.
Oh, did Tariq make a mistake?
I don't know. It looked like it. That car was so wide.
He's doing that center style, taking as much track as he can.
Yeah,
No,
his last
taking-
lap was a 44.2.
Okay, so it was just the angle. Sorry, I got everybody excited there.
it was the glint of the headlights
Wow.
that obstructed your view, Dol. But yeah, folks, AJ de Kock last lap, 45.5. Tariq Adam, a 44.2. So, the fight is still on. Still 37 minutes to go. And of course, Tariq has done their last stop, so they in it to the end. Still waiting for AJ de Kock to bring that number 647 Ferrari in for its final stop, which Dill says will be in approximately 4 minutes and 23 seconds, 0.58,
As a guess.
as a guess.
A thumbs up.
As a thumbs up.
As an estimated, calculated understanding of the stint timers.
Wow.
I wonder if my wife's listening to this. Just so that she knows that
Did you send it
Wait,
to
I've
her?
made, I've made something of myself.
You've made it.
I've made it. I'm watching Tariq very closely. I am.
Well, you got money on the line, so
Got that money.
Yeah.
15 ronces.
Money.
okay. What's track temps doing? So 20 degrees track temp, 20 degrees
Phew.
outdoor temp, which I wish it was in Joburg right now,
Which is not.
but it's not.
My pool's hotter than that now.
Yeah.
And my pool doesn't get any sun.
But
You've never invited me for a swim. I wouldn't know.
still not a drop of rain.
So disappointing.
I know.
I was just hoping just for a little spritz.
I bought my gum boots as well, but they're gonna stay stored to the side here. Won't be using them today.
Just no need.
No need.
3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. So we
Okay,
need
let's
to
switch
get on
to
to
AJ de Kock.
AJ de Kock, is he going to be coming in on this lap?
Oh, this is a big call. £2.50 on the line.
250 cents.
More importantly, a lot of money on the line for AJ de Kock.
Yes, like-
Because this is pretty
This
much
is-
for the lead.
Prize money.
Who's behind him there? Is that Tariq?
So now, okay, so AJ comes in, Tariq catches up. And Tariq doesn't need to pit again.
That is Tariq
It is
behind.
Tariq. So, in a
Eh?
cruel twist of fate, AJ de Kock 1 lap ahead of Tariq. They back to back on the track.
Yeah.
So this is going to be very
The stage
interesting.
is set.
But according to Dylan, AJ's coming to the pits this lap. So let's see.
Well,
might-
it's 34, so he might not need to, and he can do one more lap and then come in.
okay.
So-
Why make it longer? Tariq's
They're going to.
looks a little. Yeah.
To the pits. Yes, I
Yeah, you called it. Spot on. Tariq goes around the
Super
outside.
excited just then.
So that pass there by Tariq on AJ de Kock was
Nice.
not for the lead, but he's literally unlapped himself because he was. And Tariq's made all their pit stops. So this is it till the end. He's got to do another circuit. Catches up to the back of AJ de Kock, which will now change to
Come AJ, go
Basson.
fast in the pits.
So
To Leclerc Besson.
Basson.
So he's now done his stint.
Let's see. Leclerc hasn't been in the car today, so let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see
Huge
what he's
pressure.
what's he got on.
Huge.
Huge pressure. But let's see. We'll switch to the express Dylan pit stop cam. Oh, I love
What a
that feed.
camera. Look at that. I love it.
Very, very important stop. So
33 minutes left.
Basson is busy climbing into the car. We can't see it, but he is getting into it, I can assure you. Tariq right now is,
At the toe.
he's just past the toe. He's in the arch of the foot heading towards the heel and back up the calf. So, AJ de Kock, well,
Well, it's going to be
Leclerc
Leclerc.
Basson is in the car, exited the pits.
He's got 30
Everything's
minutes.
clean. He's got 30 minutes to hang on.
33.
Let's see.
30. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's about the specifics.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, what do I know?
Okay, now we need to see
There's Leclerc's name, so it's come up.
Basson is in. My heart nearly came out of my mouth.
30 seconds is the gap.
Okay. So get out your calculator. We got 32 minutes and 32 seconds gap.
So if he's doing a second a minute,
It's a second a minute.
doesn't seem possible.
Yeah.
But that means is that he'd have to be doing one
Gonna be close.
1 second 0.6 a lap on Leclerc to catch him.
Okay.
Okay, it's gone to 40 seconds. So that's now
Okay,
the,
so that's
the
even-
true
even more.
reflection.
Okay. All to play for. If you're just joining us, you've joined us at the right time. Half an hour, just over half an hour left of this 8 hours of what on between Tariq Adam and Leclerc Basson for the win. Tariq Adam, incredible pace the whole day. Unfortunately, with a very unfortunate disconnect with about 3 hours to go. They fought back. They're on the same lap. They're 40 seconds behind. Let's see if he can catch Leclerc Basson for the win.
And obviously, Leclerc Basson was watching the stream because we were saying, but we haven't seen him. He's a registered driver. And it just seemed to be like panic stations to say, well, hold on, Leclerc, you actually need to come and do a stint. Otherwise, there is a penalty. And it's not a penalty from us. It's the game would have applied a penalty. And I think that penalty is 1 lap for not doing a driver stint.
No, crazy. So, Ulrich de Jager,
In turn 1.
75.
let's have a look. He's coming down the main straight.
I think it's a little bit of a curb on the inside, over rotated, and just kissed the wall.
Oh,
He went
he
wide.
missed the curb. Oh, he just lost the rear.
He didn't kiss the wall. He pulled in, bro. He
Yeah.
pulled in. He pulled into my high school sweetheart, and she gave him bat, just like it happened to me. Sorry about that, Ulrich. Ulrich.
Now, Reese has closed, but remember, Christian Venter still has another stop. They need to reset that stint time. So, Jamie Reese should move up to third by default anyway when Christian Venter has to come in and reset that time. I see he is going slowly. No, it was just a little message on our timing system there, but he wasn't going slowly, I assure you.
So I'm seeing the Beamerstein, Adam is a beast. We did see that earlier. Chris Rad saying Reese has closed 6 seconds on Fenter. A fight for third is coming.
Yeah, that's what I was just explaining, that it's not really, because Christian still has that one last pit stop. So
let's drive through.
If Jamie Reese just keeps it on track, it's pretty much Ferrari.
Pretty much him.
1 and 3. So let's see. Last lap for Leclerc-Besson, not bad. 145.6. Tariq Adam a 44.7. So a full second, Dylan. Almost. It's on. The fight is definitely on.
He's going to have to just keep his calm, just keep driving, don't make any rash decisions, and just drive properly. There's no need to push as hard as you can. Drive smart.
Well, the thing is, yeah, you got to find that medium, because you don't want to push too hard and make a mistake in the bus stop like we've seen the whole day. People making mistakes. Just keep it on track and do the best you can within some sort of margin, and you'll be okay. Because the math says it should be okay on the last lap.
On the last lap. Yes, like,
oh,
whoa!
Christian Venter having a little waggy tail.
We can't handle that stuff.
No, I'm going to need a...
That's wide.
Yeah. Yeah, here they go. They're resetting the stint time. Let's see if they take our advice and drive straight through. So that then...
Okay, gone through.
Yeah, that then moves Jamie Reese back up into that podium position. So Ferrari 1 and 3, Lamborghini second, chasing down ferociously Leclerc-Besson.
Have it all show. No, straight through the pits.
There we go. That is a 1,000 IQ move from Christian Venter. Resets the stint time. Back out on track. So now, where is Isham? I wanted to see how close it would be.
Oh, little click of the wrist there. So he's in turn 13. So they are quite a bit of away
so
from
the
each
gap
other.
is larger than I thought it would be.
Is
But
that
now,
the clue? The race leader ahead? Yes, it is.
okay.
So has a little show, but definitely not close enough to get through. And I'm saying the back marker, who is 4th place.
Well, 4th place, and more importantly, Tariq Adams' teammate. Are we going to see a little bit of Checo Perez, Minister of Defense, from Christian Venter to try and help Tariq slow down Leclerc-Besson? You don't think it would happen, but, you know, a lot to play for. So Christian could back up.
I think what's happened is our stewards have just sat up from their chairs.
Yeah,
they haven't had much work.
They're going to keep a very, very close eye on this.
Just keep an eye on, and the Sudoku that we're possibly doing has now been turned off because we do it electronically now.
Yeah.
But are there blue flags? I can't see the blue flags. But I'm pretty sure those blue flags are waving.
They are waving. Our marshals have kind of retreated. We can't see. There's a blue flag.
Let's get on board. Let's get on board with that.
We got it.
So another one to watch is Ruan Heineke in the 69. Remember, they were batting with the Porsche.
I mean, that's the Ferrari.
Oh,
so that number 3.
He has gone past because 213.
Oh, he went in the pits.
You know what? The stint time didn't reset.
Christian
They have to stop.
No. Unless it was a drive-through. I reckon it was a drive-through.
Should come up on
Would
our
we
system.
not have seen something up on the... what's this?
A drive-through cleared. Car number
Lap 252. That must be it. They got a drive-through penalty, which is just I don't know. It's
Salt
just
Bay into the wounds.
these guys have just not had a break the whole race. So unlucky. Remember Christian Fenter, both Christians. We call them the Christians in the second Lamborghini.
There we go.
Oh,
So the
okay.
first one was the drive-through. Now they've done the stint.
Okay, so that drive-through must have been then for track limits.
Yeah. We got it the other way around, but
Yeah.
at least it's now right. What is going on here? There's a little race for position.
Yeah, no, this is now. We spoke to Ruan earlier on. The goal was get that Porsche, and he's literally
After 7.5 hours of racing.
goes to the outside.
So that's Ruan on the outside of Memo. They're going to be side by side. Memo should break, dive to the inside.
Good.
Ruan's going to do a little cutback
No, that was a
and
good line
get the
by
drive
Porsche.
up. Now he's going to have the straight line speed because we know that in the straight line the Porsche is not really good up here. Ruan's going to try to go around the outside. It's quite dangerous there because there are marbles. Just hold your time, Ruan. Don't try and make any rash move. Going to move to the inside. He's going to be on the marbles. That's not going to be a place. We better slow down. Memo defending. He's clipped the wall. Ruan's gone off as well. Memo just hanging on to that and is now able to grab. We can get another view of it. You can see just going to the inside. Ruan and Memo just having a little bit of contact, but they're just clipping the
Memo
wall.
just went straight. Realized he hadn't braked for the bus stop and decided to make it through. Wow, it could have been a lot worse. So, just keeping an eye on the battle for first. Leclerc Basson last lap, a 44.9, very respectable. Tariq could only manage a 44.5, which is not what's required. Paul Fenter also having a little bit of an incident
A
there.
little slow motion there. What happened? Did he just lose a bit of...
Out of turn 3, turn 4.
Touch a curb, perhaps?
Oh, slowing right down.
Uh,
I think he's just letting the back markers
There we
through.
go.
That was Tariq, I think, who came through. So nice race awareness.
Ruan with Memo now into turn 1 again. Ruan on the outside, Memo on the inside. But the Ferrari should have the legs down the main straight. Memo, hold your line. Can he go around the outside? They're going to be too wide.
Again.
Oh,
But
holds
now
him
this
again.
is going to be Ruan on the outside. You'd have the Foster drive up here. It's going to put him on the inside through turn number 3. So that should be all she wrote. And Memo would need to slot in behind now.
Those,
oh, he's hanging in side by side all the way up the hill.
that's cool. Nice driving.
Okay, so Memo, let's see.
Get
Last
off
time he
those
didn't break.
marbles.
Let's see if he breaks to
Get
this
over
time.
those
No.
marbles.
No.
Oh!
Oh, that's going to be a track warning for Memo.
Oh, almost loses it.
Ruan
Flash
flashing
of
the
the
light,
light.
saying, what is going on here? Ruan is wide, goes around the outside, and that is going to be the
That was
the
good
position.
racing, guys.
Yeah.
But
Good
some
racing.
hard-pounding moments there for Ruan
And
Heineke,
where's
I'm
that?
pretty
Where's the
sure.
Porsche gone now?
He's there, just out-braked himself. I think it's just the adrenaline, heat of the moment stuff
Gave
there.
it everything.
But after 7 hours and 39 seconds, it comes to a place...
minutes.
39 minutes, you're right.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. It's delirium time,
Yeah.
definitely.
So back with Leclerc Basson, bringing it home for his team. Hasn't driven all day and does the last crucial half an hour of this 8-hour endurance. I wouldn't like to be in that car, Dill. Would you like to be in that car?
What an amazing drive. You get the last in. All you got to do is just bring it home.
People only remember who Joe finished the stint. People only remember who finished the race.
Nobody knows
Nobody knows the guys that made it.
the other 7.5 hours
Yeah.
that went on before it.
People only remember the guys who won the races
Okay, so
at Le Mans and whatnot.
gap is now 34 seconds between the top two. Leclerc doing a 45.5 last lap. And so, let's see what Tariq Adam does. Or AJ de Kock, his teammate, Leclerc's already taking credit for the drive. Brilliant. I love it.
Is he flashing his lights? What's he
No.
doing?
No, it's AJ is saying he's really taking credit. Because Leclerc has had a fantastic drive here this evening.
Yeah. Unbelievable. But he's doing such a great job, you know. So it's not easy. I wouldn't like to be in that car, certainly. But Tariq Adam, last lap of 44.4. So another 1.1 seconds out of the lead, gap down to 34 seconds. 19 minutes to go.
But this is what it's about, right?
This is it.
It's
8 hours
Amazing
of
how it
racing.
comes
Getting
down
it to
to
the
like,
end.
it just comes down to the end there.
It's crazy. I mean, 8 hours of racing, and here we are with a 30-second gap. It's what you like to see. That's what we all come for. That's what we all want to see. And these two putting on a great show. And Tariq, yeah, it's been excellent.
And Justin saying deserves all the accolades, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Thank you, Justin. And Heinrich saying number one, the clue is a beast. Christopher Rad, I'm assuming that that's Mr. Flatout himself, Mr. Christopher Radloff. Why aren't you racing? I've just realized that surely you should have been in one of the teams.
Oh, yeah. But Charles Leclerc, should we say?
Yeah.
Our South African version.
You tell
And he's in a Ferrari.
He's South African Leclerc Basson. That's
Yeah.
South African.
That's the South African version of Charles Leclerc.
So Memo still driving, hasn't finished last.
So Ron Heineke also has pulled a 10.6 second gap since we saw that epic move. And
We see now. So it's his 5-year anniversary, but it is his setup. So that means that Christopher Radloff is taking all the accolades for what's currently happening.
I think he needs an accolade for being married for 5 years.
well, yeah, congratulations.
Let's give him a round of
of
applause.
applause.
I'm joking.
I actually did like your post, Christopher. I did see it today. So congratulations to yourself and Chloe.
Yeah.
When's the wedding bells?
That doesn't make sense. It's their 5-year anniversary. Or
They're
the-
dating.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Chanteli's message saying Ryan and AJ had no involvement. Well done, Leclerc.
Told you. The folks only remember the guy who finishes the race, eh?
17 minutes plus some change. And Ron Heineke, they set out to get ahead of Flip Van Zyl's team, and unfortunately not, but with the disconnect, he did put the challenge out to take on Memo, Johan and Scholl. And I'm sure they're not happy with how the race went, but just in terms of being able to reach that little milestone.
I just want to have a quick shout out to the team in car 75, our rookies. They've hung in there flat out since they just need to rob a bank or sell some setups. Absolutely. Chris Rad in the comments. But yeah, going back to our rookies, we said that they just need to keep circulating. There they are in 10th position. It's their first ever kind of endurance race of this kind, so big ups to them. They've a few minutes away from bringing the car home in relatively one piece. Now, they have had a few little things here and there, but that's to be expected.
So they've pitted the same amount of times as Paul Fenter in the 777 and Christian Fenter in 213.
Well, there you go. I think that's a very good effort.
So it's not like there were massive like crashes and
Yeah.
they've spent hours and hours. There was a few little spins and that sort of thing, but no major damage. Lucas saying, great job, car 75, and Ulrich and Adrian, a great effort, man. It all came together in the end, and you've now got through your first 8-hour endurance race, and look forward to seeing you in the next ones.
Yeah, the best way to start is to start. And I think big up to them for committing. A lot of people, don't have the the willpower, especially in a sim race. If you're off the pace and you're at the back the whole time,
Just
so
press exit.
it's so easy to push Alt
Exit,
F4,
shut down.
shut down, go have a beer.
Oh, my computer needs an update.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
turn a little burry on the bri and call it a day. But they've
But
Heinrich, we
Dylan-
still don't have our breweries.
Yeah, Dylan won't invite you for, bro.
yeah, I'm very upset. Heinrich is going to have to make it up to us somehow because I was looking forward to that burry. But
Yeah, AJ said that all he did was that Ryan warmed up the car for Leclerc, which makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
tires, brakes.
Get it up to temp,
That's
give
it.
it to Leclerc, let him bring it home. 15 minutes left.
Let me ask another question.
Okay.
In obviously the simulator is as realistic as it can be without being over the things like replacing brakes and brake wear and that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
It's
Does
real.
it exist in
It
the
does. So the brakes here last for 12 hours. So if you're doing it 24 hours, you will have to change brakes in 12, otherwise they get long.
Okay.
It all depends on what brake pad you actually select. So in
Yeah.
the setup menu, you have 4 type of brake pads,
Okay.
and each one is pretty much a different compound. Am I right, Dill?
100%.
Yeah. So they'll be going for either a 2 or a 3.
But they'd be using the endurance pad here.
which is the endurance pad.
So that you can
and,
run them one stint. You won't need to change. It's just that stop is a 2-minute stop, I think, for the brake pads, which is a lot longer.
Yeah.
So you can't be changing brake pads within a normal tire stop, which is 30 seconds. So that all needs to be built into your
And
strategies.
these
in the 12 hours.
in these cars, do they run ceramics or do they run steel?
Steel brakes. Yeah. As part of the GT3 regulations, they're not allowed to run ceramics. It's just in an effort to keep these cars as affordable as possible. I mean, they're not cheap to run anyway, but the cost of ceramic brakes are just astronomical. So to keep costs down, they're all mandated to run a steel brake pad. I mean, a steel brake disc or rotor, as you would call it. So yeah, that's how they do it. And you still, I mean,
I got endless pads on my car, and they're literally
They're
all
endless.
endless. They're
Yeah.
fantastic.
because you
A
don't
real
use,
car in the real world.
but you're not supposed to be using.
Fiat
The,
Uno.
you're not
turbo.
supposed to be using the brakes anyway.
Fiat, you know.
Hey,
You're
I'm not supposed to be
use.
racing on the road. What?
No, don't use the brakes.
I street race in
The brakes,
Soweto, bro.
the brakes are there to slow you down. You don't want to slow down.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a lap time update. Leclerc Basson last lap 45.3, and Tariq Adam managed a 44.6.
Leaving the gap at 31 seconds.
It's
31.2
coming down,
seconds, but not
but
fast enough.
not fast enough to keep your 25 rand 50.
It was 15. It was 15 rand, then it was 20 rand, and now it's 20 rand, 5 rand.
25 and 50.
Yeah, but
I
inflation.
reckon if I make mates with Craig,
It's inflation.
one day I'll be a very wealthy person.
Yeah, inflation.
Paper figures, baby.
Yeah. They always say a good accountant asks you.
Are you an
what-
accountant,
No,
Craig?
no, I'm
'Cause
not.
God, I would never hire
They'll
you.
always ask you what you want it to be. So
So there's a great shot
Yeah.
for
2 teammates.
the Genesis Racing to have a shot.
Screenshot it now. Put it as your phone wallpaper. That is a great shot. Nice to see them running line astern. I wonder if they'll cross the finish line side by side, Dill. Formation finish. Could be on the cards.
Could be.
Yeah.
No, we actually didn't. No, you've been talking to us, and so people on the stream wouldn't hear you. But say something important. No, I'm checking the input. No, yeah, you're definitely off.
Been a pleasure, guys.
So that's just confirmation that Alessandro's mic is dead. But we do need to just get our producer in here, because we are going to need to start just preparing for the interviews of the drivers.
Yeah.
And sure, I think that's going to be an absolute incredible conversations there. Just a lot of the unknown things happened that we couldn't have foreseen, other than my pit strategies.
I somehow had this feeling, and I always do when I watch an endurance race, that something will happen at some point. And at some point, Dill, for a long time, these two were running in this order, but for 1 and 2. And it just looked like everything was under control. They were
managing the pace.
They were 20 seconds ahead of anyone else and just absolutely crushing it. Then the drama started for Christian Venter, and now Tariq Adam had that awful disconnect, which we liken to a mechanical failure. I know, like, it's such a sensitive
We don't
topic.
accept it,
Yeah.
but that's the only thing you can justify.
I mean, yeah. So, but all credit, the gap is now under 30 seconds. So Leclerc-Besson a last lap 46.1, and Tariq Adam a 45 dead. The pace is dropping off a little bit, but Tariq still closing down that gap as best as he can.
Less than 10 minutes to go.
Wow.
And we started an 8-hour endurance, but we sat down when there was 30 minutes of the practice to start.
Yeah.
Then there was the 30 minutes of qualifying. So we've been here for more than 9 hours, and can't believe that time seems like it's now gone.
It's almost up. And yeah, at least we've had pizza to keep us going. And
Mediocre pizza.
yeah,
No offense to the people who bought it. But I'm not a big Romans pizza fan.
So just after this, we are going to try and get the top 3 into our Discord so that we're able to just do those driver interviews with myself and Craig. And to everyone who has been on the stream, guys, thank you so much. We have had the conversations being sparked by you. We've got to say a big thank you to our stewards still sitting in the room.
Yeah.
There was one incident, they didn't even get to review it.
Yeah.
We heard from Ruan saying that racing incident, even Flip Van Zyl said racing incident, and it kind of just carried on. But they're still sitting there, probably twiddling their thumbs. I'm sure they got a little bit excited when Memo and Ruan were having a little go.
That was some good racing. I'm not gonna lie, that was not bad, eh?
Yeah, very, very good.
But that would probably be the most action that they would have seen all day. A big thank you to our visitors that are coming. We had Cherry Wolford that popped in, so awesome to have him.
Yeah.
Brandon Santos, who I see has left now, but thank you very much, Brandon. If you what was
What
that?
happened there?
The Porsche just unsighted, just turned in.
Oh wait, I forgot that we can go back and have a look. I think what had happened is the Lambo went in. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, that was actually bad news because you would have seen those lights coming.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think maybe it's just the driver fatigue coming in.
All that rum.
Yeah. You should never have said that.
He should not
I
have
think he's
said-
joking though.
Well,
no, I don't think he would have done that. Or maybe, I don't know.
Maybe 7 minutes to go. Just a gap update. 26 seconds. Last lap for Leclerc-Besson was a 46.2. Tariq a 44.7. So Tariq has had no let up. His head is down. I wonder if he's tucking his head behind his steering wheel to get
Like
more
we do in the
aerodynamics.
karting.
Yeah.
I've always tried that, but the problem is because we're so tall,
Yeah.
all I do is I just create drag, I'm sure.
Dylan, you so deck, my bro. Your traps are too big.
What do you mean?
Your traps are too big. They get up. Winner with the chicken dinner. They get up your ears, bro.
Thank you, Henry. Is that the signal that you're sending us? Our
burries.
Our burries. So it was just a little bit slow out of turn 13.
Oh, coming up to that 5 minutes.
The last 5 minutes.
Oh, I tell you, my nerves.
And I said, will we get 3 laps in? Is there another lap?
I
Can we just slow it down? The 25 seconds is now the gap.
Yeah. I think it's just a little bit too much. Oh, he's rubbing it in now, Henry.
Yes, thanks, Henry.
Oh.
Saying they went down like magic, all 8 of them.
Well,
Oh.
I think, Dill, that's an automatic 10-second penalty for his next race.
I agree 100%.
So let's
Just got a
see.
warning there for Memo going a little slow. No, that yellow flag has been cleared off his name.
Okay.
Jamie is also going a little bit slow, but everything seems to be. There's the
red card is out again.
The red card is out.
Yeah, certainly. Beamer
So,
Steen, yeah, he's
Beamer
on it.
Master just message there saying super impressive performance by Adam to keep pushing till the very end.
Yeah. Well, we know it's coming from a place of absolute heartbreak. They had absolute control of this race, did Tariq and Daniel. But they had a very, very unfortunate disconnect, which put them back quite a bit, I must say. So to be 25 seconds off the lead with under 5 minutes to go is a very impressive effort.
And to have a 3-minute disconnect, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Heartbreak. So less than 5 minutes left of the 8-hour endurance here at Watkins Glen. Brought to you by Mozo Racing and hosted by the partnership of Metal State and SARCO. It has been fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, no, it really
The
has.
racing has been on point. The way the guys have been driving around each other has been fantastic. Very little incidents. To just the amount of people behind the scenes that are actually here at the Metal State office. Our producer who's helping everything get out. There's the social media team that are putting the clips, getting those clips up. Plus the league management team are here as well. It has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
Craig, we've had a few little dabbles at this, but this is the first time we've actually spent so much time together.
Yeah, it is. It's been great.
Yeah.
Been great to be alongside you. Especially our Costa Semenya moments. I'll
Never let
I
that
will
go.
never let that go. But no, it's been great, and you know, yeah, credit to Metal State and the production team. It's been, the stream has run so effortlessly and so smoothly, and they've just been
Hey guys.
amazing. So
Now do me.
And
Alessandro, thanks as well.
Our up and coming Carter,
Yeah,
our gonna be trainee online driver.
question
Follow us.
asker.
We'll take you places. You're gonna become an influencer with now that you've been associated with us.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for listening to me.
No, pleasure.
Thanks for taking the time.
So, we are almost there. The Klubathon is going to take all the credit for sure.
Coming in last.
For coming
coming in last as
in
a
the
driver.
dying minutes to win it.
You inspire me, Leclerc.
Heinrich saying, great casting team. Heinrich, thank you so much, man.
No,
Saying
wonderful,
thank you
thank
to
you.
you guys, as well as for keeping us entertained. And that's all we can ask.
Yeah.
Is
There's
we
a
want
lot of
people
people
come to watch the racing, but it's not just about the racing, it's also about the show. And I just hope that our singing moments, our laughing moments, luckily,
There's a lot of people on
unfortunately,
this podcast right now.
no
On this
crying moments.
broadcast. Hey?
Yeah, got about 40,
Double digits, bro.
and 2 of them are me.
Double D's.
But yeah, no.
2 of them are you.
No, one of them's me. One of
Okay.
them's Dill. But
So-
it's been good. It's the numbers have come and gone. Actually, we've had quite a few people.
I think I
tuning
want to
in.
get it up to 1,000 before the
Okay.
end of the year.
Slap it on your gram with your 14
on your gram.
followers.
Make us famous.
I got like 800 people following me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a bold-faced lie. That was a bold-faced lie.
Okay.
Okay.
There is 1 minute 30 left.
This is
Le
crunch
Clu
time.
Basson has just crossed the start-finish line. I think this will be the final lap of the 8 hour of Watkins Glen, here with SARCO and Metal State. And ladies and gentlemen in the chat, let those comments flow. Make sure you have liked, you have shared. It definitely does help us out. Lucas saying thank you to all the drivers, the casting team for this event. Thank you very much, Lucas, for that message. Congratulations to all the winners, all the teams. 8 hours is not easy to anyone, even for the production team. Beamer Master, thank you so much for that. It definitely does not land on the deaf ears, but we do it because we love it. Henry saying, let's go, AJ.
Let's go.
Let's
Go,
go,
AJ,
AJ. Let's go. Chancelise, it's been an awesome race. The streaming has been 110%. And sorry for the disconnect for the Genius Racing. But well done, Team Alpha 1. You are legends.
Absolutely.
And then
Justin, congratulations. Alpha 1's great drive from both team. Well done, gents. Hard luck to Dan and Tariq.
2 corners to go.
I've actually got goosebumps.
I've got goosebumps too. I cannot believe this result. It is absolutely amazing. The checkered flag is unfolding.
Tariq Adams, you did well.
Yeah,
but the winner
Bassan
is Leclerc
is
Bassan.
coming through
An Alpha
to
1
change
team.
the checkered flag. The winner of the SARCO.
we need to review that incident
8
before the line there,
hours
bro.
of Watkins Glen is Leclerc
Well
Bassan.
done, well done, well done. Now
So
coming in,
say-
I want to see Tariq come past. Do a handbrake turn over the line, Tariq.
No,
Do
Brandon
it,
is
do it.
around. There we go. So Tariq comes home in second place. 22 seconds is the final gap.
Unbelievable. What a great effort.
Great drive, great effort. That disconnect really just one of those most unfortunate things. And then Jamie Rees to Jamie, as well as to Jean and Heinrich. Head down, just keep the laps. And
Unbelievable.
it was due to Christian's mistake, unfortunately, throwing them out.
Yeah.
A pit stop is basically what it all came down to. So Jamie now coming through turn number 13. Shamil saying, great stream, gents, was appreciated and entertaining. Thank you so much. Chancelise, thanks to the commentators. Chancelise, thank you for you. You spent so much time with us. Absolutely love it, Mrs. Ottens.
And we'll get those banking details to you.
Banking details are coming. So to Jamie, crossing the line, 3rd place overall
that's
for him.
such a good 3rd place, up 1 position from their qualifying spot as well. So they've actually just run a perfect race.
Christian Fento and the Christians in 4th place. Unfortunate there. Isham Domingo, you can see lights flashing. Him and Mohat Musa, 5th place overall. I'm sure they absolutely chuffed with that result. Flip van Sale, he's going to cross the line in 6th place with Chris Heineke. And we're going to get some of these things off here quickly. I got it. I know. I'm sorry. It's gone.
What have you done, Dill?
I can't get rid of it.
266 laps, guys.
So,
wow.
269
so the overlays are still there. Okay, that's fantastic. Well done, Mr. Producer. So I think we got to just get ready. We're going to have some drivers joining us in
Let's have some
the
tea
podium.
Yeah.
Some tea and biscuits.
We can come back, though the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget.
Wow, Dill. I don't know what to say. What an epic race. And it's just so unpredictable. We thought it was a clear cut, Tariq and Daniel were going to take the win. They had such a good connect, costing them so dearly. But what a comeback drive from them. And a huge congratulations to our winners.
And that's Ryan, AJ, as well as Leclerc. But the comments went absolutely ballistic. It seems like Ryan and AJ did absolutely none of the driving, and all the victory and all the praise and the glory goes to Leclerc. AJ saying that Ryan Ottens just warmed the car up for Leclerc to bring it home for the win.
Yeah, Leclerc Bassan bringing it home for the team. Our South African Charles Leclerc, as we call him. But yeah, such a great drive to handle that pressure of Tariq. I wouldn't have liked to have been in the car for that last half an hour. For
And we mentioned it before, the disconnect is not something that we want or anticipate.
Yeah.
And we do kind of write it off and accept it as a mechanical failure in the real world. The amazing thing is that that disconnect cost them 3 minutes 38 in pits. That's without them having to go back in the game, and to make up that time to be less than 25 seconds behind. That for me is an absolute amazing drive.
Yeah. And well done to everyone. I mean, to stick around for 8 hours, it's intense. You know, we've been here through it all and with you guys, but yeah, big up to all you guys and all the teams. It's been a great event, and I think everyone's done really, really well. Like, pretty much incident-free for 8 hours of racing is just unheard of. So a big well done to everyone who competed. And I think, yeah, so we're probably going to hear from some drivers now, some of the winners, just to get some feedback. We're looking forward to that, but that'll happen in a few minutes.
Yep.
What was the highlight for you, Dil?
So the highlight is just that unexpected.
Yeah.
The fact that we had the two Genius Racing team, they looked like they had won this. They had driven away from everybody else. Then the disconnect. You then add the off by what is it? I lost his name. By Christian.
Yeah.
And that then all of a sudden you have to then claw that back. And that out of sync pit stop was the difference between them finishing third and finishing fourth.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, just so unlucky with that incident from the Christians and spinning at the bus stop. We saw a few people come short there. But yeah, crucial race. I wouldn't say winning ending because they were in second place, but certainly podium destroying thing. And then to have to make that pit stop with just missing out on that last window by 2 minutes.
2 minutes was the end in terms of that calculation.
So unfortunate. So, but yeah, all good. So Ferrari 1 and 3.
Mr. Producer, are we good to go? So I might be able to help quickly. Let's go. So we'll just pull Mr. Ryan Ottens in here. Ryan, do you hear us?
Go 1 Motorsport Lounge. Okay, we need to go down. Hello.
No, we've got you. We have the
Can't
power.
hear anyone in here?
Ryan, can you hear us?
Yep. We are.
Hello.
Hello, Ryan. Let me just swap with you quickly.
Yeah.
Ryan, can you hear us? Ryan cannot hear us. Stand by, guys. We will be up and running shortly. You're just going to check what's happening with the microphone settings here. And maybe we could just get back to where we were. Ryan, are you able to hear us now? How's it, Ryan? Can you hear us?
No.
This is the beauty about live
Dylan, I
TV.
can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Okay.
So the weird thing, Ryan, is you are coming through loud and clear on our side. And I'm sure we are live on the stream.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll do a little dance.
We can have some little bit more of Dylan singing.
All I need is a song. Give me a song, any song.
Yeah, we just got our technical guru.
A little bit down. There we go. What about that one? Ryan? Still don't think that that's the one.
Yeah.
Let's try that one. So there's definitely an input coming on our side. So Ryan, I don't know if you can hear us now.
No.
So with that, I'm going to start singing one of my favorite songs.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Hey,
Boom.
we got a race winner in the house. Well done,
There we
Ryan.
go. I got you, boys.
Yes, well done, Ryan. What an epic drive. I mean, unbelievable. How are you feeling, first of all? Are you a bit fatigued? Just congratulations. It's been such an epic race to watch and to commentate on. So congratulations. Just talk us through how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I mean, over the moon, obviously. To be fair, luck was on our side, with the other guys having their issues. So sorry about that, but hey, we'll take a win if we can get it. So we're pretty stoked as a team. I mean, first endurance race, and we've got 2 cars on the podium, so really can't complain.
And Ryan, you did mention it. Absolutely amazing drive and a little bit of luck on your side. Just in terms of that last 30 minutes that Leclerc had jumped in, you do know that he's got all the praises for this win, right?
Listen, you guys have no idea how big you guys made his head. Because he was not supposed to drive. He was at his nephew's birthday, and then we heard you guys on the stream saying we're going to get a penalty if he doesn't drive. So
He was
we
entered.
quickly got him in the car,
Jeez.
and he now thinks he's won the whole race for us, but we'll take it.
Well, I think it was close to about 15 to 20 comments saying Leclerc for the win. There was no mention of yourself. One of them was a Chantalise who mentioned that.
Yeah, that's my wife. Doesn't even support me, just supports Leclerc.
Just stirring that pot there. So that last 30 minutes, I'm pretty sure that you guys were watching and just hoping. Obviously, he jumped in completely cold, knowing that Tariq is chasing him down. 40 seconds was that gap. Was there a little bit of doubt, or did you think that he would have had this as the win?
No, listen, it was scary, but we did feel like he had it in the bag quite easily. He was light on fuel, and we were in his ear shouting at him to take it easy. So we had calculated we could lose up to 2 seconds a lap, and he was comfortably within that. So we were confident, but hey, this is sim racing. Look what happened to the other 2 teams. Things go pear-shaped in a split second. So yeah, always a bit scared.
No, 100%. Ryan, thank you so much. We are going to have a chat now to your second team on the podium. We're going to pull Jean in and just see how he feels for the race.
Appreciate everything you guys have done, man.
Ryan, thank you so much. Absolute
Congratulations.
Great drive there, and congratulations on that win.
Yeah, and to AJ and Leclerc. What a good team.
Thank you.
Jean, let's go to you. Podium for you. Obviously, again, the same as with Ryan, bit of luck on your side and able to promote you guys up to the third place podium. A little bit of luck, but you guys all had to put in the hard work.
for that 8 hours to make sure you're in the position to take advantage of that situation?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, first of all, well done to all the other teams. Ryan was epic, and I mean, Daniel D'Amato Spirito and Tariq Adam, absolute superstars and super pace. Even Christian Fent and Christian Deploy as well did very well. You mentioned that there was a bit of luck on our side, but yeah, we had to fight back. I mean, in my first stint, in about 15 minutes in, I also, binned it after the bus stop into the wall and just got into the car cold, not really warmed up. Sat 2 hours watching other stints of your teammates and helping out. So you get into the car and you don't actually realize how cold you are. So yeah, also had a moment at the bus stop, but yeah, managed to claw that back and fight back up. So unfortunate for Daniel and Tariq's disconnect, but I mean they still finished P2, so that's amazing for them. And yeah, sorry for Christians, but yeah, we're very happy to take the P3.
It does look like the bus stop was surprisingly scary in this race. A lot of casualties there. Was it something to do with the track conditions, or do you think it's just that fatigue coming in and guys just making those little mistakes?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of it. You do it over and over and over, and the science would tell you that you get into a rhythm, but that corner just stays scary. You're committing to it 100% in the dark, and you just got into a stint maybe. So yeah, it's just always a daunting couple of corners, and the right-hander just after that, if you mess up the line into the bus stop, that right-hander just gets as tricky as well, and you lose a lot of time there. So the one leads into the other, and that whole section is just, super scary to get right lap after lap for 8 hours. It's just, it ends up taking a toll. So I think it's a combination of it all.
The wall on the outside there does seem to get very, very close.
I've seen some people scrape some paint off there, and it's not pretty.
Craig, anything from you before we speak to Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to find out from you guys. I mean, Jean, well done, first of all. And I just want to find out how much of it was actual strategy. I mean, were you guys pretty much flat out the whole time? Or what? Were you guys ever holding back and saving fuel and saving tires at any point?
So we were lucky in the Ferrari. The fuel save is pretty well. So we could manage the hour and 5 minute stint pretty well with one tank of fuel. So we didn't have as much fuel save happening, but you definitely take it easy on those, 1 or 2 first out laps, get the tires into the operating pressures correctly, and so that you don't pay the price later on in the stint. So if you go out there blazing, trying to do a massive out lap, you might be able to do it and score the 1 second or something, but yeah, in the long run, you're going to be struggling for pace. That last 20, 30 minutes really drops off very quickly then.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, that's all for me. Well done.
John, thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. You're doing amazing here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, man. We are going to just send you to the other lounge, and we're just going to get Daniel in and just have a chat to him. So thank you so much. Daniel, welcome. P2 for you, a unfortunate disconnect for yourself and Tariq, but a massive battle in the last hour. That last stint, getting Leclerc in 40 seconds, and I'm sure there must have been that moment that while it cost you 3 minutes 38 in that disconnect, that you guys thought that you might still just have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, first off, like, what a drive from Tariq, to tie those stints up back to back. It was insane. His pace was incredible, and yeah, there was that moment. There was those couple moments where we were like, okay, head down, keep clawing it back. This is the gap. This is the gap. This is your time. And yeah, he just kept chewing away at it. And they, credit to them as well, to the Alpha 1 team. They did what they had to do at the end of the day. They also drove their beep A's off.
Coconuts.
So they don't want to say anything. Yeah. And yeah, credit to them. It was a great race, and yeah, it is an unfortunate disconnect, but such is the way that the sport goes sometimes.
And we mentioned it that when there is a disconnect, is that we kind of tie it into a mechanical failure in the real world. Is that something that you can get your head around, or is a disconnect is just something that shouldn't be happening?
I think it is just something that is going to happen. I've seen it happen before, and many times I haven't been on the receiving end of it. And today I was. You do everything to try and mitigate that happening. And just sometimes it's just how the pendulum will swing, and then that is the outcome. That there is a disconnect. The main thing is deep breath, refresh.
Yeah.
Let's get our heads back in the game and carry on racing.
Yeah, no, I mean, just from our side, it was such a pleasure to watch both of you drive, especially shout out to Tariq. He was absolutely pumping those laps in at the end there, as you said correctly, Daniel. But a big well done to both of you. I know it's not where you wanted to finish and probably didn't deserve to, but that's how racing goes. And to finish first, you have to finish. But I still think P2 at the end of that is a very, very, very good effort. So well done to you guys.
You definitely had our attention and the edge of the seats for those last couple of laps. So to yourself, Daniel and Tariq, amazing drive. An unfortunate result there for you, but at least on the podium and looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, we also definitely looking forward to the next one, and I appreciate all the kind words. And thank you for the stream. It was awesome. I know you guys have also had quite a long day. And thank you to all the teams that took part in this, even though there were such pressing issues with load shedding, even internet. But yeah, and thank you to Medal State for having this all been put together the way that it has been. It's been amazing. Thanks, guys.
Wonderful.
Daniel, thanks so much. Looking forward to chatting up with you soon. So from my side, thank you very much to everyone who was on the stream. The day has been absolutely crazy. Can't believe that we've been here for 9 hours.
Yeah,
and the conversations have just come and gone.
Yeah.
We've had some really, really fun moments, and it's all thanks to you. Big thank you to the drivers and to those 6 teams that we lost in the beginning of the day. We will definitely have another one. We will be doing this again, and we look forward to coming and being part of the epic SARCO Endurance Series. To everybody that helps in the background, we've got quite a big crew here, so thank you to all of you who have given up your Saturday to be here with us. To our admin team still sitting in the back there, we'll definitely relieve them. No need for the stewards, but don't worry, guys, we've still got you covered. To my fellow caster, commentator, broadcaster,
Semenya.
It's never going to go away,
It's never going to leave him. But yeah, thank you, Dol. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for having me on stream. It's been just a great day. I enjoyed the racing. Thank you for having me. And I echo your sentiment. Thanks to Metal State, to Moza for bringing this, for NAG, and to SARCO for arranging everything. Dylan puts a lot of effort into making sure that these events happen and everything runs smoothly. I don't think a lot of people see. Today I got a rare insight into seeing Dylan panic. So
to my panic face.
Yeah. So credit to him as well for making sure that everyone is comfortable. And even if the stewards aren't really working with 5-second penalties, he laid down the law with the drive-through, and everyone behaved. So well done to everyone, and that's it from our side.
And guys, all I can say is with that, thanks for watching. Keep racing, and thanks for watching.
If in doubt, flat out.
Yos.
I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish you're out of bed. could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. 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 But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't